Hello, good morning, good afternoon,
Hey,
good evening.
hey guys, this is it.
Or
That's just a teaser. This is live. Everything
it's live,
happening.
and Lenora's computer decided to like not work. I hope I don't have to do this every panel because that's really going to be annoying. Hi everyone.
So if you're watching this July 30th, 2022, this is all happening live. You can join us in chat, comments, ask questions. Just let us know how your day is going. I'm Cody. I'll be one of the moderators today. And behind the scenes, I am in charge of the speaker bureau, which entails collecting submissions and maintaining dialogue and instructions with the speakers throughout the whole process of putting this on.
Yep, I'm Jared. I'm head of tech. I'll be directing and producing behind the scenes this event, this 2-day event. I'll be pretty much not sleeping, so I'll be doing fantastic. So that's me as head of tech.
Hi, I'm Lenora. I am one of the moderators, and I have not been sleeping for 11 months. I am the PR manager, so I've been responsible for all social media, all the graphics and videos you see today. Me and the PR team working on that, doing press, emails, making everything look pretty is what I like to say. That's been my job.
Yeah, and speaking of like your PR team, this event is 100% volunteer driven. Everything, like the three of us, the amazing team members behind the scenes, the speakers that you're going to hear from over the course of 2 days, everyone's volunteering their time to put on this what's become a great event. It's going to be a great event. I'm looking forward to it. And so we all have one thing in common. That's just to share our passion for discussing and continuing the dialogue about the child-free lifestyle. And some people have stepped up even further and made donations, even become sponsors for the Child-Free Convention. So with that being said, we'd like to give a special thank you to our champion level sponsor, which is Childfree Wealth. Childfreewealth.com is a site run by Dr. Jay Zigmund, who is a child-free person himself. And he's decided to focus his financial planning expertise on helping the child-free community. So if you're child-free and you live in the United States, sorry, he can't help folks out the US, he's a great resource to stay on a focused financial path. And earlier this year, he released a book titled Portraits of Child-Free Wealth, where he interviewed 26 child-free individuals and couples to share their financial stories. And they range from people that are barely making it to people who have achieved what's called FIRE, financial independence, retire early, and everyone in between. So it's a great book, and odds are you'll find someone that might parallel your child-free lifestyle and financial situation as well. Very cool thing. During the convention, Dr. J is giving away free digital copies of the book. If you visit childfreewealth.com/book, highly encourage everyone to do that. Go get a free digital book. It's a great book and a good read. If you are starting your child-free library, this is a great starter. If you have a library already going, throw this in there. And you might notice a bunch of other little logos all on the bottom. As I mentioned, some folks have stepped up to become sponsors. And so we'd like to thank 365 Diversity, Best Child-Free Life Possible, which is a group on Facebook, Buy Child-Free, which is a merchandise store, Child-Free Family, Child-Free Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, which you're watching right now, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi, and the book Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
I think you should just do the whole convention, Cody. You're
I've said enough. I'll see y'all later.
Don't make me talk the whole thing. Is we're going to be seeing a lot
We
of
have to
each other.
pace ourselves. This is a marathon. For real.
So it's 7:06 here on the Canadian prairies. I was like, what are we doing? Hey,
Whatever.
Jared, what's happening? Okay.
She clicked the full screen.
Okay, no full screen. All right, we're getting set up. This is why we're hanging out for half an hour, getting everything ready.
I didn't click that.
We are going to be introducing Rebecca. So speaking of volunteers, I've had a PR team this year. Our event planner Rebecca is getting settled in backstage, and I'll bring her up in a sec. But while we're here, hi everybody. I have to minimize because I have to acknowledge some. I'm seeing the Childfree Morning Chat crew. Hey guys, I am seeing some of your comments, but I'm going to go full screen. If you've been complimenting me, thank you. Good way to start off Saturday. Let's see. I woke up at 3:30 and it was in hair and makeup at 5, which is a bit early. Anyway, these two guys are like, whatever. I sent my hair and makeup team over to them, but I don't know what happened.
I slept right here in front of my computer.
We got big power here.
Exactly. So shout out to my Childfree morning chat crew. I will see more of the comments later. But we want to just go how is Rebecca doing?
She's on, but I don't know about her.
Do we have video? Okay, when we have video, bring her up.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to talk a little bit about chat etiquette. So we are prepared. Of course, this is a live event. This is public. This is not behind any kind of wall. So everyone is welcome to watch and to comment. And we ask that you keep it civil. The live chat audience has been a big part of last year's event, and it's going to be a big part of this year's event as well. So, throughout today and tomorrow, you are going to hear a variety of opinions. And you may agree or disagree. Feel free to share your thoughts, but again, please keep it respectful. Rebecca will be on. I'll introduce her in a second, but she's going to be our troll patroller, and so she's going to be monitoring the chat. If there are people that want to disrupt things, they will be removed and blocked, and we will do our best to keep this a engaging conversation in the chat where all you're welcome to share your thoughts, whether you agree or disagree. You can have your own conversations, but again. Please keep it respectful to the stage, the speakers, the moderators, this event, and to each other, even if you are of differing opinions. We're not an echo chamber. So again, if there's something that you want to express, feel free to express it. Language-wise, we're keeping it business casual. So take that for what you will. And is there anything else? As far as chat etiquette, we want you guys to have fun. Yeah. We've been working on this for 11 months. It's been many hours. The speakers are amazing, and the sponsors and everything. We've it's been our blood, sweat, and tears. And
the topics. That's why it's 2 days. We have
exactly.
So much information and even then, a 30-minute slot. Someone's like, might say, well, that's not enough time. And it's not. But it starts the conversation. And that's what we always say. That's the reason why we do it is let's at least get the dialogue out there, get the conversation going. People can always add in thoughts. Once this is archived in the comment section, we can always revisit it later in a live session, but maybe bring the speakers back in, something like that. But let's start it off.
And so if you do have a question, and I think yesterday we're kind of deciding what we're going to say this. If you have a question for the panels, the speakers, moderators, whomever, start with a Q and put your question so then we know.
A capital Q. If you type capital Q and then space and then put your question, because behind the scenes they can find those a lot faster. If they see that big Q, they know it's a question.
Yes, I mean,
you don't have to, but it's nice.
We'll be going through more of the comments in the halftime show, but I'm want to. Jared, is there anything you want to pull up now? We're still getting Rebecca settled, or do we want to go through the schedule?
We can go right to the schedule. That's okay. See, because we have a lot on tap for today.
I also want to see where people are from in the chat too.
Oh yes, let's do that. Let's get you guys on. We got first comment is hello from Ottawa, Canada.
Ottawa.
Yeah.
Jenny. Yep. There's someone says bad bitches.
That's Laura. She's one of our speakers.
Hello, everyone.
Everybody in the comments, type where you're from, where you at, tag your flag, all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
Special shout out to the Canadians.
Boston.
Thanks for having my back.
Right.
Seth is from he's on his iPhone, cozy in his bed.
I'm jealous.
Oh,
hey. That'd be nice.
That'll be me in like 9 hours.
Oh God. Yep, we got 2 p.m. in the UK.
Hey, Graham.
Another speaker. I think we have a lot of speakers in the audience today, which is cool.
We found out last year, like some of our speakers, even if they were on near the end of the day, they came on early and they stayed through the whole thing. And people who came on at the beginning stayed until the end. So they weren't just speakers; they were also viewers and participants, which is really cool.
We have another one. Good morning from Chicago.
Chicago, all right.
I love the skyscrapers there. Yep, we had Lenora giving looks from
Silka. Hey, Silka. Thanks.
Oh, God. A lot of comments for the wig. Tabitha says...
Jared, you sound so bad. You know what? Hang on a second. Let me do this part. This is good PR stuff. Marie-K needs you in the green room right now.
Okay.
Do you want to go attend to that? And
yes.
Cody and I'll take over this.
Sure, I'll be back.
We need. I need some enthusiasm. Okay, it's early, so I need some enthusiasm for reactions. So where were we?
No one's mentioned how pretty I am. I mean, come on, everybody.
Well,
what's
Cody,
up?
It's because you go around telling people you're beautiful. See, I don't do that. There's a difference, you know. I don't make assumptions, so
it's confidence. I mean, if you know, affirmations, whatever you want to call it.
Look, I could whatever. You've seen me in my meetings, you know. I'm gonna hold my tongue. All right. Where are we here?
So
where are we in chat?
Let's while they're pulling them up, but let's just run through real quick the rundown for today.
Okay.
So our first topic of panel is going to be child-free in Asia. That's at 9:30. At 10 o'clock, and these are roughly the times because we may go a little over or need some time pulling speakers up, but this is approximately when they'll happen. And these are all Eastern U.S. Time. So just if you need to figure out the time, just type in New York versus your time and you'll figure it out. So 9:30 a.m. child-free in Asia. 10 a.m. is antinatalism. 10:30 is child-free estate planning. 11 a.m. is child-free and organized religion. 11:30 is defining family. 12 p.m. halftime. Do you want to mention anything about the halftime show?
Yes. Sorry, I'm just going through the again, jealous of Brianna there. Hey, Brianna. So the halftime show is pre-recorded. The halftime show is special for Cody and I because that's the only time we will not be on stage for 30 minutes, which means we can. I'll be re-wigging, probably having a quick shower and coming back. If I'm perfectly honest. So we have word from our sponsors. Of course, we have 3 special segments pre-recorded, and then we will be going live after the first half of the halftime show. Second half, we will be interacting with you again. Co-moderator is Jared, and we'll be running through some things as well. So I guess I can tease what we are going to be expecting for the halftime show. We have an appearance from Therese Schechter, who is the director of my so-called Selfish Life documentary. We have a Mean Tweets segment with Dan Alexander, fabulous child-free author, and we have mental health and wellness with Silka. So those are the 3 main segments for today's halftime show. Tomorrow's halftime show will be different, so make sure you tune in for that.
And so that's from noon until about 1 o'clock. So at 1 o'clock, we'll come back with our topics and panels with child-free into the future, and followed by our 1:30 pronatalism, 2 p.m. caring for aging parents or dependent family members, 2:30 is sterilization, 3 p.m. is child-free at 60 plus, 3:30 followed by next gen child-free 18 to 25. And then wrapping up the day is the Childfree and Childless Alliance panel.
Sorry, I'm going to call out Dan for a second.
Oh, no.
No, because I said he was fabulous child-free author. You know, I have to say, as someone who is not super comfortable being on screen, I know that's hard to believe, but it's true, especially for this length of time. It's really nice to see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. So we really do appreciate you all showing up and sticking around. It feeds us, it feeds me, and I feel supported. So thank you. Because this is daunting. Let's talk about the process of creating this event, because we don't talk too much about the behind the scenes, but we meet every week. We're in contact almost daily. Last year we were learning from the beginning, and this year we had a bit more of a platform. But the amount of hours and the things we have to figure out and sort out right till last night, because things are changing, and a couple people had to call in sick and things like that. So this is live, and I am not a natural live streamer, so this is it's amazing just from a personal perspective. It's amazing to see it all coming together. It's been many hours of work personally for me, and I love it. I love it. But then the event happens and we're like, oh, we're here. The last 2 days, my heart has just been going because I haven't had a chance to think about what we're actually doing. I've been, eyeballs deep involved in getting it done.
You've been too busy to be nervous.
Exactly. And then I think Thursday was the first day where I was just like, and I'm okay now. We've started, but there's a lot of stuff actually going on behind the scenes right now, but I think this year will be interesting because you and I will not be hands over here trying to moderate and do other things at the same time like we were
Shout out
last
to
year.
volunteers. Thank you.
Yes. we are oh, by the way, halftime show, we are going to do a volunteer appreciation segment because they have helped tremendously. I'm going to shout out to Marike right now. She is in our speaker green room. So we have there's a separate area where the speakers go in for the panels. Marike, who's in Ireland, it's 7, well, it's what, 7:17 here on the Canadian prairies right now. So she's 7 hours ahead. We're all over the place here. As far as
international, this is worldwide.
Yeah. So she's looking after the speakers and very calm presence, been a calm presence for me. So that's been great. Yeah. Anyway, it's actually happening and sinking in right now.
Yeah.
Like, okay, here we go.
So after hearing the rundown, everybody that's watching this live, or even once this is archived later, what are some of the panels and topics that you're excited to hear from either today or tomorrow? Like, just type it out. Jared will pull them up and
okay.
just
So
see what's out there.
We have Rebecca. So Jared and Rebecca, do you guys want to come on and I can introduce? Awesome. Okay. And Jared, feel free to keep pulling up the comments. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey, good morning. We made it.
Hey, sorry about that.
I know why you were late. You were trying to find the free parking we had offered.
Yeah, that was the problem. Had to kind of move the cars around, move the browsers around. You know how it goes.
I do. So I want to introduce Rebecca. Rebecca has been our event planner. Oh, sorry. What is your title? Event promoter. I'm sorry. Your event promoter for Childfree
You
Convention.
planned the event. I just promoted it.
You planned the whole thing. It's actually been you doing this.
And all the free parking too. I arranged all of the free parking.
And she is going to be our troll patroller, our chat moderator today. So, if you cause trouble, we're sending Rebecca after you. So just be warned. So, first of all, huge thank you to you for being part of our team this year. It has been a tremendous help. Hopefully we didn't scare you away from hanging out with us next year. So, yeah. All right. Well, anything else you want to anything else you guys want to say?
No, I'm just looking forward to a great convention. I'm happy to be part of the team. It's been fun and exciting, even in the background, but
the background is not boring. There's
I haven't been quiet by any stretch. So I mean, almost every day, so I can't really say in the background because I've been as forefront as possible.
Well, it brings up a good point too. Like, people that may want to be involved with something like this, or specifically this, you can work behind the scenes. You don't have to necessarily put yourself out there and be like us and just be visible. Volunteering is awesome, and I consider myself a nobody still. Like, nobody really knows who I am. So it's one of those things that's really cool that it doesn't matter if you have 10,000 speakers or followers on your social media, or you have like a few dozen, or you don't even have social media. Like, that's why this platform is here. We want to give people a chance, an opportunity to share their child-free experience and their lifestyle, and just to let others know that they're not alone out there.
Well, I mean, I've always been one to kind of stand in the shadows. I've never been more to the forefront. And, I've talked to Lenora and Jared about this for a while. And, this has given me a chance to kind of just find my voice and everything. So, just baby steps. So if you're kind of one of those, like a wallflower, but you want to get out there, just start small. You never know what'll happen.
Yeah, that is amazing advice. Yeah, some of us just go dive right in because, no one else is going to do it, or no one else has done it. But yeah, it's all of it is, sorry, it's early. I haven't officially started yet. Everyone contributes in their own way, and it's all helpful. It's not about doing one big thing, because look, if you saw the chat between me, Cody, and Jared since December 2020, when we first started putting this together, your guys' heads would explode. The amount of things we've had to figure out behind the scenes, and it's not just this event, it's all the little things that we've had to do to get to this point. So if anyone feels like, how can I contribute? I can't do anything. You'd be amazed. There are so many little things that need attending to, and they all add up to what you are seeing now. And what you are seeing now is the contributions of so many people between the speakers. We're visible with it, and we have put in thousands of hours. Don't get us wrong. but there are so many moving parts, and all of it is so helpful. And Rebecca, you've done a fantastic job, and you've kind of been my therapist at some points. In the last month or so. So it all plays a part, and that's what makes it fun. Just speaking for myself, that's what makes it fun, is because it's not just me doing it, it's not just Cody or just Jared doing it. Like, it's not easy, not easy, but look what's happened, like even now. So it's and again, shout out to the audience. Mm-hmm. You guys being here, this is something that I remember from my musician days. People were like, "Oh, I wish I knew how to play." We need audience. We need audience. We need people to interact. You guys are playing a massive part. If nobody showed up, we'd still do it. We'd still have fun.
You'll find us later.
Exactly. If you're watching the replay, hey, but all of us together make this event amazing and epic. So, thank you. Just huge thank you.
A segue here to talking about contributing. Maybe you want to help with some kind of a donation or getting some really cool merchandise. If you go to childfreeconvention.com, you'll see a couple buttons there for shopping or for donating. And yeah, Lenora's like the queen of merchandise. She, like, anything that we've had made, she has.
She has me beat.
My hood, I have the hoodie. You'll see the hoodie later in the halftime show. Sorry, Jared, I didn't get this figured out, but the hoodie's currently in my closet because it's a little bit hot to wear that. But yeah, we got pillows, we got the mug. These mugs are amazing. They're super dishwasher safe. I don't need this right now, but this is like a cool throw. Like, and I have all the merchandise from last year. So if you come to my house, there's Child-Free convention everywhere.
You live it. It's
oh yeah, no, it's never. I can't get away from it now.
You sent me the picture. The dress? Trust me, I know. You sent me the picture.
Shout out to Cody for designing the official moderator dress,
yes.
Which these two guys refused to wear, so I am the one wearing it.
Ooh, yeah.
Just a side note, the bling is added on. That does not come with the dress. I did that myself.
Custom accents, yeah.
It's custom, yeah.
I got this for.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got
that
this
looks
for Converse. Yeah, that's pretty freaking
cool.
awesome.
That looks amazing.
Good quality. It was like around $50, and I'm like, yeah, I want a memento because we have last year's behind me from I framed it, the poster for last year.
That's cool.
That was movie-sized poster, so that's a good contributing.
I want that
for
canvas
this year. Yeah, it's available
funny
now.
I mean, can I plug myself for a second?
Yeah.
I made that graphic and it took me forever, but so I have all the components on my iPhone. All the faces of all the people. And by the way, again, huge shout out to all the volunteers, all the speakers, everybody whose face is on there. You guys are fantastic. That turned out really good.
Without the speakers, we would not have anything here.
Well, exactly. It would just be the four of us talking.
Yes, we love that.
Well, we could only talk within the scope and the realm that we know, and being child-free is way bigger than that. It's it's not just North America, which is what it would be if it was just us. It's like it's it's worldwide. There's child-free people everywhere. As I always say, there are millions of us, millions and millions and millions of child-free people out there.
I'm sorry, this comment made me laugh.
Okay. That's
also,
good.
can I say shout out to the pet-free people out there? I am a pet-free by choice person. Never had a pet. Don't intend on getting one. So just that's gonna be that's a panel that's gonna be like that's our very final panel for tomorrow for the whole event. And that is going to be a really interesting discussion. I mean, they're all going to be interesting discussions, but that one, because it can be a little polarizing in the community, pets or no pets. So I'm curious, just a heads up for all of you. Well, actually anybody, because whether you're pet free or you have a pet, it's going to be an interesting discussion.
I'll give a quick shout out to the Childfree Club. It's the Clubhouse app. Just if you got a smartphone, look Clubhouse app. And then Lenora, how do they find your group? Because you literally meet like almost every day in the morning.
Oops, I hit the wrong one. There was a comment from Brianna. This one. Sorry. I'm hanging out with my friends here, guys.
Well, I need you to talk about Clubhouse. That's your people right now.
All right. So Clubhouse, the audio social app. Actually, we created it through Child Free Girls, the podcast that I'm a co-host of. We put it together in February of 2021, I do believe. Shout out to Isabel and Kristen. Hey girls. So, yeah, I just one morning woke up at 8 o'clock and it's like, I'm going to open a room and call it Childfree Morning Chat. We have been doing it every single weekday since March 14th of 2021. And I credit the crew because that has taught me to moderate live conversations. Half the time I'm, under the covers, like half asleep. Because that's early for me still. But it's been amazing. And what spawned out of that is I don't like to use the word community personally, and some of you know the reasons why, but it's been a great safe space. It's the only thing I do that's not public. Anyone can join. It's free. If you're child free, you're free to join. It's the only thing that I do that's not recorded and that's not for public consumption. You have to be in, you have to be a member to see the room. And that is where we discuss everything. Sometimes we have silly conversations, but a lot of times we talk about everything. We talk about race, sexuality, like you name it, personal experiences that have been a hard time. Yeah, like we have Child-Free LGBTQ plus room every other Saturday. We have a monthly movie room where we discuss certain. Chanel, our lovely host for that room, picks a movie and we discuss it. And then we have mental health and wellness. Actually, that's a spoiler for later today in the halftime show. We have Child-Free Evening Tea. It's audio chat. So really what it is it's an app on your phone. You talk on your phone. It's not video. Spoiler alert, because I don't look this glam at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I don't go on video. So it's audio only. It's basically like just talking to your friends. And so again, huge shout out to the Child-Free Morning Chat crew, who a lot of them are here. And it's from everywhere. It's not always morning for people. Sure. There have been hundreds that have come through and from all different parts of the world. And it's what it has become. It has been a place where people can vocalize their experience and vocalize what it means to be child-free to them. And a lot of people have never done that before. Also, you don't have to talk. You can just hang out in the audience and listen, so it's like a live radio show essentially.
Yeah.
Hopefully that answered your question.
No, that's perfect.
I'm starting to get a little buzz, guys. I'm starting to get into moderator mode.
We're getting your time. And so just a quick a plug, a shout out to kind of why we chose this time of year to do the convention is that August 1st is International Child-Free Day. Some people, they find out about it every year that it's a day and it's ours. So celebrate however you like on August the 1st, and happy International Child-Free Day, everybody. Let's get ready to get the show on the road here.
Yeah, first panel is coming up. I will
see you soon.
Here.
All right, be right back.
Haters.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are about to hop into Child-Free in Asia panel. Quick thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and our other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child Free Life Possible Facebook group, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
So the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates.
All right. Now that that's out of the way, let's have some fun.
By the way, I have to tell you this on screen. I have to refresh my browser. It won't load anything. So If I'm late, that's why. Every single time I'll have to fix something during a halftime show, but just
okay. We'll figure it again. It's live, so
it is.
Hey, Issa.
Hi. Hello, good evening.
Hey, Kazane, how are you?
Hi, do you guys hear me?
Perfectly.
Oh, great. So I'm sorry, my computer doesn't have a camera function, so I'm gonna go this way. So
That's okay. We can see your image, so
yeah.
that counts. So just tell us about yourself, and Kazane, we'll start with you.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Kazana, and I'm actually from Japan, and I've been working as a pro-choice activist. I've been working to remove spousal consent requirement for abortion and provide accurate information on usage on abortion pills, because sadly, in order for women to get abortion in Japan legally, they need to get a permission from a man who impregnated them. So that's one thing I've been working on. And also, when you type abortion pill in Japanese, there's thousands of misinformation and exaggeration that is intended to prevent women from having abortions using medication. But I understand it is difficult for most of Japanese women to get accurate information in their native language. So I've been working on translation as well. I'm happy to be a part of this show because I was just browsing my Instagram and I found this event. I was like, oh, maybe it's for me, you know. I think having an opportunity to talk with a child-free male is going to give me another perspective. So I'm excited about it. And thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And Issa, tell us about yourself.
Well, initially, I would like to thank the administrative personnel and everyone who has sacrificed their time and resources in order to make this event happen. My name is Isa Al Koraba, and I am from Yemen. Yemen is a country in the Middle East, surrounded by Saudi Arabia and Oman. It's in the Arab Peninsula. So, although we are from Japan, me and Kanzani, sensei, so we are actually far apart, and we might differ in cultures extremely widely. Yeah. So I moved to India to do my bachelor degree. Then I did my master degree in Malaysia. And next month I'm traveling to South Korea to do my second master degree.
Wow.
Thank you. I have always known that bringing children for me personally would be a very bad idea very long ago. However, when I came to India, I came to know there is a thing called child free, and from that time I started looking occasionally, searching here and there, and I got to know it's like you can just say, hey, screw it, you can just choose not to have kids, and it's as simple as that.
So
Yeah, that is. Yeah,
thank
go
you.
ahead.
So the term child free is not necessarily known throughout the world. How is it explained where you're from? So Kazane, we'll start with you.
Okay. Yes, in Japan, we have a word that is equivalent to child free by choice, but it's not as widely spread as it is in English, but we still use the term. And we do have the word for that. But in Japanese, we do not have like any other terms such as child free for life or stuff like that. So I think it is necessary for us to make other words that can describe different life choices, because it is very important to empower especially women who do not want to have children. By telling them it is okay to feel the way they feel, I think it is very important for us to have words or ways to speak out. Thank you.
Isa, go ahead.
Yeah, child free, like linguistically speaking, obviously it wouldn't be available since we speak the Arabic language. So, but like the meaning of it, the child free term does not exist at all. That doesn't mean there are people who are childless. There are some people who do not have children, very few, for medical reasoning, or for mainly medical reasons, like they could not, and those people are actually feeling they are feeling disappointed, they do all what they can. They invest all their resources. They make it their life's work to try to get this child by any means, even if they have to borrow money and travel abroad for medication. So when it comes to child-free, being child-free or the child-free term itself is non-existential. Like, it does not exist at all. People look at those people who are childless and feel sorry for them since they do not have children. And the ones who are childless actually feel the same thing. They feel like they do not fit within the society since they are being deprived from the pleasure of having kids.
I think those
Yeah,
bring up,
thank you.
yeah, those bring up great points. Just because, I mean, this is we're all international. We're all located somewhere else in the world, different languages, different backgrounds, and yeah, the term child-free, it's becoming more popular, and that might be why there are pockets throughout the world where we don't see an active child-free community and lifestyle happening, because they just haven't found the term, and it's hard to find people like you if you don't know what to kind of look up or how to find others.
Exactly. Correct. So like in Yemen or in the Arab Peninsula generally, there is no use in English. Even in school, we study in Arabic. English as a second language elective if you would like to, but it is not necessarily commonly used. You could find people who are specialized in linguistic studies, different languages. So but the anyhow, whatever idea you would like to express in any language, the same idea would be expressed in a different language, but it would still get the same concept. Once you learn both languages, you can actually translate. So when you say the meaning of child free, that is choosing not to have kids from your own, voluntarily choosing not to have kids, that idea is still not yet there. That is my point. So it has not arrived. You got me.
And
I
so,
feel kind of a battle we have here in North America too. Not to the same extent, obviously, but even with the terms, people are still confused by the term child-free in English. It's still new. Like if I go and say, I'm a child-free lifestyle advocate, people go, huh? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
So the term, I feel, is still it's a lot of work to be done to get the term child-free understood. Not even the concept of what it means. It's just the term itself being used. We have a ways to go with that.
And so what is the child-free community like where you're from, Kazane?
Well, so actually it is hard to tell, but many feminists and activists are choosing not to have children from the perspective of patriarchy and male dominance in Japan. But the thing is, Japan is known for its peer pressure. So there is an atmosphere that you have to go as the same way as everyone goes. So yes, people can choose not to have children, but usually they are not vocal about it. Whenever someone say, "Oh, when you're gonna have kids," or "Are you going to have babies?" and they just chuckles, like they just avoid judgment or confusion, so they just remain silent. But I think it is important for us to be vocal about it, because by speaking out and saying, "No, I'm not gonna have children," it empowers women, and by telling them what we want and how we want to live, empower other people in the community and tell them that we have other choices as well. So I think it is important for us to speak out and do not worry about what other people are doing, or do not worry about peer pressure too much. We can still have choices, and I think it is one of my duty to tell them it is okay for them to have choices. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the same question. What's it like in the child-free community? Since you're kind of bouncing around, what's it like in both places?
Exactly. So actually you would understand the answer, right? Since I have told you that about the term itself. So the child community would mean like people who have a similar mindset, or they agree on the same ideology, will gather together and have some occasional activities, or they can actually discuss their ideology publicly without being pressured or uh, concealed, or without being afraid or threatened. That kind of community is absolutely, unfortunately, does not exist as well. So like having such a community in Yemen, or most probably in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, that is the Arab Peninsula, that countries, around 11 countries together in the Middle East, is still not yet to come. It is not yet. It has still got a long way. In fact, at the moment, it is not tangible. It might be there, but it's absolutely not on the surface. Yeah. So in short, like uh, when it comes to community, in the Middle East, community that represents child-free people is not there yet, and there are reasons. Actually, I would come to explain later for how this kind of community cannot even be built, neither legally nor religiously. So, like for now, I would actually tell you these kind of communities are not yet available. So if the term itself is not available, how would it come to have a community that share the same ideology, or they agree on the same concept?
Yeah.
Well, this is
Exactly.
going to be an interesting question to segue into then, because how would you summarize being child free? What's it like for
That's
you?
it.
Right? Like in every aspect of your life. How do you summarize that in your part of the world? So we'll start with Kazane, and then we'll go to Isa.
Yes.
Okay, so for me, this is something I always knew since I was a little child, and I knew that I was not gonna have kids from a very early age, maybe like 4 or 5. And my heart always knew what I wanted to do in my life. But the education was totally against me, because I'm not sure how it's like in other countries, but in Japan, when when girls start menstruating, they basically tell us our bodies have started preparing for motherhood, whether we like it or not. So that's something I was like, what the fuck? And for the very first time, because I knew it was not so it was like around 2008 or 2007. But so there's no words such as LGBT or stuff like that in Japan at that time, but I knew that people can choose different lives and the way they like. So I think it is very weird and wrong for education to put one perspective and tell young girls that they're going to do something. It makes them feel like they have no other choices. So that's something I always knew. I was like, and I always feel like my lifestyle and my preference are threatened by the country and conservatives. So I try to make it safe for women and everyone to choose the way they like, and I try to make this country a better place for women and other people in child-free community to safely choose the way they like and how they want to live and stuff like that. Yeah.
Isa, go ahead.
Yeah, to summarize it, right? Well, I would be honest. Like, to be honest, it is being child free in Yemen or in the Middle East is the worst idea you could ever come up with. And I will tell you why. There are three main reasons why it could be the worst idea. Well, like from the culture aspect, the Yemen society, they are proud of having many children. They want to have 11 children, 12 children, 13 children. Like I think if you have heard about the Muslim, generally Arabs specifically, they like to have big families. So they are proud of how many children they have. You can easily find a person with 11 children, 8 children, 9 children. A small family is considered a one who has 6 children to 5 children. This is considered small family.
Wow.
So like
Jeez.
exactly, like culturally, it is planted in their mind that it is better always to have kids, more kids. In fact, they feel more proud if they have son. If they have son, it's like wow, they won the jackpot. Like it's amazing. It's like the people would actually answer ridiculously, like if I have like 8 sons, and by the time they are old enough, they will, they can just bring me $100 a month, and that is $800 a month I'm making, and I'm sitting at home. I'm like a boss. Like it is a comfortable life. That means they, they value it, like they think of it as it's a treasure. Once you have more kids, it's just like you got backup. If you have a fight, if you have financial difficulties, if you have whatever, like they are there for you. These are your minions, Exactly. So culturally, it is actually encouraged. It's loved to have kids. People grow up with this kind of mentality where it is a great idea to have more children. Especially you are more even blessed if you have boys. And the second thing is, like, let's say if you did consider to choose to have a child-free lifestyle, okay. The second point will come marriage. In Yemen, generally, it goes, there is no sexual intercourse before marriage. It is in Islamic terms, the term halal, which means permissible, and haram, it means not permissible. These two terms, like I think everyone must be familiar with halal and haram. Halal is permissible, haram is not permissible. So Islamically, having a sexual intercourse with anyone before marriage is considered haram. That is not permissible, it's prohibited. So generally speaking, you are to get married and then you are to have children. That is how it is usually works. So if a person say, I would like to be a child free and I'm not going to have children, I will just get married and stay happy with my wife forever. There is certainty that he will never get married, because first of all, the family of the girl will definitely never even allow him to reach to talk to the girl what his idea is. You will be refused from the get-go. Like, it is like, if you are not going to have kids, what do you want to do with my girl? You just get lost. Of course, nobody, even if the person does believe that you should not have kids, nobody will actually have the audacity to go and tell the man, I would like to marry your daughter, but I'm not planning to have kids. It's like, it is ridiculous. They will slap you in the face. Like, so if you are a person in Yemen who's thinking, okay, I'm going to be a child free and then get married and have a happy life in Yemen, that is out of the question. Don't even bother. You will only humiliate yourself. So you most likely will not get married. That is, in fact, it's a definite. The third thing is religion. Religion is absolutely, it is against this idea of not having kids, actually. And it is like, how do I tell you? And in short, because this question will come later, in short, religion explicitly supports the idea of having kids. Like, it encourages having kids. And the second one is, it goes all means that are available now for preventing having kids. So when it comes to religion, and when we say religion, people there are religious, more than 99%. That's almost 100%. We can't say 100% because we don't know everyone, but practically speaking, everyone you will find is a Muslim. And those kind of people, they take their religion literally. So there we have two types when it comes to legally and religious. So you could almost say the legal things are religious things and the religious things are legal, because there is something called Sharia law, that is the religion law. Whatever is prescribed in the religion has to be implemented by the court. So if you got an order from the court, it is actually according to what the script in the Islamic religion says. You got me? So Islam, in short, does not, it is very pro-natalist and does not support the idea in any shape or form where you go otherwise.
Yeah. So you brought up some great points about religion. So Kazane, how about in Japan? How does religion play a role in the pronatalism in Japan?
Well, so As you guys probably know, Japan is one of the most non-religious countries. So we are not raised based on the idea of religion. It is almost non-existent among Japanese people. So I don't think we are affected by religious aspect at all. But there is like I said, there's a problem with peer pressure, and also Japan has this political party called Liberal Democratic Party, the most powerful politics party in Japan. It's been labeled that they are very conservative, and it's been labeled that they have ties with this religious cult that are against that is against same-sex marriage, abortion, and women's rights as well. So the policy of Japan does not always reflect the view of Japanese people, but since the most powerful politicians have strong ties with this religious cult, that's why Japan is moving very slow towards humanity and democracy. But I hope all the past will be cleaned up through media coverage, because now we know that politicians we used to think who are working for us has had a cult connection with religious cult and very unhealthy ties with such antisocial religious cult. And now we are aware of what's really going on. So I hope we can just move forward for democracy after finding out the problem behind the diet. So yes, that's all.
You stole my question. I was going to say, let's segue right into religion. It's good moderating when you can read each other's minds.
All right. Well, like, see, I could definitely say religion is the driving force behind having many children in the Middle East and in Yemen in particular. Because now, one of the main reasons for some child-free people choosing to be child-free is the financial concern. Now, in the Quran, there is a verse that says, "We provide for them and you." So it is like you do not need to worry when it comes to the financial aspect for the unborn children, and you just go ahead, have your baby, and we'll take care of the rest, because we are the ones who, that is God. God is the one who is taking care, who is giving provision for the children, unborn children, and the ones who are existing currently. The second one is like abortion. Abortion is not permissible. That is haram in Islam. So like, obviously it will be legally not possible. It's illegal thing. Like if a woman in her first trimester decided to go to the hospital and choose to abort this child, it is not possible. The hospital is legally not allowed to facilitate for this woman to abort the child. However, there are some, out of ordinary exceptions where the life of a woman is at risk, but that is not what we are talking about. We are talking about a person who's choosing to be child free and they just decided they don't want this child. That cannot happen, not legally nor religiously. The third point is permanent sterilization, like a vasectomy or tubal ligation. So these two is obviously haram. That is not permissible. They are prohibited. So a man choosing to have a vasectomy or any act that would eventually lead to a permanent sterilization is haram. That is not permissible. So you cannot go in Yemen and go to a hospital. Even if you are 50 years old, 60 years old, you can't go to a hospital and say, okay, I would like to have a vasectomy. It's not allowed. And similarly in the whole Middle East countries, actually. So when it comes to permanent sterilization, it's a period, like it's illegal. It is not permissible. And the fourth point is, I would go extreme, but it is not directly because of being child free. It is related, which is death penalty that is from religion. How it can happen? This one. Now, if you choose to be a child free, obviously you have your own way of thinking, you have a logic that sounds well to your mind. And when debating with these kind of people, they would tell you, you need not to worry about the finance. Let's say, take the finance as an aspect. You need not to worry about the finance because God is going to take care of your children. It's not your responsibility. God is already taking care of you and your children, so you need not to worry. You would answer something as simple as, there are many families I can see in my life with so many children who are actually miserable. They are suffering too much. Why God did not help them? So when you start this kind of conversations and you start questioning the faith, why God, why this, why that, it will give them the impression that you are becoming a blasphemer. And if they manage to put,
Sorry, I'm just
yeah,
going to interrupt because we have to start wrapping up the panel. I just want to check for incoming
sure.
questions, but I wanted to throw it to Kazane for a second because what Isa is sharing, this is very much what you are advocating for in Japan, and there's a lot of similarities. So can you spend a minute and quickly share with us what you are hearing that resonates with you and is similar to your experience in Japan?
Well, so in Japan, usually law itself is very ambiguous, and it is very unlikely that women are prosecuted for having or inducing abortions because, as one of the countries among G7, they are worried about how they could be perceived by other countries. So they're not gonna persecute or attack women, but this law stipulate that women need to get permission from men to get abortion legally, and we can also do forgery, and it's not going to be prosecuted either. But this is something they criminalize women for having abortions without male consent, and they also penalize women inducing abortion by themselves. So that's something I've been fighting for. Also, I would like to talk about sterilization as well. So in Japan, there is a law called maternal body protection law. So if you are a woman in Japan, you are considered as a future incubator, future mother, whatever it calls. So if you are child free and if you prefer getting sterilized, that's not an option. So basically, the hospitals and law tell you to have babies, like maybe a few babies for the country. I don't know for who, I mean for the country or for men, for example, and then come back. So for child-free women in Japan, the choice of having their tubes tied is not an option. So that's why it's very hard right now. So I don't want to lie about my life preference because I think it is the way for them to make women feel bad about their choices. So I don't need to tell lie about okay, I already have 2 babies, so I can do that. So I don't have to tell lie about it because it's wrong. I should be able to do that without anyone's consent or under any circumstances because it's something I want. But since it's difficult for me, I really want to find a doctor who can respect my privacy and my bodily autonomy. So I've been trying to do that in the US instead because I don't think Japan can do that for me. I wish I could have done that in the country I was born and raised, but unfortunately, I don't think it's possible. So yeah, but I think it is important because I know like some women who decided to choose this kind of surgery outside the country, but since there was stigma about it, they have not been vocal about it. So once I have it done, I will definitely be vocal about it and tell women that this is their choice as well, because it is very important for them to know what their rights are. And we are not future mothers, or we are not future mothers, or we are not future incubator for men or the country. So that's something I would like to tell them.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. And so, man, I wish we had more time, but the great thing is we can always come back to this topic in the future. Kazane, Isa, thank you very much for your time. Is there anything that you guys want to plug that you're working on, or?
Yes, so actually I launched a petition to remove the spousal consent in Japan, and I also have a Twitter to promote information on safe abortion, medication use on abortion as well. It is mostly in Japanese, but my Twitter account is Let Women Decide. So if you're interested, please follow me and I will get back to you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kazane. Isa, anything for you? For people to reach out to you?
Yes, I actually would ask you for an advice. Given being a child-free publicly in Yemen is not possible, so I actually could think of three solutions for a male person. Okay, first one is either immigration to a country which is child-free friendly. Second one is you just go with the stream and then try to convince your wife later on to be a child-free.
Good luck.
The third one is the third one is to actually have a vasectomy before getting married and keep it a secret, and you be the bad person. And I need your advice if you have other solutions or what to go for.
And it's crazy to think that life has to be that way right now. But thank you both for your time. We appreciate all the insight you've given us. We're all, even though we're in different places in the world, I heard a lot of similarities to even what we have here in North America. So thank you both for your time, and we'll be in touch later.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All
Bye.
right, take care. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lenora Fay. I am one of your co-modders for the Anti-natalist panel. Quick thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and our additional sponsors, 365 Diversity, Buy Childfree Merch Shop, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingNoKids.org, StreamYard, The Age of the Child, a novel by Kristen Tetzi, and Wild Egg, a novel by Jennifer Flint.
And before we begin, we've got a little disclaimer to get out of the way. The opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So let's get into the topic here. We are talking about antinatalism. Hello, welcome Amanda, welcome Mark. Thank you both for joining us today.
Greetings.
Hello, thank you so much for having us.
So let's just dive right in. Tell us about yourself. Mark, we'll begin with you.
Hi, I'm Mark Maharaj. I'm from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. I am my parents are from Trinidad and Tobago. I studied IT in college, and I work as an administration. I work in administration in the not-for-profit sector. I'm an atheist, a vegan for about 9 years, and a philanthropic anti-natalist for about 7 years. I was the creator and now retired co-host of the first Anti-natalism podcast, the Exploring Anti-natalism podcast that Amanda now runs. I also run a philosophy YouTube channel called Philosophy, where I interview other academic philosophers on a variety of topics, like hiking, spending time in nature with friends, and A24 films. And that's me.
Awesome. Amanda, you're up.
Yes, hi. I'm Amanda, also known as Old Fan. I am a 39-year-old child-free antinatalist etholist from Chicago, Illinois. I am a sculptor and a filmmaker. I have an MFA from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, and I've been producing antinatalist multimedia for about 11 years now. I am the host of the Exploring Antinatalism podcast, running 3 years strong now. I've been involved with various antinatalist projects of all different kinds for a long, long time. I'm one of the founders of Anti-natalism International, which is a sort of proto-NGO dedicated to antinatalism. We do things like we just recently did a fundraiser. We do the Antinatalist Film Festival, as well as various other projects. And yeah, I'm just very happy to be with everybody here today.
So, first of all, what is antinatalism not? And we're going to start with Amanda on this question.
Okay, yeah. So honestly, this is a very, very hard question to answer because just about everything that I can tell you that I believe antinatalism is or isn't, there's somebody out there, there's some antinatalist that will completely disagree with me and tell you, no, it is this or it isn't this. So there's a huge amount of disagreement amongst antinatalists about what in fact we are and what it is that we believe. I can tell you what I believe it to be. But before I do that, I will say, one thing I can definitely say that it is not, that there is an enormous amount of agreement that it is not, that it is not eugenics. We're not trying to create a type of person. It is not against a type of human. It is not trying to weed out traits. It is a philosophical stance against procreation and that can apply to all sentience. Sometimes it does not. So antinatalism is an ancient and evolving philosophical position that has, over the last 10 years or so, grown into a movement, a social movement that is against the creation of new suffering entities, be they human, animal, or perhaps artificial sentience, if that were to become a thing. And which places a positive value on extinction through non-procreation. But again, huge disagreements all around.
All right, Mark, your answer.
Yeah, so there are a lot of misconceptions online, especially if you Google the term and go into different communities. And I'd say that it's not what it is a philosophical belief system, and it's becoming a social movement. It's an ethical stance. It's not a depression or suicide cult. And I think one other misconception is not all antinatalists are child-free. You can be antinatalist and say adopt a child. We are not all antinatalists for the environmental overpopulation reasons. There are multiple reasons to be antinatalist. And as Amanda mentioned, it's not eugenics. Not all of us are incels or MGTOW or red pill or black pill or whatever other terminology the manosphere is producing. Not all of us. Amanda's an etholist. I'm not an etholist, so not all of us are etholists. Not all of us are utilitarians or poor mortalists. Some antinatalists are human-centric only, and some are sentiocentric. So I think those are some of the divides. Yeah.
And that's a whole lot of terminology. You guys are clearing a lot of air. So where do you personally fall on the antinatalism spectrum, so to speak? Amanda, go ahead.
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to say that, I believe that it is a spectrum. I think people are anti-procreative by matter of degree, and also by degree of their ability to conceptualize and acknowledge the consequences of what an anti-procreative world means. So I am child-free. I am antinatalist, but I'm also what's called etholist. Ethel is life spelled backwards. And the most important difference there being, for me anyway, is that antinatalism proper is some of the time, not all the time, but some of the time anthropocentric, meaning that it's only concerned with the procreation and extinction of humans, and sentiocentric, meaning that it means that it's concerned with both the procreation and extinction of humans and animals. Etholism never makes this distinction, where again, antinatalism sometimes does. And also etholism is just less ambivalent about extinction being a reasonable path for human beings to be on and try to engineer.
Okay, Mark.
Okay, I'm gonna use a lot of terms, and I promise I'll explain them all. Okay, so I'm a philanthropic, Benatarian, anti-speciesist, deontological-leaning anti-natalist. I'm not an extinctionist, and when it comes to the harm of death, I'm something called a deprivationist. So, okay, just to quickly explain those terms, philanthropic is that my moral consideration for when I'm thinking about the creation of new sentient life is the harm to that being. So it's care for the being that'll come into existence. So that's the philanthropic argument for antinatalism. Benatarian I put in there because I believe in Benatar's axiological asymmetry argument for antinatalism. Not all antinatalists agree with that. Some of them believe in the consent argument or risk argument, or there's again multiple arguments, but I believe that Benatar is correct on the asymmetry, axiological asymmetry. Anti-speciesist because, like Amanda, I do take other sentient animals into consideration when it comes to the harms of coming into existence. However, when it comes to the details, Amanda and I will disagree on that, on like how we what we ought to do. I'm deontological leaning, meaning a lot of my ethics are based on duty, not necessarily on consequences or outcomes. And I say leaning because I could veer towards virtue ethics or something else. And the extinctionist part is that if literally everyone accepted this philosophy, the logical consequence would be an extinction, just biological consequence. But I don't believe that ought to be a goal of bringing about extinction. So that's a slight nuance in the chain of between us. And I do believe death is a harm. So it deprives you of the goods that that would have happened. Some people disagree. Some people take a Epicurean view where they don't believe death is a harm. So that explains all my terms, hopefully.
Put that on a business card. That's
yeah.
They're going to quiz us after this, so I hope you're listening. All right, so the big question: what is the difference between antinatalism and child-free? And let's keep that within 15 minutes of this panel. The answers. Amanda, go ahead.
Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. I will do my best to keep this succinct. So again, I think it's by matter of degree in which you place a negative on procreation. And I don't mean, let me just preface this by saying I don't mean to overgeneralize what a child-free person believes or what an antinatalist believes, but in general, I think it's fair to say that child-free people are it's more of a personal thing. This is a good thing for me to do. It's not necessarily a statement about what others should do. And I think where we disagree is sort of in the consequences, like what our philosophy or what our positions lead us to. Child-free people are generally, not concerned with extinction. That's not really a topic that I see come up. When I talk to child-free people, and I certainly see a sort of shocked, reaction when it comes up. Certainly, sort of a frightened, sort of it coming out of left field. But for the sake of contemplation, I do want to take a second to sort of ask child-free people for a moment to consider the fact that, okay, you've made this decision for yourself, and it's great that others around us or you are, making the same decision. But what, in fact, if everybody started to make this decision? What if becoming child-free led to an abandonment of procreation? What would happen then? Well, it would contribute to an effort, consciously or unconsciously, towards human extinction. And maybe that individual child-free person will come to see that as a bad thing and realize, maybe I'm a little bit more pronatalist than I thought. Or maybe it will lead them to very antinatalist questions about life. Like, what are we doing here? What is it that we can't seem to let go of? Would extinction really be such a bad thing? Isn't the production of less victims, up to a point of no victims being produced anymore at all, really be a bad thing? Would that be, in fact, be a good thing? So we have our differences, yes, but I think taken to a logical conclusion, we do end up in roughly the same place. So I think we do have more in common than we think, and I think we need each other more than is typically thought.
I will agree. I believe both camps can work together. We've had that discussion before. Thank you for that. Mark, go ahead.
I'd say that antinatalism is an ethical claim of the creation of new sentient beings or humans, and child-free is a personal choice that doesn't make an ethical claim, other than possibly challenging patriarchal gender roles that women ought to have kids. So that's the difference that I see.
Yeah, that makes sense. So all these terms, all this terminology, everything, where should someone start if they want to learn more about antinatalism? Amanda, we'll let you dive into that.
Actually, I'm going to let Mark, if that's okay, answer that one, just because he's got the list and I didn't.
Oh, good.
I don't have the list yet. Sorry, Mark.
Okay. So I got shameless plug, the Exploring Antinatalism podcast, available on most podcast apps and YouTube. It's a great intro to, I mean, there's close to going on 3 years of material, and it's a great introduction into the philosophy and understanding different viewpoints. There's Antinatalismhandbook.org. It goes through common objections and arguments. I think one of the sponsors, stophavingkids.org. It's a great website. Antinatalism Reddit in the summary section of what antinatalism is. I think that's a decent summary. The Wikipedia entry on antinatalism is a good overview. The Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy has an entry on antinatalism recently by philosopher Kirk Lougheed, I believe. That's pretty good. And this isn't an introduction, but if possible, if people are interested in going deeper, philosopher David Benatar's book, Better Never to Have Been. Again, it's not an intro book, but if you can read it, I think it's an important body of work in the philosophy. I would not recommend learning about antinatalism via Twitter or Reddit comments. That's
you shouldn't learn anything from Twitter or Reddit or.
I was going to say, this is something where I think we all agree on is that don't learn child-free or anti.
This is why every time they create an AI, it becomes the most terrible thing in existence because it learns from the internet. So
the antinatalism platform seems to be very clear on your terminology, on the terminologies and definitions, and that is something that's we're not yet there in the child-free community. We can't seem to batten down what child-free means, even just for one. So how do we reach that level? How does let me rephrase it. How does the child-free community reach that level of establishment that antinatalism seems to have hit?
Well, I wish I had a good answer for you. I would have to disagree with you 100% that we're all good, we're all squared away, we're all clear on what the definition of antinatalism is. I want to point out that antinatalism, despite being an ancient idea, was only a word first used as a philosophical term in 2006. It still has no set definition. It is not in any dictionary in the world in any language yet. I have campaigned twice to have it added into Oxford English Dictionary to no avail. So I think we do have some good terminology. We've got a handle on a lot of terms. But I think that there is just as much gatekeeping in antinatalism as there is in the child-free world. Honestly, if not a good deal more so. So this is a very difficult question for me to answer. I truly don't know. And it's definitely something I think, that needs to be a wider project. And I think that the thing that I can do is, the thing that I can suggest is, things like this, things that create more active conversation between the different camps, just an ability to have disagreement and to suss that, disagreement out in a calm, reasonable manner. I mean, I think those are the things that are gonna get us there, to sort of be tolerant of one another, and just to have these open conversations. I think that's all we can do at the minute.
All right, so Mark, same question, even though I'm now doubting myself to ask that question.
Yeah, so Amanda, I think, has been part of the antinatalist scene for going on 12 years now.
Yep.
And been around 7 years. And I think, we're in terms of these communities, they are definitely not clear on the definition. I think in terms of gatekeeping, I remember when I was talking to you, Lenora, about the child-free movement, I had misconceptions, and when I talked to you, you communicated all these different ideas within that community. And I think that when people talk to me or Amanda, we can say that there's disagreement. And I think that's the best that we can do, is just illuminate all the different ideas within these categories and leave it up to people to agree or disagree with whatever stance there are. I don't believe in shutting down the conversation with ideas that you disagree with. Again, Amanda and I disagree on some things, and I think the best thing that we can do is talk to one another and share our ideas, and let people decide for themselves instead of keeping it one thing or the other.
Yeah, and I just want to add, that's been very controversial because people do want these very set camps. But Mark and I have been really clear that we want to have these open disagreements. We really think they're very important.
I mean, if you're operating in a vacuum or an echo chamber, you're just going to be reinforced with what you already think, and you won't learn anything. You won't change or evolve. And so, I think it's vital for us to continue all the dialogues and conversations. So for someone that maybe they haven't declared themselves as an antinatalist, are there any specific principles or beliefs that might kind of cause them to say, you know what, maybe I need to look more into this for a better understanding? Amanda, go ahead. Sorry.
Sure. I mean, this is it's a hard question to answer. I mean, for me, it's thinking about what is the future going to be. A lot of people have a lot of these big highfalutin ideas of we're going to transhumanize and we're going to become robots and we're going to edit out the suffering from the humans and the animals, and it's all, we're going to paradise engineer. And I just don't see much evidence of that happening. And so that has led me to think more in terms of, okay, so how do we end well? At its base, at its core, for me anyway, and I think I can speak for Mark too, this is all about the suffering being unacceptable. That there's all this suffering in the world, and life is the product of unintelligent design, and suffering is this thing that it manufactures, that life manufactures, and so the best way to empathize with that is to try to, not create more of it, and to try to close the curtain in as gentle a way as possible. So I think trying to conceptualize the future is kind of a good way of getting there. There's, other kind of social movements and ideas, I think, that kind of can help bring you along. And I think we'll get into some of that in the next question. But yeah, I think that's some of what kind of helped me get there.
So Mark.
And for me, I'd say an empathetic consideration for future possible sentient beings would be a principle or a belief to look forward looking, just reflecting upon the question of, is it ethical to create a new being into existence, and looking at all sides before making the choice. And I just want to make a quick comment that it is quite a suffering-focused ethic, but it's coming from a place of love and compassion. And I see this as quite a beautiful and positive philosophy, even though it can come across a little dark. But yeah, that's all.
And I just want to add to that by saying that, I often say that antinatalism is perfect prevention. It's a a perfectly peaceful way to prevent all the suffering.
Yeah, and I declare that I am a child-free person, but I wouldn't say that I'm an antinatalist. But in the same coin, I'm not a pro-natalist either, where you should just have as many kids as possible. So I don't know if, I guess getting back into the thoughts and the terminology, maybe that's why child-free people feel like we're just kind of tumbling along sometimes, and some people want a deeper definition of what child-free means, which is why it's a panel in the convention. But what would that middle ground be? I don't know. That's part of the discussion and where the dialogue has to come in, and where it's great to talk to people in the child-free world that are antinatalists and that are pronatalists. There are child-free people that say, people should have as many kids as possible. I just don't want to have any kids. And so having those dialogues is really valuable.
Oh, and we have an incoming question. I was just going to shout a reminder to the audience, not shout, sorry. Remind you peacefully and kindly that you can ask questions to the panel at any time, and we will try to address as many as possible.
And even when this is archived, still leave questions and we'll try to get some responses and answers for you.
Yeah. We'll make them answer anyway.
That's right.
I know where you all live. Well,
tell
actually,
us what you think.
All right. Question. Do we have our question?
Oh, looks like not. Well, we're about time to wrap up anyway. So real briefly, let's give you guys a chance to plug and promote anything that you would like to. So Amanda, we'll begin with you.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much. So you can find me at the Exploring Anti-natalism podcast, about to release the 63rd episode on Monday. Lenora and the rest of the Childfree girls have been guests in the past. And yeah, you can also find me on the YouTube channel Antinatal Wolf, my YouTube channel of 10 plus years, Forever Wolf Films, was removed by YouTube fairly recently, about a year ago now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, unceremoniously just murdered off of YouTube. So it's kind of sad. But yeah, you can still find me on Antinatal Wolf, the Exploring Antinatalism podcast, and also Antinatalism International. Lots of great projects coming up. So yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. Mark?
You can find me on YouTube if you search !philosophy. And is it okay to give my email?
You sure can, yeah.
Sure. So if
at your own risk.
Okay, that's fine. If anybody has any questions or would like to contact me, my email is greenrebelvegan@gmail.com. And I also have a Twitter, question_MarkTV. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, awesome. And we have a quick question for the panelists. What would you say to people that think creating people who would enjoy their lives is a good thing? Leave that up there. Leave the question up there if you could. There we go. What would you say to people that think that creating... Okay.
Hey, it's Lawrence. Mark, you want to take it, or do you want me to do it? Go for it.
I would give a long answer, so you go ahead. Because I guess my quick thing is the absence of... Yeah, no, I would just go into the asymmetry. So go ahead, Amanda.
Well, I mean, good lives don't exist in a vacuum, right? I mean, and also, you all the good lives do come at the expense of an awful lot of really bad ones. There's no way to edit out. When you roll the dice of procreation, you're creating both. And I just don't think that it's great. It's great if people enjoy their lives, but also what is it that is giving them that goodness? Are they deriving their satisfaction from contributing to the murder of a bunch of animals and and enjoying hamburgers and ice cream, or is that goodness coming from something better than that? And that's not typically a question that's really asked, I think. But yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is that you can't have the bitter with the sweet. I mean, the sweet always comes at the expense of the bitter.
Yeah. No, I think they did a great job. That will wrap up our panel. Thank you both for your time, and we'll be right back.
It's a pleasure. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our director needs to wake up. Jared?
Hello, welcome back. We are in child-free estate planning. Quick thank you to our sponsors, our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child for Life Possible on Facebook, Buy Childfree merchandise, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
By the way, my name is Lenora Fay. I am one of your co-moderators, and that is Cody Hetzel, another co-moderator for today's panel. All right, and a quick disclaimer, opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So with that, we will get our speakers on stage. We have Dr. J, we have Kristen, Dr. Kristen, and we have Matt, who's
Matt.
working on his doctorate right now.
So I guess with that, just tell us about yourself. Dr. J, we'll begin with you.
Hey, I'm Dr. J. I'm child-free, me and my wife. I also happen to be a child-free financial planner and proud sponsor of this conference. I'm just happy to be part of it. And for the fun of it, just a fun fact, I am doing child-free financial planning in Mississippi. For those that are not in the U.S., that is quite the challenge right now, but it is a fun time to dig in.
Matt, step up.
Yeah, my name is Matt Gray. I'm coincidentally the only other child-free financial planner that is out practicing that way and serving this community. I'm based out of Denver, so some different perspectives from the state of Mississippi, certainly. So hopefully that can play in today. Yeah, I grew up in a very traditional Christian family that had the expectation that I would also have a traditional family someday, and that hasn't been the case. And we're talking a bit about that in estate planning today.
All right, and Kristen.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Kristen Donnelly, and I am not a financial planner, and numbers scare me, but I own a business and I am child-free. And so I want to talk about how we've handled estate planning on our end of things. My husband and I are intentionally child-free and are quite happy to be that way. I'm based in Philadelphia, but I'm talking to you today from Northern Ireland.
Awesome. People travel. All right. So why did you begin the process of estate planning? And please state what age you started that, if you don't mind. We'll start with you, Jay.
So I joke that mine's kind of like an ongoing process. My wife and I have been having these discussions for a while, but she's one of those that kind of like, I don't want to talk about like death. Like if we say it, it might happen. So it's something we've been talking about. I'm 44 now, so about 10 years. And we make progress every year, but I'm still not 100% happy with my estate plan.
All right, Matt, go ahead.
Dr. J, sometimes the financial planner's financial household's the last one to get tidied up, huh? So that's not, I don't think it's too uncommon. I'm actually on the kind of other side of the spectrum where I did get started quite early in my mid-20s. I don't remember, 24, 25, 26. But it came out of professional necessity, basically, as part of my job was to, especially pre-COVID and the virtual work world, was go around and meet local estate planning attorneys and try to, build some relationships with them. And what I found is someone in my mid-20s in the financial planning industry is, wow, estate plans can be fairly expensive. I don't need anything complex. Let me see if I can find a young estate attorney who's willing to put together like fairly basic, simple estate plans for people who don't have serious needs at this point, but they should have a plan. So I actually found one, did a very simple plan with them, did it affordably. And it was, again, not even me really thinking about myself, more thinking of, all right, this is part of my job. Let's go get something done and figure out how it goes.
Kristen, go ahead.
Well, mine was necessitated because we own a family business. And so my whole life, I've known that the shares of the company were going to myself and my brother. And so when I took a job overseas after college, the board of directors of the board of advisors, I should say, of our company kind of said, we would like you to make a plan where if something goes completely pear-shaped, like we know where the shares of the company are going and we know what that looks like. And we know, like, we have a plan. And so that was I was 21 when I started that process. But like, we've been talking as a family about the importance of estate planning. I've been aware of my parents' estate. we knew what the company was going to need and things like that. Honestly, most of my cognizant life. But definitely the first time I did it was 21. And when I got married, kind of bringing my husband into already established plans was an adventure. But yeah, so we're going on almost 20 years now. I've had it in place.
Kristen, sorry if I can cut in really quickly. Kristen, did your family start talking about that when you said most of your cognizant life? So did they really get into the details of the estate planning fairly young? Like you're in 6th grade and they're like, someday you're going to own this company.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, for sure. Like, and we knew exactly what percentage of which percentage of the shares we got at different times. And there were conditions to it a little bit. Each of my parents got like one condition or we wouldn't get the shares kind of thing. So yeah, it's always been that thing, because their plan was never to sell it to us. Their plan was always to give it to us. Right. And we were going to earn it in non-monetary ways. Mm-hmm. So no, like I remember being like 8. And when they bought the company when I was 7, and I remember being 8 and walked around the building and saying, this will be yours someday. Wow. So, yeah. Yeah.
I still think Matt has it easier because he's solo, you know, and we're over here trying to figure it out with our spouses. And estate planning with your spouses is a complete, like you're putting 2 groups together. So like, okay, let me give this as a group. So we have, in our family, we have 3 nephews, 2 on one side and 1 on the other. We're going to split the money with. The question is, does each nephew get 1/3, or do we give half to each side of the family?
It's too early for that math, Jay. It's too early for that math.
It's just like that. It's that thought process of going.
It's a good question, though. Yeah.
What do we do?
Yeah. We're gonna go back and edit that. You may give your nephew, because I don't want to see you on Dateline in the future. So, but it sounds like everyone here kind of got involved with estate planning early, but from a child-free aspect, maybe what do you guys think? Maybe the holdups might be for people to not even consider estate planning ever. Dr. J.
So, by the way, it's because nobody wants to have the conversation is my thought. You know, it's never a fun conversation. It's not, and it's not really hard. There's companies out there. There's a company I work with called Trust and Will. I get nothing from them. It's just a company that does it all for you. The paperwork's easy. I think the thing that I'm trying to impress on people is, because we're in a post-Roe world in the US, you have to have your paperwork in place, your will, living will, all that. Now, because rules are changing every day, everything is relying on next of kin, and you don't want your state making the decision of what happens to yourself. And if you're LGBTQ+, you got to do it. But then people are like, well, but I don't want to. Well, your choice. If you want the state to make the decisions for you, go ahead. But I don't trust them to make decisions for anything.
That brings up a good point, because we never know, no matter what country you're in, the liquidity, the fluidity of what's going to happen with your government. It could completely change things if you have to rely on them to decide what happens with your estate after the fact. So Matt, same question for you.
Yeah, I'll speak to, I think, what holds people up a little bit more rather than the urgency of doing it, which I 100% agree with Dr. J. Definitely at this point, it should be something to get done, even if it's something very basic. But what holds people up is kind of 2 sides of the same coin. One, a lot of us when we're young, and even older than just young, we have this invincibility complex of like, yeah, that's not that important for me right now. And then that mindset continues until the point where you definitely need one. And you're like, oh yeah, you know, it's way beyond when most people would have gotten started, because you still have that mindset. People also don't like, as Dr. J said, to address their own demise and talk about what happens when you die. It's a fairly uncomfortable topic when, you know, these advisors who are trying to understand your goals and things say, so where do you want your money to go? Imagine you're dead. All right, perfect. Let's go from there. Where do you want your money to go? And it's just an uncomfortable discussion for a lot of people. But I think the other thing a lot of people think is, oh, I don't have heirs, so I don't need to really have a plan in place. But that's not really the truth either. And we can probably expand on that in a bit.
Can I call you Dr. Kristen? I say Dr. J.
Dr. Kristen is fine. Kristen is fine. I'm not fussed. Man, I agree completely with everything that Matt and Dr. J said. Like, people don't want to deal with their mortality. People don't want to deal. But one of the things I find is I am friends with a whole lot of social workers and pastors and public school teachers, and they'll say, well, I don't have any money anyway, or I can't afford estate planning. I think honestly, one of the words that throws people off is estate. And that when you hear the word estate, you're thinking of the HBO show Succession. And you're not thinking of like, no, they need to know what to do with your car when you die, chicken. Like, so it's got a bit of a branding issue, I think, to a certain extent. And it's hard for me to put myself in some other people's shoes. Cause like I said, like I've known I haven't wanted kids since I was 11. And so I've always known this company was going to go to me. And I always had to think about what I was going to do with it and what that kind of looked like. But when I tell my friends, you've got to talk to a financial planner, you've got to have a living will, you've got to have do you want a DNR? Like, you've got to think about these things. So many of my friends are like, I don't have the money to do any of that. And I was like, you don't have the money to not do it. Like you have to, for a lot of the reasons that Dr. J brought up. But I think some of it is the misnomer of the word estate.
I find quite a lot people think you're talking about real estate when you say your estate plan. They're like, I don't know, I'm not really thinking about buying a house. And you're like, okay, well, estate, like you said, Dr. Kristen, it can be a bit of a confusing word for multiple reasons in there. And I think you're definitely right that a lot of people are just kind of like, I don't know, I don't really understand it. I'm not sure what it's about. It sounds terrible. I just will ignore it for now.
Yeah.
So let me give you guys a funny, sad story. So I interviewed somebody for my book, Maggie, and she was talking about, she was really worried about her parents' estate. So she did all the wills for them, living wills, got all the paperwork set because she's really in control. And she had joked with her husband that, hey, you know, it was kind of a running joke, you're going to die by the time you're 50. Well, he did. And they hadn't done the paperwork for themselves. And one of the challenges there was, like many child-free couples, they weren't actually legally married. So now she had to deal with losing her spouse and not having the paperwork and not being legally married. And all of a sudden, everything is a giant nightmare, where if you had the paperwork that they had talked about for their family and for their parents, it would have been a whole lot easier. And I just felt for her, but that's what happens.
Yeah, I want to kind of hammer home that point. And one of the reasons that estate planning is so important, especially for child-free who aren't married, but also LGBTQ, is, you know, they're typically less often married, things like that, is if you're not married, you're not considered family according to the government. Legally, you're not next of kin is the term you might have heard before. And in that instance, you can have these situations. You may have been together with your partner for 15 years, but never got married. And now you're not considered their spouse for these legal reasons. And the money reverts to their siblings or something like that. And to Dr. J's point, now, if you are trying to get some of that money and you think that, oh, but we had discussions and my partner said they wanted me to get it, not according to the courts. So in that case, it's just one more reason why it's so important to get that stuff squared away.
And I'd like to say too, for any couples who are cross-cultural. So like my husband is a UK and Irish citizen and I'm an American citizen. And before he doesn't understand why we need this paperwork, because in the UK, as long as we're married, he doesn't need another thing. It automatically goes to me. That's it. And then if they can't find me, then it goes to the state. And I, like, for 10 years now, I've been drilling into his head that is not how it works in America. So if you are somebody who is, you know, and my husband's birth citizenship will trump his American citizenship. So it, like when he dies, depending on, you know, but then again, if we are owning our American house, will trump to America, but his Irish and UK pensions will go along according to Irish and UK law. So if you are somebody listening to this and you are in a long-term committed covenantal relationship with somebody of a different passport and nationality, make sure you know what's happening in each of your countries, and make sure you know if the visa the other person is on affects things and what it kind of looks like, because the more nationalities you add into the mix, the more complicated it gets. And
it's more than your will. So the other one that people don't think about is your beneficiaries and accounts. So I worked with somebody who passed young, and he had not changed over his pension from his ex-wife to his current wife. And when he passed, his ex-wife got it all. And there was nothing he could do. That was it.
Right.
And it was like, what do we do? I'm like, nothing. The ex-wife was like, I'm keeping it.
So what? The moral of the story is don't get into marriage or relationships. It's just easier that way.
And then have good paperwork to go with it.
The moral of the story is write stuff down. That would be the moral of the story. Write stuff down and get it notarized. That's
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for our LGBT friends, your marriage might disappear tomorrow in some of the states in the US. I'm in Mississippi. It's a real risk.
Right.
That means you thought you were covered under marriage. And then the next day the state goes, nope, you're just good friends. That's why the paperwork has to be done.
Right.
So this is the next question. Then what does estate planning mean to you? And we'll start with Dr. J. I have to add the doctor in now since Cody set me up for that.
So when people talk about estate planning, I actually think of two things. I'm trying to answer the question of who's going to take care of you when you're older. I hate that question, but that's like the long-term care question. But then also, what are you going to do with your stuff after you're gone? Because there's a period of time where like you can't make decisions for yourself. You need to have the paperwork, living wills, power of attorney, things like that, to make sure that's protected. And then also, as Chris was saying, well who's going to get your car? I don't really care so much about who's going to get your car, but I really do care about who's going to take care of me when I'm incapacitated. And most of my clients, when I ask them, what do they want to do with their estate? They said, like, I want my last $100 in my hand as I die. Can't always do that, but like, okay, great. So that last $100, where does it go?
Yeah.
Matt, go ahead.
I'm feeling a little bit, I definitely have to go and get my doctorate now, just after sitting on this panel. It's really loud, the words that don't come before your name when you're surrounded by people with them before the name.
It's okay. Cody and I aren't doctors either, so
that's true.
You're among friends.
That's all right. We're still the majority here technically. All right. So estate planning. I think, and today we've talked a lot about the technical aspects of it. It's a will. It's a living will. It's all these things. What does it do? Why is it important? But I think it's also quite a profound statement in multiple ways, because one, I would define it mostly as a selfless act. First, you're really taking the load off of whoever survives, or it's like your survivors, and whoever's you're leaving behind now has a very clear roadmap as to what to do, rather than go hire an attorney and start fighting the courts people, because it's going to be a big, long thing to settle it. So you're reducing their chore list, but you also get to make gifts to people or organizations or causes that you care about if you don't die with the last 100 in your hand. Even if you do, I guess you can give $100 somewhere. But where does that go? Who gets it? And if it's nieces and nephews, if it's good friends that have been in your life for a long time, or a cause that you particularly care about, that's kind of your last selfless gift of whatever I have left over. I want it to be important. And it's really your last chance to make a mark on the world. As you pass away, you go, one more thing. I have one more thing to say. And that's it. It's in the estate plan. And it could be literally like a letter that you draft, but it also can be an action of, this is where I want whatever I have left to go, and this is what I find important. So I think there are the technical aspects, but it is quite a big act at the end of your life.
Yeah, Matt, I love what you just said there, because I always think of Brene Brown's quote that clear communication is kind communication.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you really love your people, don't put them in the position where they have no idea what the hell you want. And it is a kindness. So for me, what it means is really practical. I've got this company, and it's privately held. It's been privately held forever. It will be privately held. As far as my brother and I have control over it, we've kind of ordered his kids to keep it privately held or to sell it. But as long as Nielsen is running it and owning it, we want it to be privately held. And so that included a prenup when we got married. My husband has absolutely no claim to the company or any of the shares of the company. He has no claim to some other family properties that we have, that like my grandfather built before I was born, kind of thing. And we made it really clear, like each of us came into the marriage with this, and anything we make in community property is on the table. But anything I came into the marriage with is not his to claim. And so everything goes now to my niece and nephew. My brother has 2 kids, and I had the luxury too of knowing that my brother was always going to want kids. And so like, this is what we planned for most of our lives, is that I would, have the shares at the company, and then they'd go to his kids. Now his kids are 2 and 3 right now. Giving them a ton of shares isn't particularly kind. So it goes into a trust that my brother manages. And they can remove the money to go to college or put a down deposit on a house. And what that kind of looks like and means and feels like. But then I've got it was important to me as well to make sure that some of my friends, if I go before them, some of my cash can go to paying off their student loans. Because they're, so I try to think a lot. To me, it means, how do I love people for longer? And how do I also respect my employees, and I make sure they're taken care of and they don't get screwed over by the state?
And to echo what Dr. Kristen is saying, we'll make Dr. Matt later, but can we just give him the secret handshake? And, but,
I want in on that deal then too. Come on.
Hey, well, that's a different question. But to echo what Dr. Kristen is saying, the other document is not a legal one. It's called an in case I die file or an I love you file, which is everything you wanted to say, need to say, but it's also where everything is. So a silly example is my neighbor, his father passed, and old timer, had gold coins and told all the kids, hey, in case of emergency, rainy day, the gold coins are there. Never told anyone where they were. $250,000 of gold is missing. Nobody knows. That's what in case I die file says. Hey, here's where my accounts are for the elders. Here's where my safe deposit box are. But it's also like, I want to be cremated. I want this. I love you. My file to my wife literally starts with, I love you. You're going to be fine. Here's how to do it. It has all the contacts of everybody to talk to. It's even here's the electrical company. Here's how the bills are paid, whatever. So she doesn't have to worry about anything. And then it goes into, here's the accounts. Here's where the paperwork is, all that. But it's just the gift you're giving to your family. And if you don't like your family, then don't do a will and don't do paperwork. That's all.
Yeah. Going back to the kindness of communication there. Yeah. Don't
or do one and give it to absolutely anybody else.
Give it to the dog. Okay. My dog, I swear, is going to get everything. If my wife had a choice, I wouldn't get it. The dog would.
I want to vouch for the in case I die file, because I have one of those. I mean, I'm going to live till I'm 95 years old, but in case I don't, and I've made my brother the executor of my estate, and I have one of those, and I have to update it. I'm thinking of passwords now, but it is, again, to what has been shared about age, and I started when I was 34 doing estate planning, and it is one of those awkward conversations, but it's peace of mind. Personally, again, I have no intention of going anywhere, but it is a peace of mind knowing, because I'm the one that has to explain things to my brother anyway, so may as well when I've passed, Totally so it's just to vouch for that in case I die file. I have one, and I think it's great. We have apparently incoming questions. Sorry, we've we could talk for hours.
Beep beep beep. Incoming questions. Incoming.
I get notices on my phone.
Have fun with your if I die file. Put a treasure map in there and just be like.
Now we're talking.
It's like shoes, wigs, burn all the journals, keep the violins. Okay, Cody, do you want to read this out?
Sure. Regarding estate planning, I live in Texas, and I have been able to gain access to a ton of estate forms through a free membership at my local library. Cool. It doesn't have to cost anything to take care of your assets.
Yeah, you can actually write it on a piece of paper. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Just each state has its own rules. Some you have to have 2 witnesses, some a notary, some you have to have it has to be somebody who's not on the will. That's the one little quirk. And you actually, in some states, can do a video will. Hi, I'm Jay, and here's my stuff. It's gone.
Welcome to the future.
and I think that stuff's really great to use those resources, particularly if your situation's fairly simple and you're I just want to give it all to my sibling or something. Just get it to them, and that's fine. Where you start to have complexity again, where it's non-married couples or second marriages or things like that, where there's multiple or more complex things going on. You want to make sure you get the legal aspects done correctly, so there's no holes in that document that can be circumvented legally. And that's where, if you have any complexity, you may want to talk to an estate planning attorney, but definitely use the resources that you have at hand. And those free resources, I'm sure, are great for simpler situations, and you just want to do something basic. It's great.
Yeah.
And one of the most common questions sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't want to put Dr. J or almost Dr. Matt on blast, but my estate planner my financial person is happy to look at people's paperwork if they've gone for free and just double check that things are fine and make sure that everybody is set, and I know other financial planners that feel the same way, where it's hey, just bring me your stuff. Let me just double check that everything's fine. I'm not going to charge you anything. I just want to make sure you're taken care of. Right. And so it wouldn't be that even getting it checked is not a fee necessarily or that arduous.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think the biggest question I hear from people is, well, what if Lenora was talking about her brother being the executor? What if I don't have somebody that I trusted to handle it. And that's a child-free discussion that's very common. And by the way, Dr. Christian, yeah, I review people's stuff all the time. I do the free meetings, all that. No biggie on that. But the question is, who's going to handle it? And one of the things that I've worked with people on is paying somebody to be your executor, power of attorney, medical proxy. You can pay usually the local bank or local attorney to provide those services, so you don't have to be a burden on it. So you don't have to worry about, well, I don't have anyone to count on. Well, no, you just pay somebody. You pay someone who's a fiduciary, pay someone who's a trustee, and just go, it's taken care of. I don't have to be a burden on anybody.
Yeah, so we're coming up near the end of our time. Here we go. We've got a question. How legally binding is recording a video or a video will and last testament?
Completely varies by state and area. So don't, that's one you got to look at. But I'm just saying there are options out there, and sometimes you have to note it to go with it. And like, here, the paperwork is here, but go watch the video essentially.
And just real quick, just to throw it to either one of you three, you can rock, paper, scissors for it. How can someone start this process like easily?
I'm going to give a free plug to trustandwill.com. Their service, pretty cheap. You don't need a trust, most people. Kristen's got a great example where you would need a trust for kids. You can do that. Also, Matt or I, I'm happy to sit down with you, talk about it from the financial standpoint, but neither of us are lawyers, so we're not writing up the paperwork, but we're happy to work on it, from the, well, what do I have?
I second the Trust and Will. I work with them as well. They're a great company. They're like a LegalZoom Plus, basically, and they only do estate planning. So it's still affordable, but it's specialized and it's better than a LegalZoom. So it's a good service.
Well, very cool. With that, let's wrap up the topic. So we'll let everybody plug a little thing that you have going on. Dr. J, we'll start with you.
So Kristen's already teed us up. So anyone wants to come for a free hour, childfreewealth.com. And as Cody mentioned, I'm also giving away free copies of the book, childfreewealth.com/book, and you can download it.
Awesome.
Matt, and I guess we'll keep going around the circle as we have been. You can find me at anthrofywealth.com. And that's my company that does, again, child-free financial planning. And then on August 1st, actually, Dr. J and I are releasing a podcast, and we'll have it coming out weekly, called Child-Free Life and Money, talking about, you guessed it, child-free life and money. So that's going to be coming out starting August 1st.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Awesome.
You can find me at argooddoctors.com. My company is Abbey Research, and we are empathy educators. And we spend a lot of time talking about being child-free. Both myself and my partner, my business partner, are in child-free. Ladies in our late 30s, late 30s, we are elder millennials who are child-free. We spend a lot of time talking about stigma, and we'd love to have you join us at argooddoctors.com.
I guess that's my cue.
That's you. That's all you. Wrap it up.
Sorry, I get excited by this topic, honestly, actually.
You get excited by estate planning? Lenore,
I do. Look, Kristen and Isabel, my co-hosts, podcast co-hosts, will tell you, like, I'm always reminding them to get a will. And this isn't even my area of expertise or profession, but I am that friend that says, get your will done. I have some text to send out after this panel for that. Their daily reminder. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining us on this panel today. That's it.
That's it.
Kristen, for having us. Kristen, you're going to hang out because you're on the next panel. So
I am indeed.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hi, I'm Lenora Fay. I am one of your co-moderators for the panel, which is Child-Free and Organized Religion.
Hi, I'm Cody. I'm the other co-moderator. And a quick thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child-Free Life Possible, found in a Facebook group, Buy Childfree merchandise shop, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, which you're watching right now, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint. And we definitely need to have a disclaimer on this one because I have no idea what's going to come out of people's mouths.
All right. So the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So again, welcome to the Child-Free and Organized Religion panel. We'll bring our speakers on stage. We have Ilan. We got fast here. Laura, Marcella, Child-Free Millennial, Vanessa, Kristen, Ilan. Okay, there we go. We're all here, right? Yes, we're all here.
I think we've got everybody here. So we'll just start in the beginning. Tell us about yourself. We'll start from the top and work our way down. Ilan, if you wouldn't mind, I think you're muted at the moment.
And also keep in mind, just state what religion you were raised in, participate in currently, that type of information. Okay, we have to get Ilan unmuted there. Oh. Or we'll start with Vanessa. Vanessa, go ahead.
The Lord said go. I'm Vanessa Lauren. I'm in Las Vegas. I was raised, my parents were Catholic. I was raised Christian, and that is what I am now. I am a non-denominational Christian. I live in Las Vegas, so that's like a big thing. People are like, Christians in Sin City, is that possible? And it is. So I am decidedly child-free. I'm actually technically like a fence sitter. So it's a really interesting life to be a Christian, and then also I'm not sure about what if I want to have children or not. So I'll let the next person go.
Let's see. Well, we've got some. Ilan, you're muted. Do you want to unmute yourself on the screen? Also,
there we go.
Laura, same thing.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ilan Cohen. My pronouns are they, them. I live in Eureka, California on Wiat land, and I was raised in Judaism, and I am still Jewish. Just various stages of observancy, different than my childhood. And I decided I was child-free about 10 years ago. When I was 29. And let's have questions.
All right. Okay, we'll go with Laura. We'll go with Laura next. We've got another speaker coming on, I think, too. So.
All right. Hi, my name is Laura. I am in Boston, Massachusetts. I am a child-free TikToker, so you can find my TikTok at Bad Fitches on TikTok. I was raised Christian Catholic, but raised Methodist. I live in a multi-denomination household as well as a multiracial household. My father is from Colombia. My mother is white. As a college student, I went to a very conservative Christian college, and that is when I found my hatred for fundamentalism and the Christian right. I have spent the last 7 years researching the Christian right, especially when it comes to the conspiracy that they have to erase choice from women. I have left the Christian church, although I do still sometimes attend Union Church in Boston, which is a pro-choice, pro-LGBT church with a gay pastor, so I love it. I do consider myself a witch and a spiritual person. Now, a lot of my belief systems through my personal exploration have moved me away from Christianity. But I am still so fascinated with fundamentalism that it's really a pet project I've been working on for the past 10 years.
Okay, Marcella, go ahead.
What is up, guys? My name is Marcella. You might know me as Childfree Millennial. No big deal. I am 26 and I grew up Christian. I'm still Christian. what else can I say? My parents are South American. They both grew up Catholic. And when they came to the United States in their 20s, they converted into Christianity. And that's pretty much it. That's my life story.
All right.
And
Kristen.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Kristen Donnelly. I've been, I think, every Protestant denomination that exists on the planet at some point in time. I was baptized Presbyterian, raised Methodist and Pentecostal, worked for the Anglican Church. I hold a degree from a Baptist seminary. I'm an ordained Baptist minister, and I now go to an Episcopalian church. So we've been the gamut. But I definitely, the kind of story I say is that I was raised evangelical and that I left evangelicalism. I am definitely ex-evangelical, whatever phrase we want to use, but I still deeply claim the Christian faith, not the garbage we've put on it, as strict to the faith as I can get. My PhD is in sociology of religion, where I studied the accidental silencing of women in religiously Protestant spaces in Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is still incredibly religiously and ethnically divided. And so my husband is Catholic and I am Protestant, and that's a big deal here. And so that's a thing that we contend with all the time, and how to figure it out. I knew I was child-free since the age of 11. And so every good little nice church lady my whole life has told me that I would change my mind. And sometimes out of spite, I haven't, but I definitely have not.
Okay, so I think we have another speaker joining us. Can we get Krista? Hey, Krista.
Hey, Krista.
Hello.
Thanks
It
for
took
joining
me
us.
a while to get here, but I'm here.
That's okay. Do you want to just quickly introduce yourself? And also the second question, Cody, what's the second question?
Oh, it was, well, also tell us a little bit about your religion and how you were raised, belief system.
Okay. My name is Krista Lucas, and I was raised not in any particular religion. My mother usually, she flitted around a lot. So we did transcendental meditation, iridology. She did faith healing. But I'm ethnic, I'm Jewish by matrilineage. And so at one point I watched Fiddler on the Roof and I said, hey, Mom, can we be Jewish like the religion? She said, sure. So we started attending a local congregation that met once a month on Friday nights in someone's home. And there was a lay rabbi who did the services, and then he came over to teach my sister and me Hebrew. But it didn't last. But I am familiar with the different levels of Judaism and what's involved with that. So I can speak to that as well as my own experience.
Okay. And so how was pronatalism presented to you within your religion or belief system? And just a quick definition of pronatalism, basically it's the encouraging of having children to go forth and be fruitful kind of thing. So we'll just start at the top and work our way around. So Elon, go ahead. You have to unmute yourself. Oh, you're still muted.
Still muted.
Hit the mute button one more time. There you
In Judaism, having children is very much encouraged. It says in many times, in various places in Genesis, that it will be as multiplied as the stars in the sky, the sands of the desert. And now it's like, if you don't have kids, it's like Hitler won. So that kind of hits the heart. It's like, can't let Hitler win. That just, it's like, bam, oh, you got me. So it's kind of pushed. But we are also told that we have free will. So it's like, well, I have free will. So you're telling me I'm supposed to have kids, but I also have free will to choose to not to have kids. So it's a big battle.
Yeah, I can see the conflict there. Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, so growing up in a Christian church, my parents were always pro-choice, but every family that I knew had children. And for me, it just never sat right with me, except for my aunt who didn't attend church. And I think that might have been part of the reason. But one thing I do notice in the spiritual community and amongst pagans is that there is a very, very big emphasis on creation and fertility. I am a tarot reader. I've been doing it for years, and there are a couple of cards that really just mean creation, and yet you see people all the time saying, "Oh, this means fertility. A woman's power is in her womb," and so even with leaving the Christian community, where it's kind of an anti-choice, be fruitful, multiply situation, you still do see that in other religious communities. And that's one thing that I've been trying to combat in the spiritual community. We don't need posts and books about how motherhood makes you more, spiritual than the rest, but that is a really, really big topic. And for a while, it actually made me feel bad about myself because I ran to spiritualism as a way to get away from the pronatalism that was forced upon me in the Christian church. And yet that does still exist in probably almost every religion.
All right, Marcella, step up.
Yeah, so I have kind of a unique I guess look on religion because my parents are also Hispanic, and if you're Hispanic, know any Hispanics, it is very family focused as well as Christianity. So Vanessa, is that you laughing? Probably. But I growing up in Christian church, it was like I didn't know anyone, literally no one, who decided that they didn't want to have kids. There was one couple in the congregation that I grew up in who didn't have kids, but it was because they physically could not. The wife or husband, I don't know what their situation was, but they couldn't have kids. And I remember like every time they got brought up, it was like very like pity in a very pitiful way. It was like, I just, look at that. We'll call them Sally and Joe. Sally and Joe, man, they never had kids. And I'm like, okay, but Sally and Joe are like traveling all the time. Like, what's wrong with that? And like Laura said, a lot of the families in the congregation that I attended had children. There was literally like, even if you were recently married, that's another thing is when you're in the Christian, I don't know, this might go for a lot more religions, but in the Christian world, if you're married young, you're expected have experience so foreign to me. And so about 2-3 years ago, I kind of had this like awakening light bulb moment of like, hey, I don't want to have kids. Like, what do I do with that information? So I kind of went on my own like little journey of finding out what child-free even meant and how I could still be a part of the religious world, but also have my own beliefs of like, I don't want to have children. But yeah, it was very, very difficult growing up because family was like number one. As soon as you have a family, like check off the box, you're saved, you're great, and you've made it.
All right, Vanessa.
Yeah, so I'll kind of piggyback off that. So similar to Marcella, I also am Hispanic, which is why she was like, you're probably laughing. I am part of a very large family. I grew up with 5 siblings. We were 6 girls, so everyone was so curious, like, oh my gosh, like, is your dad still there? It's like, yeah, he was thrilled with all 6 of us. Even recently, my parents adopted 4 more, so I'm one of 10. So I'm like right in that I guess stigma, right? But as far as like growing up in the Christian community, I will just speak to my truth because I know this is not true for all Christians. I take it very near and dear to my heart, especially the child-free community. When I hear from people who are like, I've been like, pronatalism is something that they struggle with still to this day, and they're in their 30s and 40s. And so I know it's not true for all Christian communities, but I myself never experienced that. Like, I never felt pressured. No one ever asked me when I was going to have kids. Nobody ever was like, oh, like, you're 20, get married, have kids. But I do think it has a lot to do with like the area I grew up in. Like, I've been in Vegas my whole life, and I'm not saying that like Vegas is better or anything like that, but it's just not as rampant here. Like, we don't have as many like generational Christians here. So the transit city. So a lot of the people I know that I grew up with, they're gone. And a lot of the people that I know now just got here. So it doesn't have, I think, as deep a root as maybe like the South does, where I have a lot of friends that I've met in the mission field and things like that. And their experience is extremely different than mine. So I just want to name that because I think a lot of times when people hear like, oh, Christianity, they think like, oh, we're all like turn or burn Christians who stand on the corner with our picket fence. And it's like, that's not necessarily true. Although that exists, that is not the truth for every person. So my personal experience was never to feel that. But I also want to name the fact that I think it's because I had such a large family. There's been a baby in our family every 2 to 3 years for 40 years. So I don't think anyone wants us to keep multiplying. So they just don't ask. They're like, well, you guys are good. Like my sisters handled it for me. So that's kind of my truth.
And Kristen, go ahead.
This is literally an entire chapter of my doctorate. So I will be brief, I promise. But I was incredibly blessed because my mom had a really hard time having kids. And she knew that that was her calling and knew that she was put on this earth to mother. And so she has been very clear with me that if I don't feel my calling is motherhood, my calling isn't motherhood. And she has held off all of the other, people that have kind of said it my whole life. Like my aunt and my grandmother, when she was still alive, would say something and mom would say, that's not Kristen's calling. Parenthood needs to be a calling. If you don't want to do it, you shouldn't do it. So I had this fierce defender. And so when, women at church would say something, she would just say, I don't know why we're limiting what the Holy Spirit can do with Kristen. If it's not like, why are you like limiting her down to her womb? Like, that's not what we're doing here. So I've been incredibly, incredibly lucky. Pronatalism is definitely part of a lot of evangelicalism. And it is definitely part of the sect of Christianity that I studied here in Northern Ireland. I remember the first time we told my mother-in-law that we weren't having kids, it was like she had literally never thought that was a possibility. Like it had never crossed her mind. And I know that my sisters-in-law and her still get flack from their friends and family as to why we don't have children. But it has never come back to us. They've been very accepting of that and totally fine. And now I just get the jealous messages like, how do you get to go to Disney 2 times a year? Well, we don't have kids. Everybody makes choices and then your choices make you. So I've been but yeah, I mean, the idea of woman as childbearer is innate in nearly every organized religion, and is for a whole host of both healthy and unhealthy reasons. So definitely in mine too.
All right, and go stand in the pretzel line. That's the Easter egg for anybody that knows that story. Krista, step up, please.
Yes. So my father never pressured me to have children. I just always assumed that I would. It never occurred to me that I wouldn't because everyone around me had kids. However, my grandfather, who was raised in the Jewish religion, I don't think this was why, but he and my grandmother met when they were like 16 and 22. She was 16 and he was 21 or 22. And they had kids, pretty much as soon as they got married. And so when I was a teenager, my grandfather started asking me, well, when are you going to get married and have kids? And I'm like, well, not right now. So I just sort of, because I never felt the physical urge to be pregnant or bear a child, I just thought, well, I'm going to adopt. And then I read about adoption and realized you don't adopt because you want to do something charitable. You adopt because you want to be a mother. And I really didn't want to be one. But it took me a while to get to that place because I was raised in such a family culture. And my parents, because my mom didn't get along with any of her brothers, they decided that our guardians would be this one childless couple who we were friends with. And so one time I said, well, why don't they have children? And my mom said, because they're selfish. I'm like, okay, they're selfish, but you're leaving us to them if you die. Anyway, so that was the message I got about people who didn't have children.
All right, so I'm going to consolidate a couple questions because time is just rapidly going. So are you open about your child-free status within your church or your belief community? And how is it received? And I guess the other part of the question is, are you comfortable sharing your status? So, Ilan, go ahead. And I can repeat the question if you guys need me to repeat it. That's fine.
You're still muted. Still muted.
Still muted. There we go.
Gotcha.
Good. Yes.
I have been very vocal about it, how it's my choice, and there are people having 10, 12 kids, and while they are on the way other end of the belief structure, I'm trying to be happy for them, and they're like, but we need more liberal and leftist people having kids. I'm like, or adopting kids, or I'm like, well, then that's not me. I'm vocal about it. Please don't pressure other people into having children. It's not okay.
Thank you.
What was the second half?
So actually, I'm glad you asked that question. Jared, can you there we go. Because I misspoke. The other question is, are you comfortable sharing your religious beliefs within the child-free community? I switched that around. That's the second part of the question for everyone.
I've noticed there's a lot of people in the child-free community who are very verbal atheists, and they have trauma from their earlier years, and they're like, oh, the Sky Daddy believers are at it again. And I am like, ooh, I'm a Sky Daddy believer, and it's kind of awkward at times. But I realize a lot of I'm like, I don't have that trauma, and I'm glad for myself, but it sucks for them. Mm-hmm. And so my trauma from organized religion is ableism based, and not maybe around the same issues that they have, maybe around racism or childhood abuse or some of the same issues. So I can relate and I can't. So it's difficult, and I don't always verbalize it, but I also have the most ubiquitous Jewish name, so it's hard at times.
Thanks for that. Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, so I talk about being child-free and spirituality like every day. It's my entire personality. So I guess that I would say that, like, yes, I am, but the cool thing about I still do attend church sometimes. I am comfortable in my church just because a couple of church leaders are child-free. It's a very diverse kind of congregation. But the cool thing about kind of going on my own and going on my own kind of journey with connecting to God or source or whatever you want to call it is that I feel a new freedom to be open with my beliefs. Back when I was in college in North Carolina at a Bible Belt college, no, I would have never said that I was child-free. That was back in when I was still pretending to be a fence sitter. To be honest, I never really talked about it. My family has moved to being more supportive over the years, but I do feel uncomfortable in other Christian spaces saying that I'm child-free. And a lot of that is because I never know how someone's going to react to it. And I would also, everyone on this panel, I would trust, but I wouldn't talk about it if I walked into a random church, if that makes sense, because of course there's also the question of choice in a lot of churches, and a lot of congregations don't advertise their stance on it right away like my church does. So yes, I'm comfortable in both spaces, but with caution.
That's fair. Marcella, go ahead.
Sure, I'll make mine brief. So growing up in a very traditional Christian religion, no, there's no way I would have told people that I didn't want to have kids. Even still now, like I am like a very non-confrontational person. So if somebody was like trying to bash me or something, I'd be like, yep, you're totally right, and I'm gonna leave now. So I never just like share that information about myself willy-nilly unless someone asks me. And if it's someone who I trust, then I'm like, yeah, actually, I don't think I want to have kids. Otherwise, I'm like, you never know. Like, I'm just very, very non-confrontational. Now, within the child-free community, I feel like sharing my religious beliefs is a little bit more forgiving, a little bit easier to do, just because even though, like Lon said earlier, that there's so many people who are just very much like, no, absolutely not. Which is fine. It's totally okay. I mean, believe what you want, to each their own kind of thing. But I feel like there's more, I would say, like secretive or like closeted Christian child-free people. And when they hear that there's another one out there roaming the world, like they feel almost like, oh my gosh, like I found a community. So I find it a little bit easier within the child-free spaces, but in terms of like going to church on Sunday and being like, guys, I'm child-free, that's not me.
High fives all around.
Right.
All right, Vanessa, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm kind of the opposite again of Marcella. So I'm a very outspoken person. I always have been, and I think a lot of us here we're more comfortable talking about our child-free choice. So yeah, I'm kind of known as that person, honestly. I've actually been invited into spaces, whether they be Bible studies or podcasts, to speak to people in not just my church, but the Christian community on being child-free. Because the stigma is like, in the Christian community, it's, oh, well, children are a blessing. So how are you choosing to live without that blessing, right? And so it's been it's been a really enjoyable experience for me to help shift that narrative. And like I've studied the Bible, I've been raised in it for 30 years. So it's kind of fun for me to be like, oh, well, like Jesus didn't have kids, and Esther didn't have kids, and Paul didn't have kids, and kind of just educate people in that realm, and also help switch the conversations within the church, because it is hurtful. Like a lot of what everyone else is saying, there's trauma there. There's people who have felt not comfortable. So my goal, and the reason I speak about it so freely in my religion, is because I want to encourage those who have chosen to have kids to not pressure those who are still deciding, or those who can't. There's the childless community, which is a whole different category. But so it is something that I'm very open about, and it is honestly accepted. Again, I know that's not the truth for everybody, but that's my truth. If they don't accept it, they don't tell me. So maybe I'm just too aggressive and they just talk about me when I'm not there. But and then the other side for the child-free community, again, I think I'm opposite of Marcella, where it's actually been harder for me to talk about my religion, because I love God. Look, God's like one of like my favorite things. So when I talk about being a Christian in the child-free community, it's difficult. And it's difficult, I think, not because I don't think people mean it in any harsh way. Everyone's just speaking their truth. And like Marcella said, I think everybody, you have your own path, and that's great. But especially with Roe versus Wade, I think recently it's been a lot of hate. And not all of us are pro-life. Like not all of us are pushing that on people. So it's been a really hard thing to step into, because that representation in especially the Christian community is unfortunately so large that like saying, oh, well, I'm a Christian, all of a sudden the child-free community is like, well, get out, So that's been more difficult for me.
Quick question. Do you have a list of all the people in the Bible who don't have kids? Because I will need that just as a resource for other people who are asking.
Yeah. No, honestly, on our podcast, we did what the Bible says about being child-free. And I took that be fruitful and multiply, and I slayed it. I was like, oh, no.
Good for you.
Yeah. So
all right. So we'll throw it to Kristen, and then Krista. We are unfortunately running out of time. So Kristen, go ahead. Dr. Kristen, I apologize.
Oh, you're fine. So what I will say is that most religions, and definitely in the United States as a whole, view wombs as community property, because women are in charge of having the next generation, raising the next generation, and everything else. And so we think it's totally normal to make conversation with strangers about their child, their choice around children. So I have seen it as my personal mission to make people very uncomfortable when they do that. And so that's both in religious spaces and non-religious spaces. Somebody says, so when are you and your husband starting a family? And I say, we started one in 2013 and it's us and that's it. So when are you having kids? We're not. And then it usually comes back with why. And so then I will say any, range of answers to kind of, and some of them are made up and some of them are really personal. And then they'll get really shocked and I'll be like, oh, I thought we were sharing inappropriate questions today. Like, I thought that's what we were doing. And I try to really push back. I don't talk about my faith as a personal faith very often, especially not in the child-free or childless spaces. I tend to come at it as a scholar because it's safer, because I am very tired of getting attacked for things that, like a couple other people have said, things that claim my title believe and things that I don't believe. So I tend to approach it as a scholar, and it's a little bit easier for me. But I like to trouble the waters, as it were, because this is such a painful conversation for so many people that I like to remind others that it is, and that they should be kinder with their questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Krista, go ahead.
I'm not a part of a congregation, but when I was first married, I've been married twice. And when I married my first husband, people said, oh, you're an old married lady now. And then their next question was, when are you going to have kids? And so I was on the fence at that point, sort of. But I married my second and final husband at the age of 39. I'm now 52, and they don't ask anymore. So I don't really have, I have some friends who don't have kids, but I wouldn't say I'm part of a child-free community, except on Instagram. And so I'm not a person of faith, and I'm out of time, so I don't share it with my child-free community because I'm not really part of one.
Well, you are here.
I'm here, yes. So now I'm part of one.
Absolutely. Okay, Cody, how are we on for time?
With that, let's do some closing remarks. Okay. If you want to promote anything that you might be working on and how people can get in touch with you afterward, if you would like them to get in touch with you afterward. So,
can I go first?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I've written this book. It's a poetry collection called Fans of My Unconscious, and you can buy it on Amazon, or you can go to my website and find a link to Sundance Bookstore.
Awesome. Thank you, Krista. Or let's work our way up. So Kristen, you go ahead.
Fantastic. So my company is called Abbey Research, and we are empathy educators. We spend our time helping people understand themselves and others better. My partner and I are both child-free, so you can find Dr. Aaron and I at argooddoctors.com.
Awesome. Vanessa, step up.
Yeah, so I am one half of a podcast. Hi, Dallas. Claiming Zero is the name of our podcast. You can find us on Instagram or anywhere you get your podcasts. And then we have our email where you can always send any, we always say the door's open if you just want to like vent or whatever, at claimingzeropodcast@gmail.com. So.
Excellent. Marcella.
And we love their podcast. Just saying, I listen to it. I love it. Plain and simple, you can find me on YouTube or on Instagram at Childfree Millennial.
Easy enough. And Laura.
You can find me, especially on TikTok, at Bad Fitches, but all of my social media handles are Bad Fitches. There's also my website, where you can actually purchase some child-free crop top merch, and all proceeds go to abortion funds for these shirts. Except for Instagram, which is Bad Fitches Official, because somebody took my handle and hasn't posted in 5 years. So
if you're watching, give her handle.
Yes.
Jeez.
Yes, please. Just give it back.
Anyone, go ahead. You're muted at the moment.
Oh,
you're muted. You're muted.
We can't. Jared, can you make it small so she can see that we can't hear her?
Oh,
pardon me. They.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I'll push mine during LGBTQ tomorrow morning.
Okay. That makes it easy. So thank you, everyone, for your time. That's a wrap. And we look forward to continuing this conversation into the future.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm Cody. I'll be one of the co-moderators for Defining Family.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Do you want to say that again for when I chop this up?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Cody. I'll be one of the co-moderators for Defining Family.
And I'm Lenora. I'm the other co-founder. Sorry, co-moderator. Well, I'm a co-founder and co-moderator.
All the above.
Hey, we're doing pretty good. We're allowed to, get flustered for a minute
Yeah.
or two. All right, so thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, childfreewealth.com, and our additional sponsors, Best Child-Free Life Possible Facebook group, 365 Diversity, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree merch shop, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, The Age of the Child, a novel by Kristen Tetzi, and Wild Egg, a novel by Jennifer Flint.
All right, and just a little disclaimer beforehand. The opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. We need to make that thing like flash. So help it really stand out. So with that, we'll bring our speakers on stage. Thank you for joining us, Tora and Sarah. How are you guys doing today?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me.
We're so happy that you're both here.
We should have a third. Roberta, is Roberta out there? We're sorry,
That's
not
okay.
We're missing a few. I thought I saw her in there.
Nope, we're good.
Okay.
If they can
All
pop in, we'll bring them in. But in the meantime, tell us a little bit about yourself. Sarah, we'll let you kick it off.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. My name is Sarah Liu. My pronouns are they, them. I am 29 years young. I've been openly child-free for 10 plus years now. I was born and raised in Texas, but I actually recently moved to Washington State last year, and I have a lot of hobbies. Just a few that I'm currently are my current obsession, basically, are riding motorcycles. I've been doing that since I was a kid. I enjoy leather crafting, crochet, photography, and reading. But yeah, I'm super excited to be here and to speak with everyone.
Awesome. And Keturah.
Hi,
Hello.
I am Keturah Kendrick. I am a writer. I'm a traveler. And most importantly, I am unapologetically and joyfully child-free. I'm 47, and much like Sarah, I've known since probably 6th grade that birthing babies and then raising those babies would not be a thing I would do. And as a Black woman raised in the Bible Belt South, my life has been interesting, having that knowledge, to be quite honest. I was born in New Orleans, which I like to describe as my first love, but I've spent 20 years in the love of my life, New York City. I am a lover of people. I am a lover of life. Most importantly, I am a lover of the people I have in this life that I absolutely adore. And I think I said I'm 47, so, I am proudly Gen X, and I have my issues from that, but that's a whole nother.
That's another topic.
Whole nother convention for another.
We'll do Child-Free Gen X next year. Who knows? we'll get to it.
The forgotten generation.
Oh my goodness. So, what is your familial situation, Sarah?
Yeah. Also, my cat has decided to join us. This is Calvin. But so I do not have a traditional family. I'm polyamorous, and those that I call my family, I actually refer to them as my chosen family. I think I hear that, phrase chosen family more within the child-free community as well as the LGBTQIA plus community. But I refer to them as my chosen family mostly because growing up in Texas, I often heard the phrase that you do not get to choose your own family. And since getting out of Texas and kind of, learning and unpacking some of that, I can tell you now that that is absolutely not true. You absolutely can choose your own family. So my chosen family, this can include romantic relationships, but also platonic relationships. I personally do not view or prioritize romantic relationships over my platonic friendships, relationships. They all require love, patience, understanding, and acceptance. And just for anyone who may need to hear this, it's okay to share DNA with someone and not get along with them or even like them. Sometimes that happens, and it is completely okay.
All right, Keturah, dive on in.
Oh, Lord, Sarah got me catching the spirit. Like, you know, so I can relate so much to what Sarah says, except I'm polyamorous in heart, but too lazy to actually practice it. And I literally just realized this up until like 4 or 5 years ago. I'm a cis-het woman, so I date heterosexual men. Unfortunately, that's how God made me, as they say. I am single by choice as well. And I also, like Sarah, consider my chosen family in some ways, no shade to my family of origin. I consider my chosen family to be much more important to who I am now and what I need now than my family of origin. I am somebody's daughter. I'm somebody's auntie. I'm somebody's sister. I'm somebody's niece. But I am also someone's support system for a crew of fabulous Black women scattered throughout the 5 boroughs of New York City, who I plan on retiring with in another 10 years. I'm going to start my own Golden Girls commune somewhere.
There you go.
Latin America, probably. So I realized a few years ago, as Sarah beautifully said, that this idea of hierarchies of relationship, you got your bae or husband, and he always comes first. You got your girlfriends who you kick to the curb when you have a bae. You have your mama who you're supposed to bow down to and do whatever she says. How all of that is not very practical or efficient a quarter of the way into the 21st century, especially in this economy. So I consider my family, both my family of origin and my chosen family, I consider family to be the people in my life who I adore, who adore me, and who support me in a variety of ways. So my ride or dies, irregardless of if we have DNA or not.
Yep. I love that.
All right, so we have Roberta's joining us. We had a little bit of technical issues, so she will be joining us on the panel. But I first want to just, Keturah, another panel for next year. Polyamorous at heart, but too lazy to act on it.
Listen,
I get it.
Out of habit. I don't have any loyalty to monogamy, but I'm also lazy as hell, and I'm straight. And if I got to go through all these, vet through all these damn dudes, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss, my bad.
I mean, Sarah, look, the 3 of us can do that panel next year. Cody, make some notes. We're waiting for Roberta to come.
There we go.
All right. Okay, we'll continue to the next question, and we'll get Roberta set up hopefully in the next little bit. Oh no, I hear something. Welcome to the live Childfree convention, everybody. This is yay! You made it. Let's
Roberta,
awesome. Okay, can we hear
welcome.
you? Can we hear you? I can't. I have no sound with her.
Oh, she's muted.
Can't hear you, Robert. Okay. All right.
See if you can text her in the background. Anyway, okay. So we'll just kind of keep rolling here, and then we'll pull her in when we get all that straightened out. So, how would you define family, Sarah?
Yeah. So, simply put, how I would personally define family is safe and accepting. So when I mean safe, or when I say safe, I mean that you're able to feel vulnerable with your family, heard, seen, valued, and honestly just cared for. I think that we all deserve to feel like we're cared for and it's reciprocated. And then when I talk about being accepting as a family, your family, no matter what that dynamic may look like, they accept you for who you are today, tomorrow, or 7 years from now. We all change as these years continue on. We continue to change along with them. But just having those around us, or just simply a phone call away, knowing that they love us unconditionally, and again, you love them unconditionally, I think that it's incredibly important, and we just all deserve to have that in our lives. And also, when it comes to family, for me personally, I always like to include that family is a space where you can all just exist comfortably, even if that time is sitting in complete silence. I think there's something really special of feeling that comfortable and safe on that kind of level, to where that silence isn't, deafening. It is a safe silence. It's comfortable. And to me, that is something that I have with my chosen family, and it's something that I hope to continue to have.
Awesome, awesome.
Beautiful, Sarah. Do we want to pause for Roberta? Should I just keep going?
Roberta, say something. Let's see if we can hear you.
Yeah, you can
Yay!
hear me.
Yay, we got you.
Welcome,
We got you.
welcome.
Yeah.
All right, let's catch you up.
Finally.
Yeah, we'll catch up to speed. So tell us about yourself, and then what is your familial situation?
So I'm Roberta. I'm 34 years old. I'm Brazilian. I live close to São Paulo. The name of my city is Santo André. It's like a neighboring city of São Paulo. So I got married when I was 23 years old. So it's been in 2011. So when I got 28 years old, me and my husband, because he's my husband in papers, we decided to split, but actually we are kind of partners. So we still live together, but we don't have like a sexual or a romantic relationship anymore. We are kind of partners. So my family situation, it's like that. Like we live together, we share, bills and everything and life, but we are not together anymore. So that's my family situation now.
Awesome. And we'll dive back into the question that was up next is defining family, the word family. And so Keturah will give it to you.
Yeah, for me, like defining family, like it's totally different from the standards that we have. Like we need to be like, the same blood or something like that, because I know a lot of families that they are not totally like, a loving family or a caring family. Like maybe they have like fights or I don't know, like they don't talk to each other. So I think family for me is like having people that you care about, the welfare, and then you worry about. So I have this more with my friends and my husband, like ex-husband, I don't know, like in papers we are, husband and wife. So I'm not so close to my family, like nuclear family, my mom and my dad. Like we talk, we have a good relationship, but we are not so close. So me and my friends and my husband, we are more close. So I think it's that what matters, like who you care about.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, you went.
No, say Keturah, go ahead, define family for us in your mind.
Similar to what my co-panelists have said, I think family are the people who are there for you because they want to be, not because they have to be.
I love that.
Yeah. Your sister may be your sister because she was assigned that role by some random biological fact of your mother gave birth to her as well. But she may not have the capacity or the desire to be there for you in a number of ways. So her role isn't what makes her family. It is her desire to be there for you because she wants to be. And one of the reasons why I feel as a 47-year-old woman who has traveled the world, who has accomplished a number of things, why I feel like my chosen family, my family of powerful, amazing, compassionate, fabulous friends here in New York City, for who I am now, wants to be there for me because they want to be and are there for me in ways that my original family, who I love and adore, it's complex because, it's a bunch of Black people in the South who go to church. So it's complex, right? They're there for me in ways that the Keturah of 2022 does not need, and they cannot be there for me in ways that my friends can. So it's people who are there for you and who you are there for by choice because you want, regardless of the role that they have been assigned in your life.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And so it's been said in some ways already, but how do you react to the way that society is kind of like just so headstrong and doesn't want to deviate from what its term of family is to refer to the nuclear family? How do you react to that? And we'll just start with Keturah. You're up top there.
I find it comical, and I actually feel sorry for people who believe there's only one way to do anything. There's only one way to be an adult. You go to college, you get married, you start a family, you go to church, and then Piccadilly after, which is a lovely, perfect way to do it. The people who only believe there's only one way to do any particular thing in the year of our Lord 2022, they baffle and tickle me. When people question who I consider to be my family or who feel sorry for me because I don't have a nuclear family, a man has not chosen me to give me a ring, I haven't had children, I just have these amazing women who will ride or die for me in my life. I kind of feel bad for them, because I think the way the world works and the reality of life is the people who share your DNA, you are guaranteed nothing from them. You're not even guaranteed to have them forever through a number of reasons. So I think the ability to create a family of choice, to curate people who want to be in your life because they want to, not because, you're supposed to be there for family, because they want. The ability to do that is a huge act of fortune for us in this modern world. And if you don't take advantage of it, even if you have a nuclear family, if you don't take advantage of creating the people who you want in your life, I mean, may the odds be ever in your favor, I guess. I mean, go ahead on, do what you're going to do, but that sounds kind of whack to me.
So, Roberta, what do you think about that?
I think my family is totally like traditional one. So like my dad and my mom, they are all like, in that square. So for me, I feel the same. Like I feel sorry for people like that, because I think the world is changing. Like the standards to work or to study or to, have a life or get married or have kids, everything is changing. So I think it doesn't fit anymore. Like we have another society. Like maybe when I get old, I can live with my friends or have another kind of, like way of living our lives. So I feel sorry about them too, because, like I know people nowadays, like kids that have 2 dads or 2 moms or whatever, are being raised by the grandfathers or grandmothers. So, like actually it doesn't matter anymore. If you like someone, if you care about the person and the welfare about that person, that's what matters. Like family should be that way, because we live in a society that actually we should care about each other. It doesn't matter if it's the same blood or something. So I have kind of the same way of thinking.
Yeah. And so Sarah, let's wrap it up on that question.
Yeah, absolutely. So I personally think that this term can be very dangerous, especially as someone living in the US today, with everything that's going on in the US. I really think that this term has the capability to be dangerous and harmful. Our language matters, representation matters, and I think that this term could be used and is being used, that we're seeing in the news every day, to further marginalize already marginalized groups or individuals and to judge them for choices that don't affect anybody else. There's no one correct way to be a family. And I think that this term really pushes the narrative that the correct family is between 2 adults and their dependent children. And just from personal experience, I can tell you that's absolutely, again, not true. As Katora put it wonderfully about, your chosen family, they're people who want to be there with you and want to be in your life. And I just think that is, I couldn't say it better. That is exactly what families should be. People that you want in your life and they want you in your life.
Yeah, and so a new question for you guys is, so why should a child-free person even care about being included in the definition of a family?
I'll jump in. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead.
I think, as Sarah said so beautifully, and as Roberta sort of intimated in many of her responses, representation matters. And I think it's terribly. I remember being a good little Christian church-going girl, about 15 or 16, wanting so desperately to see me. I wanted to see me in media, both mainstream and media targeted to marginalized people. I wanted to see me in books, and I never saw me. So whatever the version of you are, it needs to be represented. And the further you are from the center of what has been defined as a default way of being, the further away you are, the more emphatic you need to be on being represented. So we simply need to care because our families matter. Sarah's polyamorous family matters just like my family of dope Black women in New York. Roberta's ex-husband / roommate / babe, whatever she calling him, that matters just as much. So we are not second class. We are a version of adulthood and a version of family that is just as valid as the one people have been used to for the last several millennia.
Well said. And so let's go to Roberta.
So yeah, like I don't care about like, oh, if you fit on that or on this. So for me, it's like I don't fit because I am married, but I am not in a sexual or romantic relationship with my husband. So actually, the only thing that matters, it's for me and for him. So if it's working so far for me and for him, nobody else matters, you know, like the opinion of the others about me having kids or me having a traditional marriage, or it doesn't matter. Like, it's working for me, I am happy, it's working for him too. So I think that part of fitting in, it doesn't matter for anyone like from here, actually, because we don't have kids, so we don't fit. So I think the changing, it starts on that, on people that don't fit. So that's what I think. Like, I don't care if I fit or not because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I love it. We're like, no, yeah. Whatever. I love it.
Sarah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, as Roberta and Katora both have said, like, what does it matter? At the end of the day, our family and lifestyle choices, they're not hurting anybody else. And at the end of the day, all different family dynamics, they exist and they're going to continue to exist. So child-free family dynamics, however that may look for someone, that is still a valid family. And also, that's a choice that we all, every single person in this world, we have the right to make on our own. And I feel like, things happening in today's world want to push against that. But at the end of the day, it is still our choice and only our choice.
And since we have such a well-spoken and thoughtful group here, maybe let's help the community out there. So as a child-free person, we hear a lot. It's like, well, when are you going to start your family? Even if they, get married in a sense, it's like, well, when are you going to start your family? Maybe how would you help them get through that question of starting a family?
I'm always into shenanigans because, sometimes I get bored with life. So I like to play with people and pretend I don't know what they're talking about so they get to hear how ridiculous they sound. So when are you going to start your family? I'll ask, what do you mean by that? When are you going to start your family? What do you mean by start your family? And keep asking them questions that get them to see they're essentially saying, when are you going to become someone's wife and pop out babies? So they can actually say that word. They can actually say those things. So I can then say, so that is how you define family. And that's the only way you see it, because I was confused by your question because I started my family when I started my life 20-some odd years ago. And some of those people I started my family with are still part of my family. Some of them have chosen to extricate themselves from my family, and I've added new members. So I was just confused by your asking me that question when I started it when I was 22. And I needed clarity because I don't see family as just one thing. It's a broad word. So if you're into shenanigans and you got time, and you like playing with people, you can do it that way. Or you can simply say, you can simply say, you tell them your answer. What Sarah would say about her polyamorous family, what Roberta would say about her partner who she isn't in a sexual relationship with. You can actually just say that. Or, again, I like playing with people. I'm just shenanigans,
Roberta, do you have any thoughts on that? How to help another child-free person out?
So maybe sometimes maybe I look a little bit rude when I answer to that, because I just say like, take care of your own family, your own business. Like, it doesn't matter if what you consider family, because I consider that I have a family. So, like, when you gonna start, like, I am already on it. So it doesn't make sense to compare that to having children. So I remember when my dad asked me, he used to ask a lot of times. So once I got like really seriously and answered like, it's my life, it's my own business. If I decide to, it's my opinion. If I decide to not having it, it's my opinion too. So stop asking me that, because it doesn't have nothing to do with you. So after that, my family stopped asking me. So I consider like a little bit rude, but sometimes you need to do it, because without that, we will keep asking you, like, if you need to have a schedule of your life that you need to do that on that time, you're gonna get old. So, like, it's my own business. I don't need to. So that's me.
I'm sorry. Mind your business.
Yeah.
Mind your business. 3 words.
Exactly.
Young child-free people. 3. All you use 3 words.
Yeah.
Sarah, anything to add?
Yeah, so I mean, I always like to tell people that I started creating my version of what my family is going to look like the second I started dumping the toxic family members out of my life, not having to put myself in those situations where I knew I was not going to be accepted. And I also like to add in there that, again, I was born and raised in Texas. Reproductive justice and healthcare is wild down there, to say the least. It took me 8 years of going to a doctor over and over and over again, asking for permanent sterilization. And I finally found a doctor who agreed to do it, but he still had me write a letter defending my choice to him and explaining why I do not want kids and I want to go through this process. So I feel like I got, one, it was inappropriate. Absolutely. I should have never had to write that letter. However, I got to speak my piece to a doctor who did not want to do this for me as someone who looks the way I do and doesn't want kids. And I felt like with that alone, I kind of regained some of my power that people try to consistently take from me.
That's awesome. Good for you. And so with that, closing remarks, is there anything that you would like to plug, promote, let people know how to get in touch with you after the convention? Keturah.
Thanks. So the best way is www.keturahkendrick.com. I'm an author of No Thanks, a Black female living in the martyr-free zone, an award-winning book I'm very proud of. I'm a freelance writer, so if you Google me, you'll find my work in NBC, USA Today, HuffPost, but you can find everything in one place on my website, including my podcast and also links to my social media. So my website is probably the best place to go to get everything in one place.
Okay. Roberta.
So for me, like, I'm starting on this, like, like streaming thing and online thing. So I don't have like website or something, but if you guys have an Instagram, I'm on Instagram as robs.ch. So I am a pole dancer too. So there's another thing that I have trouble on it because, so if you guys want to get in, I'm there.
All right. Thank you, Roberta. And Sarah.
Yeah, so I am currently in the process of working on a website for myself. So I don't have those details right now, but if you want to get in touch, if you want to discuss the child-free lifestyle anymore together, please feel free to find me on Instagram. My username is coffeepotqueer, one word, coffeepotqueer. So feel free, send me a request. Let's connect, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for your time. Lenora, any final thoughts? Sorry,
I'm sorry,
I kind of just kept talking through the whole thing.
Thank you, Cody. I appreciate it. Yeah, we had a lot behind the scenes going, so I was unusually silent. Thank you. I've enjoyed the conversation. I want to have an after party with the three of you. I mean, everyone else can come too, but I this has just been amazing. I'm gonna have to watch the replay back. But thank you very much for your thoughts.
We are a lively bunch.
Yes, you are. You know, it's great. It's fantastic. We have the halftime show, everyone, coming up next. So there's more conversations. I'm gonna go have a shower. Cody's gonna change into a dress. We'll be back. So stick around. We're still going. Thank you again, Sarah Couture and Roberta, for being here. We really appreciate it. And shout out to Laurel. Laurel didn't get on the panel, but she will be with us for the 60+ panel later this afternoon. So huge shout out to the audience. We will be talking with you guys in the audience shortly. So stick around for the halftime show. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. J, for stepping up and being a champion level sponsor for the 2022 Child-Free Convention. Please tell everyone a little bit more about yourself and Child-Free Wealth.
I'm just happy to be part of the convention. You know, I mean, you guys are doing some great work, and it's really nice to be part of it. I'm what I call a child-free wealth specialist. So I'm a life and financial planner for child-free folks. My wife and I are child-free, so that kind of started me on this path of going, well, how does that make things different? You know, and when I was doing my research on becoming a certified financial planner, there was never once a mention of being child-free. So that's what I do, is I help child-free people figure out their finances and figure out what's different and how does it fit and how do they make their life their own authentic life.
Who is kind of the typical person that comes to you looking for that advice?
I get people from all over. So I serve only in the US. I'm actually located in Mississippi, but I do all my video. I do everything via Zoom, so I can serve people all over. I got people that are barely making ends meet, and I got people that have a lot of money, you know, and it's a matter of when do you need support in your life? You know, people ask, well, can you do it on your own? Yep, you can. But it also sometimes helps to have a professional look over your shoulder and go, hey, you know, because the way I do, I'm an advice only, fee only fiduciary CFP, which means they pay me for my time, usually on a retainer or hourly basis. I don't charge them a percentage of their assets. I don't take it over. I don't do it for them. I teach them. You know, my PhD is in adult learning, so that's kind of my background, is helping people learn.
And you've got a few other little projects you've been working on as well. I think you've got a book.
I do. So I just put out a book, Portraits of Child-Free Wealth. It's 26 stories from people all across the country, from 22 to 52. And talking about what it's like to live a life of child-free wealth. You know, there's people in there that are barely making it, people that are rich. And for the convention, I'm actually giving it away for free. Actually, I'm going to make Cody pay for it, I think. But childfreewealth.com/book. Enter your email, you get the electronic version of it. So you can actually find people in there that are living life like you and learn from them.
You'd mentioned you're advice only and fee only. Tell us a little bit more about that and how that might make you different than another financial advisor or planner.
Yeah, so with the standard financial planner, you give them everything, they take it over, they call it delegation, and they do it for you. And they're working on the investment side. I'm a comprehensive financial planner. So I meet with my clients on a monthly basis. We make 1 or 2 improvements each month and grow. And actually, if you're interested, if you go to childfreewealth.com, I have no cost intro meeting, 60 minutes. We kind of just chit chat, get to know each other, see how it fits, and see if there's a way I can help you.
That is amazing. Everybody, go to childfreewealth.com, put in a request to Dr. J to have this 60-minute session. It's free. It's worth talking to him. He knows a lot of stuff. He might put you in the right direction and get you on the best path to living your best child-free life. Thank you again, Dr. J.
Absolutely. Glad to be part of it.
How did you find the subjects for your film? What was that process like?
That's a really good question, because it happens in a lot of different ways, actually. Lauren, who in the film is trying to get a sterilization, I met in a Facebook group, in a child-free Facebook group, because I was looking for somebody to help tell that story. And I was following a lot of different people's stories and ended up talking to Lauren, and she's great. Some people I met through friends who basically said, oh, you have to talk to so and so, like they have opinions and thoughts. I'm like, okay. So that was part of it. Part of it were Shannon and Leo, who are a couple in the film. There was a magazine article about them, and I thought, oh, they sound super cool, and I love this photo of them. So let's see if they're interested. For other people, there were people who I just admired who worked in the field, who had written about things or had really interesting stories, like, you know, Marcia Dredd Davis. I really wanted to tell her story about her 60 Minutes fiasco, for lack of a better word. And then my gynecologist is in the film because she and I have been talking about this issue for 20 years, literally. And I knew how interesting and smart she was on all of this. So I invited her to be in the film, and to my surprise, she said yes. And then, of course, my mother, who I already knew, who I recruited.
I feel like people watching this are going to wonder if they can contact your gynecologist, for one, because good ones are hard to find for childfree people. Does she have an email? Was there a story or an arc that you wanted to tell, but someone wouldn't cooperate?
I will say that I did speak to people who had really interesting stories about their own specific cultural issues around not having children. And they were very happy to talk to me, like, on background, but they wouldn't go in front of a camera. And this happened over and over again. And in fact, someone who thought that we had for sure in the film then backed out. And they all basically said, my family doesn't know that I don't want children, and my husband and I keep telling them we're trying. And if I can't let them find out that we don't want them, that would be like a really big deal.
I feel like that's more common than anything, you know, even when you're asking someone to, or inviting someone to contribute to a blog post, or, you know, because behind the scenes, you would ask people to submit short videos for your website, right? And I'm sure there would have been a lot of people. I think I still have to submit mine all these years later. Sorry. But I can imagine there's so many that would want to share, but for, you know, reasons such as that, they don't, because they're essentially going to out themselves and they're not ready to, or, you know, they don't have the support from.
I think this underscores how taboo this thing still is. Like, you know, so you and I were talking, we're very public child-free people and like spokespeople, and, you know, but for the most part, it's still a really, really taboo thing. And I even offered to not show people's faces, to change their voices. And there was this real fear of what would happen if their family found out. So yeah, it's still a really big deal.
And it's interesting because you did feature Marcia and her 60-minute fiasco, which got her fired for saying that she wasn't going to have children. And that was a few years ago, and yet we're still here. And I guess, I mean, now looking back, it even just what's happened in recently since the film has been released, you know, certain parts of the world we won't mention, but, you know, we kind of know what we're alluding to. It's alarming. You would think we'd be making progress. And I'm really wondering, actually, okay, this segues to a question just occurred to me. 2 to 5 years from now, where do you think we will be? And do you think that your film is going to be even more relevant then compared to now?
Unfortunately, yeah, if you would have asked me this a year ago, I would be giving you a different answer. But I think that the harder it becomes for us to control our reproductive lives and the building repercussions of that lack of control is just going to make this conversation bigger. And the conversation I'm referring to is being able to decide if you want to parent or not. And the concept of like forced birth, which is horrifying, but that's kind of where we are right now and have been for a while. So it wouldn't, maybe not necessarily like specifically child-free issues, but just this idea that we should be able to make our own choices about our reproductive lives, whether we want children or not.
Your mother has become, I'm going to say, the breakout star of this film.
Yes.
First of all, it's really cool to have parental support. And that is a luxury that not every child-free person has.
And sometimes I tell her, I say, everyone who's seen the film mentions you. And so many people think that you are absolutely their favorite person in the film. And she looks at me and she says, why?
When you were promoting the film or when you were making the rounds to get the film out, did you come across anyone who was accusing the film of doing that this film was propaganda, for lack of a better term?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've had press that have said that. But
Okay.
I guarantee nobody has seen the film who writes that.
Mhm.
I will say recently, and this is post Roe v. Wade being overturned, I have had some inquiries from companies who were interested in using it for their employee resource groups.
Oh.
There's like the women's group and the African American group and, that kind of thing. And that's very exciting to me because I think it's kind of perfect, for those groups.
Yeah.
Talk about workplace issues, but also life issues. And one company, this big company, they were really interested, and I always send them the film. I want to make sure they see the film before we sign a contract,
Mm-hmm.
And in the time between when I sent them the film and I heard back from them, Roe v. Wade was overturned.
Wow.
And they wrote back and they said, in light of the Roe v. Wade decision, we are going to have to put a pause on this film.
Oh, no.
I'm like, okay, let us know if you have any questions. And I did write back and I said, I'm just kind of curious how the Roe v. Wade decision impacted your interest in putting it on pause. And nobody wrote back to me. My absolute favorite thing to do is to talk to people about the film. And I love doing it on social media. So please keep DMing me. I love to hear from people. I love the emails, but I also love to take it to schools and screen the film in schools and talk to students about it. Talking to employee resource groups that aren't afraid of the word abortion, and that's really where I get the most joy. And I think the film gets its widest sort of exposure, I guess. So I always invite people who are educators, who have nonprofits, who have companies, who have conferences, please reach out because we have a whole fabulous package to share with you. And it's a really nice way to talk about reproductive autonomy in a way that it hasn't really been talked about before. So if you really want, your folks to think about these issues around controlling our bodies and lives, this is a new way to talk about it. And if they're kind of bummed out or overloaded, try the film. Try this film. I think it might work. Might help them understand. At least that's what people tell me. So I'm very, very, very keen on that.
All right, Dan, are you feeling up for mean tweets today?
Sure.
Like mean tweets towards the child-free community.
We're getting used to this stuff now, aren't we? So
I think we are, yeah. All right, so I have a bunch of random things I found from Twitter. Let's have at her. So the first one. Now this is referring to being child-free. This person writes, it means that your genes are weak because there is a reason stopping you from producing offspring. It does not matter what the reason is, but your child-free lifestyle will clear the gene pool from people like you, which is a good thing.
what? Don't we want their gene pool to clear because the ignorant thinkers can then gradually kind of filter themselves out of existence?
But they are procreating. They're possibly procreating.
Oh, well, I would hope that they don't at this rate.
But do we want them in the child-free community?
No.
There are some people that choose not to reproduce because they don't want to pass on their gene pool or their genetics, right? Which is totally valid. And this person makes it seem like that's an insult, because to those people who are actually choosing not to have kids because they don't want to pass, that's not an insult.
No.
But why do people think it's such an insult to say, oh, your gene pool is going to be gone?
My late brother and I both, were not planning on having kids, and may he rest in peace, of course. But our joke always was that our last name in their gene pool, our last name will end with the right people at least. Now, we're technically not the end of the gene pool because I have first cousins on my dad's side, especially. But I was referring to them in passing. It's like, well, at least the last name ends with the two best possible people. So, I don't know. Maybe there's some similarities there. Maybe they're not. Or maybe I should be afraid of the gene pool in my family continuing. It could be it. Well, that was my dad. My dad thought that was the reason I didn't want to have kids, was because I had the oldest sibling I would have been a sister that passed away at 4 days old. And she passed away from something that's now easily treatable. Oh, so my dad always thought that was the reason I didn't want to have kids. I said, we never had that discussion. Mm-hmm. So they may have a point, but saying that we're the useless ones, I don't think so.
Next tweet. I think the only type of person more annoying than people who constantly talk about their kids is the type of person who has to constantly remind you how they are so happy they don't have kids.
I was waiting for you to say vegan because, of course, that would apply to me as well. Maybe we're trying to subliminally tell them, hey, you shouldn't have kids. Perhaps.
Are we telling them, hey, we shouldn't have kids, or it's a choice?
Yeah, a bit of both. I think a little of column A and a little of column B.
That's true. We are doing this segment for the Childfree Convention, which is going on right now if people are watching it. Well, not right now, but, when this airs. Now, to someone who thinks that we are annoying because we're even doing this kind of event, that's what this tweet to me seems like. Like, they have no idea that we actually... There's so much more conversation happening than what they see on Twitter. Yep. Let's say this person is child free, because I kind of think that they are, because there was more to this tweet, like separately in a thread. What do you say to people who don't have kids who think what we do is just annoying, meaning advocating for child free choices?
Oh, take a breath and actually listen to us, because if you find this annoying, well, maybe we are, but most of the time I'm willing to bet we're not.
I love that answer. We're going to leave it at that. That's perfect. Ooh. This one will speak to the Canadian in both of us. I'd rather eat a jean jacket than be associated with the term child-free. I'm offended as a Canadian because denim is our jam, but...
yeah, I had a jean jacket when I was in 6th grade and thought I was cool.
Hey, I wear denim jackets still.
I don't anymore, but that's because I cook and everything I wear. Oh. But I hope that jean jacket had nutritional value. And hopefully, as a vegan, I would say also no animal products.
Right.
Eat the jean jacket and send us your recipes.
You reacted to that exactly how I was hoping you were going to. So next tweet. It pisses me off how child-free people simultaneously love to brag about how happy they are that they have so much more money and so much more free time, and yet they think they're so oppressed because they get asked to do more while others are literally busy raising the next effing generation. This is referring to the workplace.
Well, some of us have lives outside of the work life. And I can tell you from experience, and I'm sure you can easily relate, as can anybody watching this, just because you don't have children doesn't mean you might not have a lot going on in the tank at one point. Just to think of how chaotic things would be on top of any existing chaos. Right. So, and I find there are fewer people bragging about how much free time they have, fewer child-free people bragging about it, because everybody is busy living life, doing things. Especially in the last couple of years of a pandemic, people are starting to realize, holy shit, life is short. I better get out and start living.
There's this misconception that we lead these amazingly hedonistic lives. And I mean, look, anyone, kids or no kids, can have some hedonistic moments. But the reality is a lot of us are focused and working on things. And if we're not working on something, we're trying to figure out what we want to work on. Like, child-free living is not easy breezy. Living is not easy breezy, no matter what kind of life you have. So I agree. I mean, we do have spaces where we celebrate. We're celebrating today, living child free. Would I say we're bragging? No. If you look at the amount of topics that we're talking about, they're pretty serious, actually.
Not bragging, we're educating.
Right. So
it's entertainment with the goal of education.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. So the next tweet, I can't even read this out, so I'm showing this to you and to the audience. So this is, again, referring to not having kids. Shout out to my friend Megan Anderson. This is on a tweet she made. So there's no point in saving the planet if you're not going to have kids, or if you're going to have no one to leave it to, apparently. That's kind of the gist of this tweet.
Anyway, Antique Linda needs to give her head a shake, because less people would obviously mean more of a chance for nature to reclaim itself. That's just science and logic. Less carbon emissions, whatever.
But to her point, what's the point of saving the planet if there's no one to leave it to?
Well, there'll still be people to leave it to. That's the thing with population. Overpopulation, underpopulation. There'll still be people to leave it to. If there's less people to leave it to,
who cares?
Yeah.
I think this is supposed to be a joke. How do you tell a child-free person, don't worry, they'll tell you?
I got that joke about vegans. Well, I don't think people necessarily throw it out there. I really don't. I don't bring it up unless I'm prompted to, if I find a good lead into it. And I certainly don't randomly start promoting my books randomly. Hey, by the way, hi, I'm Dan, and I wrote a book. I don't want to.
You should start doing that, though. You never know. What do you want to say to Twitter?
What I would really like to say to Twitter is don't sell out to Elon Musk. But, to the commenters, I mean, they're just one in billions of people who are hiding behind their keyboards, attacking, doing what they know is safe for them, because no one's going to necessarily come for them unless they commit some real crazy stuff. Educate yourself before you respond, because you don't realize how stupid you're going to look until the very second you hit send or tweet or enter.
And you never know, you might end up in the halftime show of the next Child Free convention. So use your words wisely.
Exactly. I may read it. Honora and I may read it. And then we'll have this discussion again.
So I am here with Silka. Silka is the host of Child Free Mental Health and Wellness Check-In in Chat, hosted on the Clubhouse app. So hi, Silka. Thank you for joining us. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what inspired you to start these weekly chats on Clubhouse about mental health and wellness.
I'm from New York City, and I currently work in administration, and a couple of years ago, I graduated with my master's degree in mental health counseling, and I'm currently working on my hours towards becoming a licensed therapist. And when I stumbled upon the Child Free group on the Clubhouse app, you and I kind of crossed paths there pretty quickly. And as we started meeting in our morning rooms, I felt that it would be important to offer a space in which the group could discuss topics mental health related and wellness related, and do it every single week. So I think it's going really well.
We've been doing it for over a year now. I think we've hit our
I think so,
yeah. So there's this idea outside of the Child Free community that, Child Free people live a hedonistic lifestyle. We don't have any problems. So what do you say to that? I mean, clearly it's not true, but the need for a space where Child Free people can discuss their mental health and wellness and whatever's going on. Like, what do you say to people who don't think we have any problems?
Well, I mean, I would say just like any other person, we were born into the world. We've existed within family settings and family dynamics and cultural dynamics and societal dynamics. And so all the things that affect everyone in the world affect us just the same. And so having these spaces where we can provide what I'd like to consider as support to the group, I think is very important to have, because we're dealing with the same everyday things that anybody else is dealing with. We have jobs, we have families, we have friends, we have things that we do. And, you know, we just do not have children, but we still are going through the same exact things that anybody else is going, you know, through on a day-to-day basis. I went to therapy for many years. I'm not currently in therapy, but I always advocate for it. And at some point I will like make my way back. And there was conversation at some point with my therapist about that, because I was going through my own struggles about what I wanted to do. I was, as a lot of us know, what we call on the fence about whether I did or did not want to have children. And a lot of my decision was very cultural based, very family traditional based. What I felt was internal pressure as to whether I should or shouldn't have kids, all the while this sort of, you know, thing in the back of my head that was saying, is that something that you really want? But is that something that you really want? And as I went through that throughout the years, you know, I really realized that I wish I had, even from younger, maybe somebody advocating like, it's okay if that's not a choice that is right for you. And so my therapist was very instrumental in that, in helping me not necessarily voice, because my voice is my choice, but just starting that path to feel comfortable in my skin, if that was the decision I was going to make at the time, because I was still pretty young. And I was on the fence for a long time until I decided, like, you know what, this is just not what I feel is best for me. What is best for me is to stay child-free. And I felt confident in that once I just kind of really like went deep into it with myself.
How has speaking out added to your mental wellness? Speaking out specifically about being child-free, and even just engaging with more child-free people in virtual spaces?
Well, I'll say that finding this community has been fantastic for me. It has been a wonderful thing, because for a really long time, there wasn't really anybody around, or very few people that I possibly knew were child-free. And I say possibly because, you know, if you're not having the conversations, you don't really know what's happening in people's lives. But finding a community, which was something that I really just stumbled upon, right? You know, has ended up becoming a really fantastic thing. You have this one thing in common for sure, right? That we are all child-free, but we don't know how much other things we have in common, right? And so when I decided, like, I kind of want to speak, I want to share my perspective from where I am. Yes, it was still nerve-wracking to me a little bit to put my voice out there, because it became very real. You know, at the time, it became very real, and I was putting it out there. And it was just extremely comforting to know that there were other people that felt like me. Some people went through similar stuff. Some people went through different things. And that was really kind of where it bloomed from, that I felt like, well, our community matters as well. You know, our wellness counts and our mental health counts. And we are having these conversations already. Let's take it to the next level of conversation. So it's been really great for me. And being able to talk to people from all over the world has also been fantastic, because you don't really think about that when you're honing in on your own life, your own childhood, your own neighborhood, your own city. And so connecting with other people that aren't from the same place as me has also been like really great.
I've learned a lot about the United States speaking with more child-free people from the US. It's like, what's happening this week? It's not, you know, it's not that things are happening here. But what is it about actually vocalizing something? Because, I mean, I'm a big journaler. I love it. I love writing out my thoughts. There's power in that. But there's something a little extra about actually vocalizing, like specifically, I don't want to have kids, or, you know, talking about what you went through, maybe getting invited to a baby shower you didn't know how to say no to, you know, but being able to actually speak with someone else. What is it about talking that really opens things up?
I think for me, there was a part of it that was very freeing, you know, because at some point I felt like there are so many people around me sharing things about their lives, but I'm not sharing this part about my life. I'm not actively speaking about it. I just happen to not have children. People in my family and friends just notice that I don't have children, you know?
Yeah.
And so speaking about it was part of something that was very freeing to say, yep, this is not what's going to happen, and I'm okay with that, and my husband's okay with that, and we support each other in that, and I'm okay and comfortable and not scared to share that.
Yeah.
Because it can be very hard sometimes for many people to share that with a parent, you know, your sibling, you know, all these things where people are like, but I want a grandchild, but I want a, you know, niece, I want a nephew and whatnot. And being active about saying that me not having a child does not change who I am. You know, I'm still
Right.
your daughter. I'm still your sister. I'm still your cousin. I'm still all these people. It doesn't make me less of a person because I'm choosing to not have a child. So being able to say that freely without feeling nervous was very freely, and also like it kind of gives you a little bit of an adrenaline rush because you do, you know,
Yes.
sometimes you feel nervous about it.
Mhm.
And there are people who have been child free since they were very young and they've known that. And there are people like me who weren't 100% sure what was going to happen, not necessarily because I wanted children, but because again, this sort of subconscious feeling of like, well, that's what you're supposed to do. There's a big difference between seeing a therapist and even just having a support group. And what we have is a support group, right? I'm not giving anybody therapy in our room. All I'm doing is providing a space where a conversation could be had and people can feel supported in that space. It is important for all voices to be heard in every capacity. And the point is to connect to each other. So, you know, finding people that you can connect to that are like-minded and have the same interest as you in this community is like fantastic. So I would continue to push for that. And, you know, I plan to continue our room and just keep doing that. And, you know, it warms my heart very much. And I enjoy very much that I do it. So, you know, I just want to keep doing it and keep continuing to support the community in that way.
And we're live again, or I'm live again. Hey, everyone.
I'm here too.
You're not supposed to be here yet. We're doing.
That's okay. I'll hang out for a second.
Did you enjoy your nap?
It was nice.
It was? Okay,
Yeah.
great. I had a shower. I had dinner. I had a nap. I ran some.
And you have blue hair.
Well, okay. So I confess, before we get into the volunteer segment, I looked at the chat and I saw bangs and blue for wigs and Lenora's changes. And I'm like, this is not what I had planned. I had a short red wig planned for this second half. But I saw the blue and I saw the bangs. I'm like, well, I'm not sweltering yet in my townhouse. So I changed just for you guys. Tomorrow I'm going with what's planned. But for the dress, pardon me, I'm not gonna get us banned from anything. It's blue, so it works. All right, you guys having fun? I can see your audience chat. We're going to interact with everybody in the audience now. I haven't been able to see all the comments, but I love all the conversations that I have just kind of quickly looked at. Hope you guys are having fun. How are you doing, Cody?
I'm great. I'm loving it. This is awesome. The energy's good. Yes. Everyone's doing well. I mean, the comments, I mean,
I know.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comments. Like, it's great.
I have to scroll through so many. I know. And also just shout out to our speakers who've already done panels, and you guys are in the audience answering questions. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Again, shout out to my Childfree Morning chat crew. I want to stay on the live stream and look through all the comments, but we have things to do. So I'm going to keep it minimized so I can see some things. So this part, we're going to do volunteer appreciation because this year we did not do it ourselves. I mean, we did a lot, but we had some help. So first of all, well, actually, I have all that information. We'll go through there. Let me see if I can do this. Yes, I can. All right. Marike, who is currently in our speaker green room, Marieke is keeping all up. If you're a speaker, you know her already. She's keeping everybody calm and allowing me and Cody to focus on the stage instead of doing both. So thank you to Marieke. She's in Ireland. She's been a huge help keeping getting the speakers ready before they come on stage. There's a lot of moving parts, and so it's been really helpful to have her there. So thank you, Marieke. Next up, we have Katie. Katie was our business liaison. So this year we reached out to different people, and I needed some help with research and also networking with different Facebook groups, different social media groups. So Katie really helped out with that. So thank you, Katie. By the way, if any of you volunteer team are in the chat, I'm looking at the chat right now. Please say hello. Hey, Kristen, I haven't gotten to you yet. I'm not going to make anybody come up on stage unless Rebecca was on earlier. JD Helen, our copywriter. So I needed help with, oh my gosh, sorry. New wig, it's shedding. This is why I'm not letting you guys pick out my wig for tomorrow, because this one is not prepped. I just pulled it off the wall and pulled it on. JD Helen is one of our copywriters, so helping with social media captions, helping with business emails to our subscriber list, you name it. Put out the call. She was able to write up some awesome stuff. So thank you, JD, for that. Gustavo is one of our graphic designers. So again, with PR, we did all of our social media. The panels that you're seeing here, even this, Gustavo helped with the design, was really instrumental in creating a lot of the designs as well for marketing. So thank you, Gustavo. Angie Sibis. Angie was my design consultant. She was the first conversation I had before we started doing all the work for this. So she really helped me get a vision for what I wanted, or okay, to be honest, what I wanted Childfree Convention to look like this year. Since working on the visuals. So thank you, Angie. She was a huge help in that. Jared or Cody, can you give me a thumbs up behind the stage that everything is showing up on screen? Because I'm seeing something a little bit different. Okay, thank you. If you guys saw what was happening behind here, that almost needs to be recorded, because that is just as entertaining. It's crazy, but it's entertaining. Rebecca, of course. So huge applause from our audience to Rebecca for Troll Patrol today. I'm aware that we had some issues at the beginning, and even before we went live, we had some issues. So thank you to Rebecca for keeping the chat safe. Of course, shout out to you guys in the audience for keeping the conversation civil. And I know there were some things we had to deal with. So thank you, Rebecca. And Rebecca was doing the event promoting this year with different Facebook groups. Huge help. On a side note, she was like my part-time therapist when I needed someone to talk to. So thank you, Rebecca. Kristen Tetzi, of course, you guys will know her from Childfree Girls and as the author of The Age of the Child. I know she's in the audience. Hi, Kristen. Kristen was also a copywriter this year, helping again with social media promotion, different email content, and for media kits too. Thank you. That was a huge help. So thank you to Kristen. Kristen is desperate to come up on stage and talk to you guys, but I'm kidding. She's like, don't talk to me. Emma, you guys will know Millennial Emma from social media. So Emma was also one of our graphic designers. She helped put together all these graphic panels you're seeing before the panelists come out. Those graphics, she helped with that. She also designed for social media and was really helpful in production as well. Because there is, with all the speakers, with all the PR, social media, and 2 days this year, lots of production need to be done. So her and Gustavo, I forgot to mention, he was helping with production as well. But thank you, Emma, very much for your help, your insight. And also I'm going to give credit to the new color we added for Childfree Convention this year. Emma came up with that. So thank you, Emma. Ethical Comics. If you guys saw our Childfree Convention comic strips, Mika in Sweden, Ethical Comics. So fun. She even made us some GIFs, whatever they're called. There's some more we have to post later today, but all of the comics, Mika. So thank you. That was fun element. Oh, and is that 9 already? How did I go through that fast? Did I? I'm talking and losing count. This is kind of like a, convention high. I'm just here. Also, honorable mention, Lucas Cheney, from, you guys would have known him from hashtag no kids, but now buy child free, buy a child free. Lucas has been our tech assistant for the monthly events that we've been doing. So shout out to Lucas. Thank you for helping this year with Child Free Convention. And I think that's all the volunteer. I should know that. I mean, I've been working with them for months, and I had it all up there. Okay, as long as that was 9. Okay, what's next?
All right. Well, next up we have our sponsors. I just want to run through them again. We have an amazing offer from Dr. J with childfreewealth.com/book. He's giving away digital copies of his book for free. Go there. It's halftime right now, so if you have to like click away, you're not going to miss anything except our 2 smiling faces. Go register.
That's missing a lot, though. Come on.
Well,
come on.
But get the book. Get the book. It's a free book. Free digital book. Get it. Dr. J, childfreewealth.com/book. Our other great sponsors, 365 Diversity, the Facebook group Best Child Free Life Possible, Buy Child Free, Buy Child Free. That's BUY Child Free, BY Child Free merchandise shop, Child Free Family, Child Free Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi, and the book Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint. And so with that, let's roll into Lenore. Do you have anything that you would like to plug?
Well, I do, but I can't miss this opportunity right now.
What's this? Oh no. All right.
I have last year. Well, that doesn't help. I could ship it to you, but you should yeah, keep it for backup. You never know. They're quite cool. All right. So child free journals. That's something that I created in 2019. This was when I was operating under the Bitchy Bookkeeper, which was my child free blog I started with back in the day, 4 years ago. So yeah, we are a sponsor this year. It's just a cute paperback journal. There's some graphics. There's some secrets that I share. I mean, I share a lot of secrets, but there are some extra secrets that I share. But it's 139 lined pages, cute little watermark. Sorry, it doesn't really. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's a lined illustrated journal. They're $12 in American and Canadian dollars. I was trying to keep it fair, and whatever the exchange rate is in your country. This is the first one. They're called the Bitchy Bookkeeper Journal Volume 1, available on Amazon on Volume 2. And this, actually, I'm just going to talk about this one. This started as a joke. This was a memo I created for Twitter, and it says, "Build to unsolicited. When are you going to have kids?" And it's an invoice for $150 plus tax, and an inconvenience tax of $500. So anytime someone asks you when are you going to have kids, send them this memo. I created that as a joke, and that became a journal cover. So yeah, you can check it out. Childfreejournals.com is the website. They're available on Amazon. Again, it's under the Bitchy Bookkeeper Journal, Volume 1 and 2, and we are a proud sponsor this year.
All right, and I will just do a couple quick plugs. Childfreefamily.com is a micro social network that I created a few years back for the child-free community. Basically, I kept seeing in forums and Facebook groups, people would ask, "Hey, where's everybody from? Where's everybody from? I want to meet more child-free people. Anyone near me?" And so I created a map. Actually, I'm going to just share my screen. Let's do something crazy here. I'm going to share.
What?
Yeah. So
not live.
This is the map. Like right now, like so when like you zoom in, like you can see all these little people. Like, hey, it gets bigger when you click on some of them. So yeah, that's
don't click on mine. Well, people know, but they don't know.
But anyway, so yeah, that's really where it came from as far as the basis of Child Free Family. And it also has the other social aspects where you can create a little profile and make friends. You can share posts. It's pretty basic. There's no algorithm to deal with. It's not going to like feed you what it wants to feed you. Basically, as soon as someone posts something, then everybody has a chance to see it. There you go. But that's childfreefamily.com. I hope folks sign up for it. It's a great backup plan for all of these big, huge conglomerates out there that sometimes go down on their own, or you never know what they might deem child free to be in the future. We could have these large groups, that are in the tens of thousands. They could get shut down. So it'd be nice to have a backup place where we can go to if something like that does happen. Consider childfreefamily.com. And the other thing I'm going to plug real quick is Buy Child Free, BUY Childfree, buy Childfree. If you just go to childfreefamily.com, it's the shop attached to it. That's where like you can get some cool merch, support the convention. There's also some other great partnerships we have with Childfree Girls, for example. You can support them as well by getting some merch from those guys. But it's just a great place to get child-free merchandise, and you know that it's going to support another child-free person. Like the convention, Lucas and I run that behind the scenes, and we're waiving anything that we make off of the convention gear, and we're giving it back to the convention. But it's a great way to know, like if you just go onto a big conglomerate website and you type in, I want a child-free shirt, and it pulls up just a whole bunch of shirts. You don't know who that is. It could be someone that just wants to make money off of us and our lifestyle, even though they don't support us and our lifestyle. So the way I see it, hey, kind of help your own. So that's my 2 mini plugs. Jared, do you want to pull? There you are.
Hey, howdy.
Our director, everybody.
Hey guys. Save the round of applause. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys about Best Child Free Life Possible. It's a Facebook group that talks about all the fun things you're wanting to do in your life as a child-free person. You can show your hobbies, your goals, your passions, anything that's going good in your life. Just post it on the group. That's Best Child Free Life Possible on Facebook in the search engine. I also have a child-free 5K and 10K virtual run. We're going to try to do it every end of May for an entire week. It's a free walk or run. You can do it around the world. It's just kind of bringing awareness of the child-free lifestyle to the public. You can go to wherever you're running and go wear a child-free T-shirt while you're doing it, or you can, at the end, you can just yell out, I'm child free at the end of your run, your 5K or 10K run or walk. And if you guys want to do groups together, wherever you're living, if you want to make a group in your location, that's fantastic. But you can check it out. I will share the screen right here. And you can go to facebook.com/childfreerun. I also have a child-free runners group on Facebook. You guys can search that on Facebook. We also have a Child-Free Runners United Strava club that's free. You just download the Strava app. It's pretty awesome. It shows you where you're running in an overhead GPS outlook view. And we got at least, I think we got 67 members so far. I think we're literally the only child-free runners group that's on Strava. It's an amazing free app you can download. There's posting. Also, what's kind of cool here is it shows who has the most mileage. There's a leaderboard, so you can kind of try to compete with the other members.
But where are you at, Jared? Where are you at on the leaderboard?
Today I'm not actually right now currently. Sorry guys, you just let me get out of this. I have actually gotten away from it because
Good call there, Cody. You're making him flustered.
I use a running watch now, which tracks my mileage on my where I'm running. So I'd rather have that than my cell phone. I'd rather not haul my cell phone around and then it possibly falling on the ground. So running watch is the way to go. You can connect the Strava app to your watch, but yeah.
We're shout out to Child Free Well for this comment. A child free run sounds like too much work. Is there a child free sit on the couch and watch Netflix? It's called After the Child Free Convention. That's what we'll be doing. And whoever does that the longest, I never mind. I don't know if we have any prizes for that. I just want to. Okay, we have 5 minutes left before we continue. Let's go through some comments in the chat, please, and thank you. I don't know what we want to talk about, but we just wanted to acknowledge the chat, how awesome you guys have been, and just interact with you a bit. Again, this is something that we discovered at last year's event, how awesome it is to have a fun, just seeing you guys communicate with each other, have conversations, plug some stuff, make some friends. It's virtual, but there's still connections happening. So it's really cool to see that. This wig is okay. But I will say I'm not listening to your guys' wig suggestions because this one is not prepped and it's just shedding because it's new. It's new. Anyway, I gotta stop touching it. So do we have any comments?
I want to bring up one thing. I'm training for the Miami Marathon into January. And what's kind of cool about it, I didn't expect this, is the racing bib. You don't have to have just numbers. You can have a custom name on there. So I'm going to put Childfree on my racing bib, and then I'll put that on like my shorts. Because unfortunately, I'm probably going to be going shirtless while running because Florida and humidity and that sort of thing. So yeah, I'll be there at the Miami Marathon this year or next year, 2023.
All right. Awesome. Good luck with that.
Oh, sorry, Cody, you have to do the dress. Was this in morning chat? And then I promised that if Cody didn't,
I keep saying it.
I don't remember. I have to stop making promises I can't keep. But okay.
I mean, I probably got the legs for it. I'm like 6'1", 6'2" or something. So.
Can I? Okay, I give you behind the scenes. So I'm 5'3". I'm very short. Well, that's not super short, but it's short. I want to be taller, but I can't wear heels right now. So I am propped up on about 5 inches of towels and blankets. My feet can't touch the floor. So I have a foam roller under the desk right now because, of course, like I had broken ankle surgery last year, and I'm still in recovery because it takes a while. So I have the foam roller propping me up. I can't touch the floor with my feet because I'm sitting up higher for this. Otherwise, I'd be like down here.
So you're stuck in the chair, basically. You can't.
Yeah, exactly. And last year I kept sliding out of the chair. So this year I'm good. I'm propped up. I am 6'3" sitting, but I'm actually 5'3" in reality. So yeah, just putting that out there. All right.
All these good comments. We can.
They are good comments.
Go down the line. Yeah.
By the way, so where people are asking about Childfree books and stuff, yeah, plug your stuff. Also, again, we've been pretty good we haven't had any comments we've had to remove or anything. So again, thank you guys for keeping things civil. And I'm just I got to scroll all the way back up to the morning. It's only 10:57 here. It feels like it should be 4 in the afternoon because it's been a it's been a long morning. But hopefully you guys are enjoying everything and keep your comments coming. We have, how many more panels do we have to do still?
Gosh. It's like 5 or 6, it looks like. Oh, 6 at least.
All right. So we're halfway through.
Not
This has been the halftime show. By the way, if you want to connect with us, you guys can find me at Childfree Blog on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, mostly Instagram. And check out my podcast, Childfree Girls, just a shameless plug in there too. Shout out to my co-hosts, Kristen and Isabel. We are in our celebrating our 3rd anniversary of podcasting. So
congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it's been fun. And so there's that.
Like
and Cody, how can
downloads? Like
we celebrated 100,000 downloads a couple weeks ago. So that was for an indie podcast. We release episodes every 2 weeks. So we have, I think, 80 episodes plus our awesome Halloween episodes where I don't wear a wig. So, we're scary regular, Lenora. Cody, how can people find you if they want to connect? And then we'll plug Jared and then we'll get off the stage.
Childfree Family, just search most of the social sites and it should pop up. Yeah, that's good. Childfreefamily.com is the site. Do that. I'm there for sure because I'm doing it. So
and Jared, again, plug your.
Yeah, I got Instagram. Just Best Childfree is my Instagram, and I'll keep you updated on my running and training for next year. So, yep.
So the answer to this was yes, but they haven't been shown. So,
the question is, in case you don't have visual, is there going to be something at the end of the convention that says the social media of the panelists in case we missed them?
Yeah, there were supposed to be at the end, but not at the whole end of the convention. What'll happen is these will be every panel will be individualized, and we're going to talk about this more tomorrow. But the full replays will be available immediately once we shut down the live stream for both days, and each panel will be individually chopped up. And I will have that information, but that's not going to be available immediately.
Yeah. For today, give it like an hour to process because YouTube.
No. The chopping up part because I need to sleep. That's going to be happening.
The actual like today's event will go on YouTube.
Today's
Childfree Convention YouTube channel within like an hour. It usually takes a little while to lag. But the chopped up portions will take a little longer, and the description of those will have the social media.
So the answer is no. Really, the answer is no to your question. You will have to go back and watch the replay. if any of the speakers do want to go back to the replay and plug their stuff in comments, feel free. We will get to that. It's not going to be immediately. Again, there were supposed to be some graphic panels uploaded or displayed after we go off the screen, but I think we've scrapped that. So, yeah, you will eventually. If I'll put it this way, if you guys have any questions about specific speakers that you want to get in contact with, email me at childfreeconvention@gmail.com and I will get that to you. That might be faster than waiting a couple weeks to get the panels individualized. So again, childfreeconvention@gmail.com. Send me a message there and I can give you, because I do have that information. So I'll give that to you because I think we have speakers' permission.
All right. I'm going to play moderator here. Let's keep it rolling.
All right. See you guys in a bit.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to Child Free Into the Future. I will be one of your moderators, Cody Hetzel.
And I will be one of your other co-moderators, Lenora.
We'll go with that.
Whatever.
Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor, Child Free Media, champion level sponsor, Child Free Wealth, and other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child Free Life Possible on Facebook in the groups, Buy Child Free, Buy Child Free, merchandise shop, Child Free Family, Child Free Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tensi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates.
You think we would need that, but
you
never know.
Look, I want to be here for 2023. So,
That's true.
Yeah.
All right.
Put that there. All right. So we have Kelly, Sarah, and Stephanie, all from the Center for Biological Diversity.
Yeah.
Welcome.
You guys are familiar with each other, I believe. In some regard. So with that, please tell us a little bit about yourself, and we'll start with Kelly and work our way around.
Sure. Well, welcome. It's great to be here. So I work for the Center for Biological Diversity, and I have a bachelor's in natural resources and a master's in public health, and was really excited to kind of come work at the center to work at the intersection of those two. So I get to work on family planning and reducing consumption. So that's a little bit about me. I'm currently in Florida.
Awesome. Stephanie, how about you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Feldstein, she, her. I live in the Pacific Northwest and work for the Center for Biological Diversity. I'm the director of the Population and Sustainability program there. And, as Kelly said, we work to address the effects of population and consumption on wildlife and the environment, and really how to address those issues through ways that are empowering and that advance justice, equity, and human rights. Personally, obviously, I'm child free. That's why I'm here. I have several rescue animals. I've always been involved in the animal and environmental movement, and I'm also the author of the Animal Lover's Guide to Changing the World.
All right. And Sarah, last but not least.
Hi, I'm Sarah, she, her. I live in Western New York, and I'm an organizer at the Center for Biological Diversity and work with Stephanie and Kelly on population pressure in the environment. So kind of obviously the same issues they discussed. And yeah, working at the center gives me a lot of opportunities to talk about being child-free more than I think I would in a lot of other day jobs. So I think that's pretty fun, and tying it to the environment. I have a bachelor's in wildlife conservation and a master's in biology, so I've always had a passion for that. It's cool, and it's cool to get to bring in the reproductive rights side of things as well.
And it's very serendipitous would be, I guess, maybe the term for the three of you being on this panel, because I don't think the three of you planned on necessarily being on it together, but once we kind of pieced this together behind the scenes, we're like, wait, they all work for the same thing. Let's put them on this panel because it makes a lot of sense to do that. And so we're glad you agreed to all join us on this panel. So thank you very much.
So speaking into the future, 5 years from now, what do you think the conversation will be like within the child-free community? And how do you think society will view the child-free conversation and community? So we'll start with Kelly. Sorry, give me some direction. Kelly, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So, I really hope that society kind of starts to understand this lifestyle more. I've been child-free for, well, I'm in my mid-40s, but when I finally made the decision, it's been about 20 years now. And, I hope that 5 years from now that society and we continue to be welcomed and less pressure to have kids, but I'm not necessarily holding my breath. I feel like some of the systems at play are still very much, wanting us to have kids and dare I say consumers. So I think that while sentiments may be changing, we still have a ways to go for systems change in 5 years.
Thank you. Stephanie, go ahead.
Well, I think it's really exciting to see how the conversation is changing right now, because I mean, thanks to social media, like we see a lot of people who are really out there owning and celebrating being child-free. I mean, I know for me, there are people I follow on social media for completely other reasons, and then randomly I'll see them talking about being child-free. So I know that, there's just a lot more of that conversation happening. And I think, when you combine that with all the anxiety that's happening right now around the climate crisis and the economy and all these other global issues, that the child-free community will only continue to grow, I think, in our visibility and our support for each other. And I mean, I'm not saying that pronatalism is going anywhere, like that's still going to be around, but I think that we're seeing more and more child-free role models. And that's going to play a huge role in normalizing it. And I think making it like more of a core part of the conversation and, how we deal with each other, both within and outside of our community.
Thank you. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that kind of as we begin to hear all the different reasons people decide to be child-free, that it becomes more normalized, people become more open about discussing their choice and kind of making that easier for others who maybe haven't given a thought to, think more critically about whether or not they want to have kids. And that, people with kids don't see it as a judgment on them either. That it's a decision you're making for yourself. It doesn't necessarily mean you're trying the same thing about anyone else's choices.
Let's go a little bit farther versus 5 years. Let's go 25 years into the future. So, for those that are 25 years in the future, looking at the archive video of this, how did it turn out in the comments? But as more people speak up about not having kids, how might this impact policy in the workplace and beyond?
Want me to start?
Kelly, yes, please.
That's okay. I'm getting the hang of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I said, it's been 20 years since I made my decision, and I distinctly remember learning about the child-free lifestyle. I'll be honest. I honestly didn't, and this is crazy to say, I didn't really think it was an option. And I happened to be in roller derby, and my peers, I was like, yeah, I don't really know if I want kids. And they're like, oh, there's this whole thing, child-free by choice, or, join this no kidding group. And so when I finally made my decision, I realized I needed things that weren't being provided. And so it was medical professionals that were willing to kind of take me seriously. I went to a counselor as I was making this decision that did not go very well. They were not very child-free, understanding. And then, all my friends were kind of having kids, and so I needed this social group. And don't get me started on the workplace policies. I mean, I learned early on that was going to be somewhat problematic, as the one that was choosing not to have children, that the workload would be a little bit different, that, you know, time off or the availability to take time was just thought of differently. And so I hope that 25 years from now, those three things have improved. Like, I think the social stuff has improved, which is one of the things that you all are doing, right? With this conference. I hope the medical profession comes on board even a little bit more, and that we do have better workplace policies.
Awesome. Stephanie, how about you?
I think for me, the thing that really stands out is those caregiver policies, and that is what family looks like and really broadening that definition. I know in terms of workplace policies, like our workplace is trying really hard to do that already. Like we have policies where we can that really try to expand the definition of family when we're looking at things like, you know, like time off to care for somebody in illness, bereavement policies, and that sort of thing. And I mean, our policies even include pets now. Like we're really rethinking what does it mean about who you care for in your life. And I think that that's going to become more and more important. But it's going to be really hard for workplaces to make those changes until we start to see changes in federal policy, because so much of it is limited by like, what will the government allow? What will they, you know, cover and reimburse and all of that. So, you know, so we're going to need to see changes there. But I think that both within the child-free community and outside of our community, like people are losing patience for the unpaid work of caregiving and for not being recognized for how much goes into caring for the people who we love. So, you know, I think that we will start to see more political pressure to acknowledge that and to redefine family. And, you know, I also think of, you know, how we re-envision what aging looks like. I mean, I think there's a reason why the Golden Girls are still such a touchstone now. I mean, they had kids, but this vision of like growing old with your friends and, you know, surrounded by this community that you've created is amazing. And I think that, you know, we're going to see more that's supporting that kind of lifestyle.
Yeah. And Sarah, how about you? 25 years out.
Yeah, definitely just kind of echoing what Stephanie said about the expansion of family, what's considered family, because yeah, there's all kinds of different kinds of caring and caregiving that needs to happen outside of just your own children, whether they be biological or, you know, stepchildren, adopted, or anything like that. So supporting that and all the different kinds of family, like people have chosen families that are really important, and just, you know, thinking more broadly about what that means for everyone and being able to support that with useful policies.
And so for our comment section, if this is all very US centric with our speakers and the topic, but what's it like in your country, or, you know, where you're at? And in the future, when this is archived, still put it in the comments. What's it like in your country? Because things are going to hopefully evolve and change over time.
Well, in Canada, so speaking of, you know, elders, there's a common comment that child-free content creators, okay, that was unplanned, nice alliteration there, we get that says, you know, wait till you're 50, wait till you're 60, you're going to be sad, alone. So the question is, 50 years from now, what do you think it's going to be like to be a child-free person 50 years from now? There's that assumption that we're going to be repeating what we've seen elders go through 50 years ago, which, you know, even now I see elders living child-free or otherwise, seeing a vastly different life. So 50 years from now, where do you think child-free people will be, in your opinion? Kelly, we'll start with you.
Well, I don't know about others, but I have been aggregating like-minded child-free friends for the last 10 to 15 years that specifically want to live in a warm climate, because that's what I want, and not all of my child-free friends do. And I'm planning a straight up nice commune that we all live off the land. You know, I mean, I'm kind of joking, but not really, you know, so that progressive minded people that want to, you know, work on society, work on democracy, you know, live off the grid as much as possible. That's my dream for 50 years from now, and where I hope to be in elder care.
I think Kelly's going to be running the environmental Golden Girls. I love it. When I think about 50 years from now and kind of more broadly in the community, like I have a really hard time, maybe it's because of what I do, maybe it's just who I am, of thinking about the next 50 years and not thinking about like what a profound impact that the climate crisis and all of these other things that we're facing today are going to have on us and going to change our world and how we deal with things and our society. And I think that, I think that there are going to be a lot of challenges for elders, in all situations. But I also think that, there has to be this turning point where we realize that we have much bigger problems to deal with as a society beyond arguing over like people's different reproductive choices, among many other, things that we argue about that aren't worth arguing about. So I think that there's going to have to be this sort of like, redefinition of like, how are we caring for each other and what does that look like? And so I think that there are going to be challenges that, we're seeing glimpses of today, but I'm hoping that, when we get to that 50-year point, that we'll be sort of on the other side of knowing how to deal with them and being able to come together more as a community to deal with them. And that includes improving, our elder care, because it's, overall, it's not a great situation. It hasn't been for a long time, but there's so much that we can do that's better. And I think especially now as we're looking back to more, traditional customs, more caring for people as a community, that, hopefully we'll see big improvements in the next 50 years.
Sarah?
Yeah, personally, I feel like I've had to think a little more proactively and be thoughtful about planning for retirement and like, in a few decades, look into elder care for myself because I won't have my own children to rely on, which which is not a guarantee even people with kids have. I think that's a pretty common question, folks, child-free people here, is who will take care of you when you're older. And I jokingly, not jokingly say my retirement account with the money I saved by not having kids. But yeah, I think just thinking about that, and like I do, like maybe I'll go check out Kelly's commune if I get tired of Western. But I do really love that idea of like finding community with friends. I remember my grandmother when she moved out of her house because it was just more space than she needed. She moved into like a really nice retirement community, and like she had a nice group of friends she hung out with, and it's like it seemed like a good time. So I would totally be on board with that when I'm like at that stage in my life.
In one of my past lives of working, I worked at a retirement community, and they're not that bad. People like the one that I was at, they had like an open bar like on Fridays, like they had tons of activities and things to do, and they traveled, like they would get on buses and go on adventures. Like it's already better than what it was like 50 years ago, and so that's why it's fun to talk about this. But let's go even further. So it's now 2122 Child-Free Convention. You have Cody's talking head in a jar. And how might the choice to not have kids be beneficial to natural resources? How might technology have changed? And how about humanity overall, maybe even benefiting from this? And Kelly, kick it off.
Yeah. I'll take the angle of humanity overall. I know my colleagues may go in some other directions, but we really follow the reproductive justice framework, and that is one that everyone should have the right, if and when, to have children, right? So it includes the choice of not having children, but to do that in a safe and healthy environment. And so I would really like to see us be at a place where we are have the ability to choose if and when we want to have kids, and to do that in an unpolluted, climate friendly, biodiverse Earth, frankly. And we can't all be in my commune. So I could really use some other folks working with us on that.
There'll be a commune on Mars by then, I'm sure. So
we'll
branch out. We'll branch out to Mars.
I want to ask, okay, her reaction. We have to go back to that once the other two. We have to get that anti-Mars reaction. I'm curious.
Well, it's funny because when you asked the question and you got to technology, my first thought was, well, hopefully by then we won't have people like Elon Musk just like sending billionaires into space. So it's funny that you brought up Mars then, but the main thing for me, I often think about natural resources because obviously what we do at the Center for Biological Diversity is, we're trying to fight the extinction crisis, and we're just a few months away from having 8 billion people on the planet. And that's a huge amount of pressure on natural resources and all natural resources that we're trying to share with other species. And, right now in the coming decades, there's like 1 million species at risk of extinction. But when you look 100 years out, if we are able to to change the trajectory that we're on, and if we are able to, continue advancing reproductive rights and gender equity so that people who want to be child free can choose to do so. People who want to have smaller families can choose to do so. Then, all the projections say that if we continue on that arc, then, continue advancing that arc, I should say, because there are different directions we can go from the point we're at right now. But if that happens, then in 100 years, there's a good chance that our population can stabilize and even begin to decline. And so, at that point, it'll make it a lot easier to advance all the other things that we want to do in terms of, protecting the environment, having better quality of life for everybody. There'll be more to go around. And so I think that there's, in 100 years, there's a lot to look forward to for the natural world.
And you mentioned the population declining, and that's, some people hear that and they think of like a negative connotation. It's like, oh no, we're like going, if we're overpopulated now and we're adding more people to it, it's like, well, when were we ever underpopulated? There's no one ever talks about when we didn't have enough people on the planet. And so it's an interesting conversation to have and think about from that angle. But Sarah, if you would finish up this question.
Yeah. I hope it just continues to normalize and dare I even say we celebrate child-free people for the choice, and as one of the many ways we can be reducing our pressure on the planet. Maybe in 100 years, if the population has started to actually decline in among rights-based ways, not due to disasters and pandemics, but we can see the population decline and that watch everything not actually collapse and see that it can totally be fine, and actually we're losing less species that way. So hopefully I'd love to prove everyone who says population collapse is going to be the end of us wrong, is what I'd love in 100 years.
And people they're child-free for a number of reasons. We can all probably think of a reason yourself why you're child-free, but a lot of people do say it's to help the environment, to help the future, to not, have a kid come into the world that one day may have to fight for water, who knows? And so to me, it's the obvious answer for any politician out there, any world leaders, do better, with the planet and how we're treating it. And, maybe it won't be as big of a topic or an issue. I'm just a random thought I'm throwing out there right now.
There's so many great co-benefits. As Stephanie said, if you support reproductive rights, health, and justice, it just so happens that it's good for the environment and it's great for people. So
has there been any pushback, or I guess first, what is the attempt to actually share that message out in a broader space, for one? Second of all, what's the response been if the answer is yes? Because I feel to me, that makes sense. That should be a big campaign, but realistically, again, maybe happy Canadian here, I don't know, but it's, I'm curious because it to me, it sounds, and not just because I'm child free, but it sounds like something people should be paying attention to, because it's going to affect those that have kids. It's going to affect their kids' future and beyond. So why not consider that? Right?
I'll let my colleagues take it.
I get, the short answer is it's complicated. There are a lot of different ways that we put the message out there. A lot of what we do is really working on, advancing that reproductive rights piece. But we also do things that are really creative. That are condom packages with brightly colored animal artwork on them, and these funny little sayings on them. And it's funny because they'll say things like "wrap with care, save the polar bear," and people see these and they laugh at first, and then they're kind of it makes sense to them. Once you can break through that initial reaction to oh wait, we're not supposed to talk about this, a lot of times people are yeah, that makes sense. Or people say, that's something I've thought about. I've even given talks before where people have come up to me and said, everything you said resonates with me, and I am worried about this future, but what can I do? I've already had 5 kids. What do I do? And, and so there's just really interesting conversations that come out of it. And I will say that the response, so we use a variety of ways to kind of talk about this issue. And we also get a variety of responses. And there are a lot of people who it really resonates with. There are a lot of people who are really hesitant because there are horrible things that have happened and continue to happen in the name of population control. So, there's a lot of navigating of how acknowledging that and and pushing forward how really it's all about human rights now and all about this choice and the ability to choose to have or not have kids. And then there are some people who just don't want to touch the topic with, 100-foot pole. So it's really kind of all over the place, the kind of responses that we get to this.
And there's some studies that people have put into overpopulation, and they eventually say, well, there'll be like a plateauing stage of 11 billion people. It's like, is that better? Like, is that something to aim for and look forward to? Is 11 billion people? That's, well, that's almost like 50% more of what we have now. So it doesn't make sense. But they make it sound like that's a resolution. It's like, well, it's in a cap at 11 billion. It's like, you hear what you're saying?
It's going to be really interesting in November to see if and how that 8 billion number really sinks in for people, because most people aren't like us. They're not spending every day thinking about how many people are on the planet. But I think, there are going to be a lot of headlines about there are 8 billion people on the planet now. And it'll be interesting to see kind of how that strikes people, especially in light of everything else going on in the world.
For sure.
When you just said that, like, it reminds me, everyone, we are all in our own bubbles. And I feel like it's by design, so people, like the powers that be, don't want us to really know that many people, because we're just trying to survive. Most of us are just trying to get through every day, just to stay intact and stay sane as much as possible. But when you present it like that, and I'm not someone that is child-free because of the environment. I mean, quite honestly, I don't think too much about it. But the more I have conversations with people, the more I hear, and doing events like this, it really hits home. And I realize how so much of this information is important for us to know, but either the way it's packaged or it's just buried under all of the other things that are out there. And again, people just trying to survive and go from day to day. I guess even 25 to 100 years, how can we, whether it's child-free people or anyone that's concerned, how can we kind of push this more to the surface so people realize, like, this is serious, this is important, and it might not be sexy, but it's something to pay attention to. Yeah. And any solutions, quick, we got 4 minutes.
Solve the problems of the world. Go.
Oh, Sarah, yeah, you're good now. You're good now.
Okay. If you'd like to start conversations about this, the condom project that Stephanie mentioned, the endangered species condoms. So this one says, before it gets any hotter, remember the sea otter. And inside you get more information about rights-based solutions and the condoms themselves. And you can sign up to receive a box of these. We'll send them to you, and you can give them out in your communities at events you want to get this message out to folks. So another component of that is we do a lot of events at zoos, museums, and aquariums when they do adult-only events. So we're reaching an age-appropriate audience to let them know about this. And those are some really fun conversations to have with people. They're really receptive to it. It's often something they haven't thought about, but like, they're excited to know about it. Like, safe sex can save wildlife. It's a fun message.
Okay, there we go. Jared, can you write that in a banner really quick?
No, don't do it.
No, okay. Kidding. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
And the website, by the way, I don't know if Sarah said it, but endangeredspeciescondoms.com. You can go there and see more of the condom designs and sign up to get the condoms. But I think things like the condoms and this conference are so important to have these conversations, because so much of it is about like bringing it out into the light. Because, again, so many people, it's like you start to have these conversations and people are either like, yeah, I've been thinking about that and was afraid to talk about it, didn't know who I could talk to about it. Or, we get a lot of people who, like you, are like, I don't really give much thought to that, but it makes so much sense now that it's in front of me. We're seeing all these polls with more and more people thinking about, like the climate crisis and their family planning. So I think just like having these conversations is so, so critical to, to pushing back against those who really would rather have us hide this. People like the billionaires who want to go into space don't want us to talk about these conversations because they make money off of more people.
Right. I did want to circle back to Mars, but you want to do that in your wrap up, Kelly?
I was going to say, we also did a research report called Contraception and Consumption in the Age of Extinction. So if you go to Center for Biological Diversity and search for that, and we had a master's student kind of dive deep into the data, and we found that child-free people or people that hadn't had children were thinking differently about the environment. And so, yeah, feel free to see that, go look for that. But we just need to bring it to light, like Stephanie said, and not go to Mars necessarily.
So if anyone wants to reach out to any one of you after the convention, how can they do that? Is there anything you'd like to plug or promote further? Kelly, go ahead.
Sure. Well, our website is biologicaldiversity.org, and we have a staff page so that you can find any one of us. And we are in constant communication, even though we're all over the country. But yeah, feel free to reach out.
Awesome. Stephanie, anything for you?
Yeah, well, I mean, we all have the same website where you can reach us, biologicaldiversity.org or endangeredspeciescondoms.com. So either of those work. And, also add that we, all of us are regularly, giving talks, helping people, through their own questions on how to have these conversations about being child-free, about, reproductive rights in the environment, all of that. So, if there's anything that you might want a presentation to a group or endangered species condoms or, just need advice on it, definitely reach out. I mean, that's what we do.
Very cool. And Sarah?
Yeah, everything they said, same staff page. I'm also on LinkedIn, so you can find me there. And yeah, happy to talk about any of this more if anyone's interested and wants to know how to get involved with the condoms or have a presentation.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
This is the first time we've had condoms on stage at conventions, so this is pretty cool.
Well, and given the political climate in America, you might get a whole lot of requests for those in the future. So with that, we'll wrap this panel up. Da-da-da. And so, I'm done. We're out. Bye.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Yeah, bear with the moderators. It's already been a long day. Thank you, Kelly, Sarah, and Stephanie for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks for having us.
Hello. Welcome to the Pronatalism panel. Yeah, welcome to the Pronatalism panel. I'm Cody. I'll be one of the co-moderators.
And I'm Lenora Faye, also one of the co-moderators.
The other co-moderator. So,
I'm so used to saying co-founder that moderator just isn't coming out today for some reason.
Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor Childfree Media, champion level sponsor Childfree Wealth, other sponsors 365 Diversity, Best Child-Free Life Possible, found on Facebook. Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flynn.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So with that, we will bring on our speakers for the Pronatalism panel. We have Laura Carroll.
Hi there.
And Nandita Bajaj. Hello.
Hello. So we've been throwing around the word pronatalism, which it might be the first time some people are even hearing it, but it's a big factor in their life, whether they realize it or not. Before we dive fully in all the way, please tell us a little bit about yourselves. Nandita, we'll start with you.
Great. I'm Nandita Bajaj. I grew up in India until I was 17 and have lived in Toronto, Canada ever since. I currently work as the executive director of Population Balance, which educates about overpopulation, overconsumption, and its intersectional impacts on people, planet, and the animals. And I also teach a course on pronatalism and overpopulation at Antioch University.
Very good. And Laura.
Hi there. Well, I've been researching, writing about, and I guess acting as a social activist for the child-free choice for probably over 20 years. And I've written several books in full or in part that address the child-free choice and those who make it. And my latest is a longitudinal study on child-free women. And I also am the author of The Baby Matrix, which takes a deep dive into pronatalism. So that's also why I'm here to talk about it.
Awesome.
So what is the definition of pronatalism? And we'll start with you, Laura.
Well, I like, there's several that have been in some books over the years, but the one I like that's the briefest is really, it's a system, an old system of attitudes and beliefs that encourage reproduction and exalt the role of parenthood. And I say old because in the Baby Matrix, I go as far back as the times of Augustus, when it was these attitudes and beliefs were already introduced to help grow populations, encourage people to have more babies so that these civilizations could have more power and survive. Now, when we're all these generations later, a lot of people ask me, so why is it still around? Why do people believe some of these things? Well, it's because it fosters power. You know, business likes it. Business needs babies and more people. The church does, government does. So it's a perpetual thing that's power driven. And that's also why there's some of the attitudes and beliefs. When you really look at them today, they're not so useful as they were generations ago, or they were never true to begin with, but somehow it's so entrenched that people believe them anyway. So that's also what the Baby Matrix was about, to try to see past all that.
Anandita?
Well, I must say that I was introduced to pronatalism through Laura. So first, what an honor to be doing this with Laura. Usually I use Laura's definition for pronatalism. So there, Laura defined it. But, you know, I've taken the work of pronatalism, even through my course and my work at Population Balance, to look at the global impacts of pronatalism. And Laura touched upon the different aspects of power. And I cover, for example, nationalistic, ethnocentric, religious pressures, political, economic pressures put on people to bear children, and sometimes through coercion. So you see that happening in a lot of different ways, which I'm sure we'll talk about pretty soon.
And it just on the simplest form for me, for at least a lot of societies, like you're given kind of a life script to follow. It's like, you know, you go to school, get education, get a job, get married, and have kids. It's always and have kids. It's like plural too, not just one. You have to have multiple kids, but they never talk about anything after that. But that to me is like, so if someone thinks they've never been touched by pronatalism, if that sounds familiar, you have. So why is pronatalism an important topic to discuss within the child-free community?
Boy, I think it's because it gets to the core of why society fails to fully accept the child-free choice, why we get, you know, flack about it, why there's myths and assumptions about it. And it's like one of the biggest is that there's beliefs and attitudes around that there's actually something wrong with us because we don't want to have kids. Or there's also the assumption that it's in us to want children. And if we don't want them, there's something wrong with us, like biologically, which is a myth. There's no evidence to support that. But in terms of being like, it's not normal, we get flack for not being like, you know, we have something wrong with us psychologically. We're not mature enough. It's involved with women in particular, our identity. It seems to be womanhood and motherhood are supposed to be synonymous. All these things, child-free people, you know, we have to dissect and talk about with people, say that, no, that's not true. And so pronatalism really, really drives this, why we have to even talk about child-free choice anyway. So that's the tip of the iceberg.
It is. And Mandita, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I got into the work that I do because I feel as a child-free person, there is a responsibility that comes with the privilege of having had the choice to not have children, and understanding that the worst impacts of pronatalism are actually felt by people who have the least degree of personal and reproductive autonomy. So the reason I feel so passionate about speaking about this within the child-free community is people who have chosen to be child-free are on the spectrum. There are some who always knew. There are some who, like me, kind of had an awakening later in life to the fact that this was even a choice that was open to me. I had always thought I was going to have children because of pronatalism. So, you know, I feel that with the privilege of having the choice comes the responsibility of lifting those who don't have the choice into this kind of autonomous space where we each are free to choose the life path that is the most fulfilling and meaningful to us. And so for me, it's, you know, a lot tied up with advocacy work that we are called to do as child-free privileged people. Not everybody is privileged, but, you know, most of us who have had the choice, when we get to the point where we can sit in a position of comfort with it, it's nice to pay it forward.
Yeah.
So why should those outside of the child-free community care about or be aware about pronatalism and how it affects or even directs their life?
Because they're winning. they're winning.
Okay, that's the obvious answer. But again, like the lack of awareness is just because it's normal, right? I mean, not to answer the questions, but because this is normal. So why should they care if it's something that's normal?
Well,
Laura,
first, I think people just they blindly believe these beliefs and think in certain ways because it's so entrenched. But I think to make the point that why should other people care, we can even start with parents. It impacts parents or would-be parents. There's all kinds of assumptions that are around that we're all aware of, like to have an only child. Ooh, you're not supposed to do that. Or if you have a miscarriage, ooh, you should feel shame or like something's really wrong with you. That's a big one, and why people can't talk about it. Also, you know, that having a biological child is best, you know, and people that want to pursue adoption, they're taught to believe that, well, they only do that if it's like the last case scenario. You know, these are things that impact people who are already parents or who are thinking about being parents. And then there's negative societal and cultural impacts that, I mean, the list is so long. It's like, how many people become parents when they're really not ready because they believe that parenthood is the next step. They just believe it blindly. Then they're as parents, maybe they're not really ready and they become unfit parents. And then the children suffer from that. We see that all over, foster kids and kids being, you know, just victims of their parents in a whole slew of ways. And then it's opening up to just the larger global thing that, you know, population balance is all about is that it fuels overpopulation and all the impacts that has with the climate crisis and on the whole planet. So those are the kinds of things that I also talk about in the Baby Matrix. And a lot of people who aren't child-free have read the book and their eyes open to it. It is all over and it really relates to all of us.
Yeah. Nandita, what do you think?
Yeah, so the couple of things I'll add to that is, again, parents, you know, who have taken my course, they express this, they express the pressures they have experienced as parents to have it all, to meet this unrealistic standard of perfectionism, to be incredible parents, but also to be incredible leaders in the workplace. So it just places all of these really unrealistic pressures on people to be perfect. And there's nobody living in that way. But then, you know, some of the things that we also discuss is parents who are really interested in helping to raise children with empathy, autonomy, and care need to understand how they may be perpetuating pronatalist beliefs for their own kids in the language that they speak, in the inevitability of parenthood that they may be pushing on their own kids. But then also professionals in the workplace, teachers, doctors, nurses, social workers, HR representatives. You start to look at how alive pronatalism is, not just in politicians and religious leaders, but it's the water in which we're swimming. And if these folks are really interested in helping to people make liberated, authentic choices for themselves, professionals need to be aware of what pronatalism looks like and how not to perpetuate those belief systems.
You both brought up a good point with like parents, like, and I was kind of joking about it before. It's like, well, they're winning. Yeah, if you're following a life script and you have a kid, well, society is going to say, well, you should have two. Like, why do you just have one? It's going to be lonely, or whatever excuse they want to give the parents. And so then they have two kids. And like, well, great, we had two, we're done, right? And like, no, that's just replacing yourself. We have to have more than two kids. So now you have to have another kid on top of that. So yeah, I mean, parents get it too. And like, if any parents watch this now or in the future, like, give us your thoughts on that. It's an interesting way to look at pronatalism and how it affects everybody.
Yes.
So are all the aspects of pronatalism negative?
Well, we talked about this before the show, and we kicked it around, and I think we both landed it, based on what we know and have studied and see, the answer is no.
You can't even give it a chance. It's like,
I know. Thanks for coming. That's the panel.
No, well, we did, we tried to think what would be positive about it, but whenever we discussed it, we'd land at the positive impact or the thing wasn't really pronatalism. So I think it mostly lands at no, because pronatalism is about the perpetuation, for me, of reproductive conformity, okay? For the sake of power, for the sake of what is supposed to surmise is power, survival and power. So if as long as that continues, it promotes the pressure to have children. We get disinformation about that, about reproduction and parenthood, to keep that, umbrella on us of different kinds of beliefs to keep people believing that they should. So in that world, we just couldn't see anything that comes in there that goes, you know what, that would be good, or that would be good. The word was always, well, that's not pronatalism. So
Right.
that makes sense.
Yeah. And, I work in the space of population stabilization. And one of the things that often gets brought up is the dark legacy of population control that has impacted some of the most marginalized communities. People of color, BIPOC, LGBTQ folks, people seen as unfit to reproduce through the legacy of eugenics, forced sterilizations, forced abortions, China's one-child policy, etc. But what we are trying to shine a light on is pronatalism is the oldest form of reproductive control. And because of the things Laura has said, for example, it's considered to be natural and normal, and people just say, well, nobody should be telling anybody how many kids to have, except everyone is telling everyone how many kids to have in terms of the power structures that are pushing us to have children, in terms of the media, the religious leaders, the politicians, the economists. So it's not really that free a space in terms of reproductive autonomy. And so to answer your question, same as Laura, I don't believe that any form of pronatalism has a place in society, because by its very nature, it's autonomy diminishing. And it's a form of reproductive control, just like the other types of reproductive control.
So that was a question that came to mind was, can autonomy and pronatalism coexist? And just as you were wrapping up, you kind of answered that question, but it's scary to think about. Can they coexist?
And so that's going to be like the takeaway for the comment section forever now is, are all aspects of pronatalism negative? Let us know.
And we are open. If people see something or understand something, we're open to continuing to learn. But boy, the deep dive into it, it's more important, I think, that the work is to uncover what's true, what are the true facts, and what's beliefs. What are beliefs and what are old? They're so old that we just can't see through it. So that's one reason I did the baby matrices, just to have people see through into a new context of what really is truth. And if we can get more people living from those truths, it will start to chip away at this phenom that's, you know, a behemoth. It's big and old, but it can be chipped away the more people are aware of what's really going on.
Yeah. And, you know, I've taken the position both at Population Balance and in the course that I teach is pronatalism is not only a form of reproductive manipulation and control, but it's also led to so many other intersectional issues. Just like population control efforts of the past affected marginalized communities the most, pronatalism impacts people within marginalized communities the most. People with the least degree of personal and reproductive autonomy are the ones that are at the mercy of these pronatalist forces, forced to have many, many children, forced to feel shamed for not being able to have children, forced to not be able to have abortions. All of the stigmatization, even around contraceptive use. It's no big surprise that there are a couple of 100 million women that we know. This is within a pronatalist context. Couple of 100 million women who wish to access contraception or avoid the next pregnancy who are not able to do it, not because they don't have access to contraception, but because there is so much misinformation and myths surrounding contraceptive use. Like you'll get cancer, or, you know, you're not a real woman, or that you're promiscuous if you're on contraceptives because you're probably sleeping around. And so a lot of damaging aspects of pronatalism, to me, it goes beyond just the child-free choice. It actually so much is about reproductive justice.
Yes.
And the impacts that it has on population growth, but then also the vicious cycle that population growth creates for those already fighting against patriarchal structures like poverty and ecological crises that they, again, are impacted by the most.
And
well said.
Being a guy up here, I can say from looking at how women are under the microscope of pronatalism, guys, we don't get it that bad. We really don't. And someone made a comment about misogyny, and yeah, I mean, at its core, pronatalism is misogyny to try to control, especially women, to be reduced to just having children. And then in a lot of societies, the women are also charged with now raising that child, and that limits humanity. As far as like the ability for education and knowledge. You know, we always hear it's like, oh, you're child free. Well, you should have a kid. That kid could cure cancer. There's probably a woman in another country right now that they could cure cancer, but they're raising 5 kids because their society is telling them to.
That's right.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Sorry, soapbox over.
No, yeah, you make a good point about that. It's a different experience with men, but you know, if you go back generations, men were running governments, they were running churches, and it's still pretty true today. You know, it's better, but the men are running it, and in a lot of different ways, the power structures, and so that same machine is now still playing out. It's just the layers are so much deeper, and as Nandita was saying, that the population is so much bigger, and it grows, you know, so much faster, and the negative effects happen so much faster. I also look at it too if we were more past this, that there's so many positive things. Think of if we how many unwanted children we wouldn't see. How many kids we wouldn't see suffering, how many kids, you know, so it's not just about we people who don't want kids or have ended in a situation where we haven't had kids. It can be about the kids, you know, that are brought into the world. I think that's really important to bring up and to shine a light on as well.
And, you know, this comment has been thrown around a lot too, but it is interesting how the child-free community actually does care about the children. It doesn't have to be specific, like to one kid. It's, you know, people are thinking, you know, many are thinking about choosing, you know, to not have kids. Why? How does that affect, you know, the ripple effects of that? and showing concern for those younger generations that exist, and those that are being brought into the world. And even this conversation, like it's child-free people are not the only one talking about pronatalism, but right now we are, in this particular moment. And it's interesting because, the child-free community has such sorry, things are starting to fade in my mind all of a sudden. It's misunderstood. Sorry, which was why we're all here speaking about our child-free choice and what that means. And what do you both think about, as you continue your work in the various fields that you do work in, and expressing your child-free choice, encouraging others to speak up about it? How do you think that will help? I mean, it's, again, sounds like an obvious question, but to the outside, those that are not in the child-free community, how do you think continuing this message will land? I mean, even with the last panel talking about into the future, 5-10 years down the road, what are your hopes with this?
Well, I hope that the more aware people can be and to see through a lot of the myths that pronatalism perpetuates, that people begin to, and it's already happening, which is great, have the willingness to talk about it openly with people that in your personal life, your professional life. Be brave enough to try to change some policies in the workplace so that they're not so child-centric either. That's tough business. It has to be done with groups of people. It has to be organized. And so the more people that are aware and find each other, that begins a wave of, I think, more positive change. And also to see in the end, just a greater level of reproductive responsibility in our world. I think to me, that's a big end game. And to me too, I think if we can chip away at it, it really does open the door more for the child-free choice to really show that we finally reach some kind of full reproductive freedom. Now there's some complications with that in our laws in the United States, but it's saying that the choice not to is as valid as the choice to. If we can get there, that really, in my mind, is a level of true reproductive freedom, because it really is about the choice. In the end, it's our choice, and as Nanda was saying, it's our autonomous choice that we begin with. Nobody else is deciding it for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that, we will wrap this panel up. Is there anything that you would like to plug, promote, let people know how to get in touch with you? Laura, would you go first?
Sure. Well, I invite you to just go on Amazon and my website, lauracarroll.com, and check out my latest longitudinal study. It's a publication that summarizes a study I did over a 10-year period with 25 women. And I think it touches on some of the things we even talked about today, just tracking how this choice evolves over time and women's experiences, et cetera. Learned a lot. And the women that were part of the study, they were awesome. I think anybody, with or without you, I don't care what where you are at on it, everybody should learn from these women. And quickly, August 1st is International Child-Free Day on Monday. Yay. So everybody do something out there that celebrates your child-free choice.
Great. And for me, people can visit populationbalance.org to learn more about the work that we do. I am a humane educator. I graduated from the Institute for Humane Education. I teach there. And the work that we do, which also bleeds into my work at Population Balance, is that we are fighting for justice for people, animals, and the planet. So we really are looking at the broad scope of looking at ourselves as not only our important political identities, but also as a species, as a human species that owes our attention to the planet that we're on. On populationbalance.org, you can also find information about the graduate open online course that I teach on pronatalism and overpopulation. And it's open to anyone, and it's all online. And you can find out more about that through the website. And I hope some of you will consider joining the course. It's all discussion based. We meet every week on Zoom, and we have the most otherworldly conversations about this topic. So thank you guys for having us. This was such a amazing
Thank you very
opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Lenora Faye. I can't hear Cody.
I'm Cody Hetzel. Welcome to Caring for Aging Parents or Dependent Family Members. And I'll just dive in with our sponsors since that's coming up next. Thank you to our amazing sponsors. Our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth. Our other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child Free Life Possible on Facebook, Buy Childfree for awesome merchandise, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzy and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates.
All right, let's pull our speakers up.
Dr. Angela, Daphne, and Dr. Ramaiko. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. All right, so I'll take over, Cody.
Yeah, go with it.
All right, so tell us about yourself and if you are caring for an aging parent or family member, just a brief overview of your current experience. We'll start with Angela. Or are we doing doctor? Because on last panels we were doing doctors. Dr. Angela, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Angela L. Harris, the visionary and founder of No Bibs, Burps, Bottles. And I am excited to be here with you guys today. No Bibs, Burps, Bottles. We are an online community and brand that celebrates, empowers, and focuses on child-free African-American Black women. Child-free by choice, child-free by circumstance. You define you is our mantra. In addition to womanhood is not synonymous with motherhood. And I actually am not a full-time caregiver, but I actually moved from Ohio to North Carolina, not only for a job, but was intentional on moving here to help my mom care for my grandmother. She was the full-time caregiver to my grandmother and wanted to help relieve her at times. And now my mom is showing some signs of decline, and she is actually in the hospital right now. So I'm actually with my parents now, and we'll be caring for my mom once we figure out what else is going on. So, and pleasure to be here.
And Dr. Ramaiko, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ramaiko Thomas, and I'm a licensed counseling psychologist, and I'm also a faculty member for psychology for the Chicago School of Professional Psychology. I am also child-free. I'm child-free by choice, and I also relocated back. I was living in New York for a while for my postdoc and everything, but I came back to St. Louis, and I actually lived further from my parents in St. Louis, but I moved like 10 minutes away so I could help take care of them. My father is showing decline when it comes to dementia. And so I'm helping with that and with my mother. And I'm also an only child. And so it's a lot to balance. And so again, being child-free by choice, I'm also partnered. And so my partner helps a lot as well. And so I'm just really happy to be here.
Thank you. And Daphne, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So I'm same with Dr. Ramaiko and Dr. Angela. I'm very happy to be here. It's my first time to join Childfree Convention. Hopefully more to come.
We're happy to have you.
And yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'm 24. I'm an executive assistant. That's what I do. That's my work. And at the same time, I'm a law student. So I am the eldest among five siblings. So I'm 24. So the next is 21, and the next will be 20 this August. Then we have our babies. We still call them babies. Our 11 and 6 year old. So me being an eldest, I think as early as 5 years old, I've started taking care, looking after my parents. When I mean, not my parents, but my siblings. Um, yeah, 5 years old because they were four. I no, they were 2 and 1 year old when I was around 5 year old. So since my parents were away working, I already had an innate thing going on in me that okay, you are the eldest, you have to take care of your siblings. So there, that's the first I think story that I'll share for now.
Yeah, we have a great mix in the panel. I'll pat myself on the back. But we have folks that are taking care of aging parents, and Daphne, who's taking care of siblings, younger siblings, and so there really is, a gamut of options where people look at maybe a child-free person as they're expected to carry that mantle of care or to pitch in a little bit more than other family members. How do you guys perceive that? Dr. Angela Harris, we'll start with you and work our way around.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely can be cultural as well as just within the family context. So I know within different cultures and just in the expectation of my family is that we take care of each other. And my grandfather, who passed away, really instilled that. My dad is one of 15. My mom is one of 4. And so family, in regards to the African-American family and my family, we take care of each other. I had an aunt who is the caretaker to 3 of her siblings. But I think in regards to my parents made sure that my sister and I are really close. And my sister just left actually to go back to New York with her husband. But we were all here this week as we are dealing with this family crisis with my mom. And my sister and I just kind of jumped right on in because I saw my mom do the same for her mother. And now I'm making sure that my mom is cared for before I go back home. So I definitely think it could be culturally or it could just be within the family context. But we also know there are some families that may not have that same ideology.
Yeah. Dr. Ramiko.
I definitely agree with Dr. Harris when it comes to that, because the cultural component as well, and gender with that. So with me being an only child and a woman, I have male cousins that don't feel like they have that same obligation with their family or may not feel that as much as I felt. And my family also has been very collectivistic. And so everyone, the children are almost expected to help out with the aging parents, and we want to as well. And just like Dr. Harris was saying, I've also seen my family go back. My mother would help out with my grandmother, and my grandmother at the time was 3 hours away. And my mother every weekend would go up there and help out with her. I'd be right there with her. Same thing with my grandfather. And so I think culturally there's that expectation when it comes to helping out. And also I can't imagine not doing that because all that my parents had done for me, it was like a no-brainer. But that's something that I think gender within my family was another component that the women were expected to help out or expected to be able to balance work and life and taking care of aging parents and family.
Yeah, and Daphne.
Okay, so as for me, being the eldest and the among the siblings, I'm the one who's working at the moment. And while my parents are still working, so mostly they do in terms of financial, they would do uh their part, or they would give more on in terms of paying the bills and all that. But as for me, since I'm working, of course, actually, I agree with Dr. Angela and Dr. Remaiko on the cultural thing, especially here in the Philippines. It's like the children are expected to give back to the parents as well. But sometimes I'm not sure. It's a bit uncomfortable as well. I mean, the idea of, I mean, I'm not sure, but like sometimes it's a bit uncomfortable. Like if we're going on that lane, like the culture, or like, you know, if there's what do you call that? There's like, yeah, the expectation that the children must give and all that. But I mean, I still have to um look on that aspect, but for me it's a bit uncomfortable. I mean, maybe not for myself, but like for other people as well. But for me, I mean, I'm okay with pitching in and all that, and of course taking care of my other siblings, especially if I'm on this lane, having a child-free lifestyle. I mean, going through the child-free lifestyle. I mean, given the fact that I mean, assuming that for me, I would have more time and to give my time for my family, then yeah, why not?
Yeah, so everyone's kind of mentioned like the cultural expectations, and Daphne, just kind of looking a little bit deeper into what you're talking about in the Philippines and what's expected. So for you, you're expected, of course, to pitch in, help take care of your siblings, but on the longer run, as the eldest, are you also kind of on the hierarchy of taking care of the parents or being the first line of defense for the parents as well? Just kind of a question.
I guess so. Yeah, I think, but like for me, right? I mean, right now my parents are still young. I mean, my mom, when they had me, my mom was 20 and my dad was 28, and right now they're still strong and they're still able to do their work. So right, we haven't talked about it yet actually, but why I will try to mention that as well, because but yeah, I mean, that's no biggie for me if I'm the first in line um to do that for my parents. Yeah.
So people that look at child-free folks and they say, well, why are you child-free? It's like it's almost the only time you get a break in your life. If you were going to have kids, it's like you're raising your siblings, and then you're going to have kids and raise them too, and then you have like maybe a year for yourself, and then you got to take care of the parents. So just an interesting thought process going in my head right now.
So, well, I mean, then they go, well, that's selfish. If you're not, it's selfish to take time for yourself. So you should just ignore yourself and look after everybody else.
Put your head down.
Yeah, exactly. So along that line, what does caring for dependent family members or aging parents, what does that mean for your life planning? Now, Angela and Romichael, you both have talked about, moving closer to family. And Daphne, you're the youngest one of all of us here. So, again, when you think about your future, and Angela, Romichael, same thing. How does that affect knowing that you have this role? Mm-hmm. So, Angela, go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, honestly, personally, it brings me joy to care for my parents. It also is very scary. We were talking, prior to getting on here, I was telling Romichael and Daphne, we were here for a family vacation, which kind of turned for the worse. So we were here all together as a family. And then my mom had this family emergency on Tuesday. And I was telling them, I'm glad that I actually don't have to rush home and take care of a partner. Well, I wish I had a partner, but I'm glad I don't have to rush home and take care of kids and make sure that they're eating and making sure that they got to go to school. I don't have to worry about any of that. All my attention can go to making sure that my mom is comfortable, making sure that my dad is being fed, making sure that I'm there to support them and talking to the doctors. I wouldn't know. It would be much harder for me, knowing my DNA, if I had to support my parents now and worry about kids at home. So when I think about my future being child-free by choice, I'm actually very glad that I'm in a position right now where I've talked to my supervisor. I have the green light to stay here, work from home, and put all my focus and attention on my mom.
Michael?
And for me, just kind of piggybacking what Angela said, it's also a couple of different things. So on the one hand, when it comes to being child-free by choice, I wouldn't have it any other way. I just don't, I wouldn't have the emotional reserve left. I wouldn't have anything left to give anyone else, to be honest with you. And because taking care of family, it can be so emotionally taxing. The burnout can be really hard. And then also the work-life balance, I'm still trying to figure that out. And then also it's another factor of frustration and a lot of anxiety for me in particular, being an only child. And so everything, I don't have siblings to rely on or to even talk to about my concerns when it comes to my parents. It's just solely myself. And I also take care of my godmother as well. So there's another, and she's able-bodied and healthy for now and everything. But so there's another component to it that and also being a psychologist, I watch out for cognitive decline or memory, or there's certain things that I look for. And so I have to really make sure I really utilize self-care, and really am thankful that I am child-free, because I wouldn't have anything to give. When I come home, I'm exhausted. I am partnered, and he knows that and understands that. So this is a time I'm actually very thankful that I am child-free, because I've got these other dynamics that are going on.
Thank you. And Daphne?
I like the fact that Dr. Michael mentioned or acknowledged that there's what we call burnout. I mean, when you have family, when you take care of the family and work and life balance, which I think we all experience, I mean, in our circumstances. And but as yeah, I mean, yeah, I really, I mean, so I was so happy that I got to hear that, because I feel normal. Like, oh my gosh, okay, she's also experiencing it. Thank God. It's not only me that, sometimes I also feel bad for myself, because sometimes I don't get to have that me time and other stuff that I want to do, alone, and just my hobbies, of course. I mean, example and all that. But yeah, well, lucky for me, well, as of the moment, because since I'm still what do you call that? So studying law and trying to figure out. Well, I kind of know what I wanted in life, or hopefully that happens. I mean, it will happen soon. My parent when I share to my parents my dreams or my aspirations in the future, they're very supportive, even if it means that I'll be away from them. And yeah, so right now, that's what my plan. Like, there's a time in the future that I might be away from them, because they know that it's my ultimate goal to be away from. I not to be away from them, but like to reach my goal, which is being part of the foreign affairs and of our country. So I want to be an ambassador in the future, right? Why not? So, that entails traveling and all that. But of course, when I told myself, once I reach that dream, I'll of course I'll go back to where it came from, which is here, my home with my family.
And just to clarify, there's no pressure to have your life figured out. We're all of different ages here, and I'll go on a limb and speak for the audience. I don't know how many of us have our lives figured out. It changes so much. So you know what? I'll just no pressure.
Work in progress.
Right.
Exactly. I don't mean to speak for everybody, but it's you get to a certain age where you realize, oh wait, none of us have this figured out.
I wanted to mention one thing with everything with what Dr. Michael said about having her partner and taking care of her godmom. Being in the hospital this week, there was an elder across the room from my mom, and it's funny how your mind can like play tricks on you. And she was there by herself. She had to probably be definitely in her 80s or 90s, and she was in a lot of pain and screaming doctors. And I started to feel so bad, because I'm like, where's her family? Like, where's and maybe she has family and maybe they were en route, but like for a quick second, as I'm caring for my mom and talking to the doctors, as a child-free person, it really makes me think like, no regrets. So let's be clear on that. But it makes me realize like I have to have things in order. Like, I've had the conversation with my goddaughter about possibly being power of attorney. you know, I have to have my affairs in order so that if I'm blessed to live long, if there are any challenges with me, someone knows what I want, how I want it. And I think as child-free people, we have to have our affairs in order so that we're not being taken advantage of. But watching that woman struggle a little bit and knowing that I'm here with my mom, caring for my mom, and just wondering where her family was. So just something I wanted to share.
But a little bit of a segue. Yeah, I was typing up a question, and just to play devil's advocate a little bit, almost exactly what you just said, as far as, you know, if someone is saying, well, you know, this is what y'all are all talking about is the perfect example of why you should be having children. Like, you know, is it fair that you're going to basically like wheeze off of your relatives' kids to take care of you in the future? Like, how would you respond to someone that would maybe come at us with that angle?
Can I say something about that? Because you know, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because a lot of my closest, you know, friends have children, and they're always like, people assume that because we have children, they're going to take care of us. And I cannot tell you how many times I've been in nursing geriatric communities where the people have children, but it doesn't mean that they may be able to take care or willing to. And so for me, just like Angela and Daphne were saying, I really have been proactive in really, you know, recognizing and expanding what constitutes family. So for me, it's a golden girl situation. I've got 4 really close girlfriends that were like, hey, when we come of age, because they know their children, and they're like, you know, there's an assumption that they'll take care of us, and I don't think that they will. And so we've been really talking to each other, and we have a community of talking about power of attorney and talking about these things. These are women I've known for years, since I was 13 myself. And so really recognizing or expanding what the definition of family means or collectivism means, I think is really important to that point. So that's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Anybody else on that question? Feel free to dive into it.
Again, it just makes me think. And again, you know, I believe this happens in real life. I was watching Judge Judy, who I love show, and it was a elderly woman and her daughter in court, and the mom wanted to ensure that she wouldn't be thrown out of this trailer that she left with the daughter. And the daughter's just like, you know, I'm not going to sign anything. It's my trailer. And Judge Judy was floored, and you know how she can get. And she was just like, so you're not prepared to sign something that guarantees that your elderly mother can stay in this as long as she lives? And the daughter was just like, no, you know. And so again, with Dr. Romichael and what she said, having children does not guarantee a lifetime of bliss, knowing that your kids are going to take care of you. There are kids who won't even go to the grocery store for their parents, but I'm not going to be one of them. My mom and my parents are going to have my full support. And again, I'm thankful to be in a position, because like Daphne and Romichael said, it's like the burnout is real. And I couldn't imagine trying to pour into my mom during this time while also trying to get kids ready for school and homework. So and I'm glad that I have a sister. I have a 21-year-old nephew. So she doesn't have little kids, but you know, my sister and I are working together, and it's about that extended family. I also have a golden girl situation with my best friend, but kids does not guarantee that they will care for you until you leave this earth.
You ladies all have the golden girl scenario. What about the guys? Like, is it like the Silver Fox Club? Like, what's going on?
I say go for it, Cody. I don't know if men talk about it. I don't know if men talk about that.
Men we don't talk about anything.
Look, can I say something? I am not on the golden girl train. I am an introvert. I'm a bit of a recluse. I know my personality tells you otherwise, but I will come visit all the golden girls or whatever, silver, whatever you just said, you know. But there are some of us that don't want to be surrounded by people all of the time. But so I'm just saying that in defense, because I know there are people watching who are like me, introverted, and that sounds like, oh, do we have to do that? I mean, it's not that we don't need people around us, but you know, there's personal space is also a blessing. Let me put it that way. So that kind of segues to self-care. I'm not sure if we have a question in the audience, but until then, because both, you guys have mentioned self-care, but what do you do in your current care situation? How do you take moments for yourself? What advice would you say to someone that's maybe feeling overwhelmed by the extra responsibility? Angela, we'll start with you.
Caregiver burnout's real.
I have practiced that this week. I've had my moments of breakdown. We're trying to figure out some next steps for my mom, leaning in on my friend situation, having my quiet time. So I'm in my parents' nice, beautiful home now. I'll finish this and just kind of meditate and reflect. I have the support of my best friend, but honestly, I've been just able to sit with my emotions. And I think self-care is going to be individualized. Some people need to go work out and get a run in. Some people just need to sit in the corner and cry. I have my book of affirmations. So I think as long as each person can tap into what works for them, I would encourage that, because I've watched my mom even burn out when she was taking care of my grandmother, hence why I was able to drive the 3 hours and relieve my mom and then help take care of my grandmother. So you have to have a tribe of sorts, as well as your individualized plan, working out, cry, run, prayer, eating healthy, and just the basics. Self-care also is the basics, like drinking water, making sure I get some sleep, because if I'm depleted, I can't care for my mom. So that would be my counsel.
Thank you. Sorry, Romiko?
For me, just piggybacking again off Dr. Angela, for me, self-care has meant setting boundaries and really checking in on my reserve, when really being honest with myself when my cup is empty. And as Dr. Angela was saying, I do have a tribe, and my parents have a close family and friends that have been very helpful. And I've been able to lean on my friends who also are going through their parents' aging and trying to figure out life, and they have children. And so, trying to figure out balance. So for me, it's been setting boundaries. It's been checking in with myself. I'm a big music lover. And so I love walks. I am an exerciser. I love things like that, active, so that I can take my mind off things and being able, and just like Dr. Angela was saying, it's individualized. Some days I do want to go, for whether it's exercise or what have you. And some days I just want to meditate, or I just want to be mindful and kind of have some grounding exercises and just take a walk in nature. And I love animals. And so even though I don't have children, I do have a fur baby. And so getting in a cuddle with my cat or playing with somebody else's dog. So for me, that's kind of how I've been integrating self-care, is really setting those boundaries and being honest with myself when my cup is too empty.
Thank you. I just ran out of water. I need to quickly go downstairs, get before the water at the next panel. I just, keep your cup full, people. Daphne, go ahead.
So as for me, same thing with Dr. Angela and Dr. Romiko. What I do, I write. I like writing my emotions. I love acknowledging what I feel, and I do that through writing and breathing. It's very important that I breathe, I exercise, and I also love driving, because driving reminds me that I am in control, at least in driving, right? So, and as much as possible, I make sure that my mind and my body are in the same time zone, and that I should live in every moment of my life.
That's amazing. You know what? You just gave me an epiphany. Driving is my favorite thing to do. Never thought about it, because that road trips, totally my jam. I'm not a super passionate traveler, but I will road trip all day long. But you just said that it's being in control. Sorry, this has nothing to do with anything, but that you thank you. I wonder why I love it. But yeah, you're right. Just that control aspect. I never thought about that before. That's amazing. But really, everything that you three have shared, it's something us moderators should take to heart right now. Breathing.
And we love your road trips, Lenora. We love your road trips and your account of everything on.
I have 3 trips planned, 2 planes, but one of them is a 2-week road trip, so that'll be happening in September. So stay posted. But no, it's again, coming to the assumption that child-free people are uncaring, that we have nothing to offer. You three, your examples, what you've shared is just throws that right out the window, because you are providing a great service to your family, and that's not everybody's situation. But again, it just speaks to how self-care is important, but you can also, there's ways we can contribute even if we're not caring for family members. There are all ways for us to show that we care. And it doesn't mean actually caregiving, because I'm not a caregiver myself. I really am not. Like I won't make sure that no one's on the side of the road, but that's not my calling. But I have other ways where I can be of service. And so it's really nice to hear experiences from people who are proving that, again, child-free people, we do care. We have things to offer. We have we have our lives, but we can also contribute. And I think that's a really powerful message, and a good reminder that we do contribute above anything else. We do contribute to the planet, the world.
So,
okay.
In closing, is there anything that you would like to promote, let folks know about, how they might be able to reach you after the convention? We'll start with Dr. Harris.
Yes, and so well wishes to everyone on the panel, and thank you for listening. Please send well wishes about my mom and your thoughts and prayers. You can find me at No Bibs Burps Bottles on Instagram. You can also follow us on our website, nobibsburpsbottles.com. We're on Twitter. If you just follow us on Instagram, you will know everything that's happening. And God is willing, we are gearing up for our last speaker series, which will be on August 18th, where we will feature child-free African-American men. So stay tuned for that, and you can look out on No Bibs Burps Bottles on Instagram. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Thomas.
And I just want to first thank everybody on the panel and for having this. And this is such an important discussion, and it's really good that we have this out here. And I also want to wish well wishes when it comes to Dr. Harris and her family, her mom. And you can follow me. My name is Dr. Romiko Thomas. I'm on Instagram, Flower 2977 is my IG account, and I just want to thank everyone.
All right, and Daphne.
First and foremost, thank you so much, Laura, Cody, Dr. Angela, and Dr. Michael. It was such a great panel. I don't have Instagram. I don't have Twitter. You can add me on Facebook. It's still Daphne Fermero. I think one of our speakers already added me on Facebook. Yeah. And but I also have a blog spot. You can subscribe to my blog. It's yours truly, daphne.wordpress.com. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next panel, and it will take a little bit longer. It's a large panel, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get to. So if anyone wants to stretch your legs watching.
My stomach is rumbling so loud, it may have made this recording. I have to go get something to eat, and we'll be right back.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the sterilization panel. My name is Lenora Fay. I am your moderator for this panel. Oh, you know what, Jared? I can't see. Thank you. I'm like, I can't see my cues. All right. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and our other sponsors for this event, Best Child Free Life Possible Facebook group, 365 Diversity, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree Merch Shop, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, Stop Having Kids.org, StreamYard, The Age of the Child, a novel by Chris and Wild Oak, a novel by Jennifer Flynn.
All right. I will say the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates.
All right. Thank you. Okay, and let's get our speakers on stage, please. This is a big panel. That's why Cody's not here. We have Graham in the UK. We have Caroline. We have Jamie and Jennifer / Jenny, Season, Lauren, and Gretchen. All right, we have a full stage. Is that everybody? I think that's everyone. All right. Welcome, everyone. Okay, so let's get right into it. So, keeping it short somehow, tell us about yourself, where you're from, and where you are in your sterilization process, please. We'll start with Graham.
Cool. Well, hello everyone. My name is Graham. I am 35 years old. I live in the UK. I've been child-free from a very young age, and I think I was around about 28 or 29 when I actually, decided to follow through with the procedure to get sterilized. And yeah, no regrets, and haven't looked back.
Thank you. We are missing one speaker. I just realized. Ebby should be on her way. Caroline, go ahead.
Okay, I am Caroline. I live in Belgium. I'm 35, and I recently got sterilized earlier this year in March, after really deciding wanting to stay child-free. So that's my short story.
Thank you. Season, go ahead.
Sure, I'm Season. I'm 37 years old. I'm joining from Los Angeles, California. I was sterilized via a bilateral self-injectomy on December 29th, 2020. One of the best decisions I've ever made. But I didn't always know that I wanted to be child-free. I just knew that what hormonal birth control was doing to my body. I saw that the government was taking away our choices. So I did a lot of work to really make this decision.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I'm Jennifer. I'm 33 from Montreal, Canada. I have always known that I wanted to be child-free, and I got a bilateral self-injectomy in March of 2021.
Thank you. Jamie, go ahead.
Oh, hello, I'm Jamie. 31. I live in Austin, Texas. It's worked in criminal justice field, and I do a lot of traveling throughout the state of Texas. And when I'm not working, I'm a mother to up to 1,000 tropical exotic fruit, seedlings, and cacti, including dragon fruits. Those guys are my passions. And I also play Irish music and dance whenever I have time. And I am, in 9 days, I'm going to have a hysterectomy, bilateral self-endectomy, and a cystectomy. So it's coming.
That's exciting. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lauren, go ahead.
Yes, congratulations. I'm Lauren Nash. I live in New Orleans, Louisiana. I've been child-free for as long as I can remember. I'm currently 34. I got sterilized at 30. I had my tubes removed. I can't say that phrase as nicely as the other women did. And I also had a uterine ablation. So that's where they laser out the lining of your uterus so you no longer bleed. That's really all I have.
Thank you. Gretchen, go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm in Santa Rosa, California. I'm 72 years old, and I got sterilized in 1985, which is 35 years ago. I've known since I was 3 years old that I was not going to be a mommy when I grew up. And man, getting sterilized was the smartest thing that I think I've ever done. I got a tubal ligation here in California. Medi-Cal paid for it back in those days. And yeah, I think that's really basically what I need to say.
Thank you. And hi, Abby, you are up.
Hi, hi everyone and everyone else watching. My name is Ebi Weyime. I am 34 years old. I'm actually turning 35 next month, just in a few weeks. I live on this beautiful island called Mombasa, which is in Kenya. That is in Africa, for those that do not know. I tied my tubes in 2020, in October of 2020. And what actually led to it was I had an abortion 3 months prior. And it was one of the most just not a good experience for me. And after that, I was like, you know what? Since I already know that I never want to have kids, why leave the door ajar when you can just close it? So I decided to just tie my tubes and to just have my permanent contraception in that way.
Thank you for sharing. So that actually segues to the next question. What led you to seek sterilization? So we'll go with same order, starting with Graham. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it had always been on the table for me, and I think it was only after I got married for a few years, and my wife is a health worker, and she works at a private hospital back in South Africa, that we started to explore the idea of it because it was actually covered by medical insurance. So it was always on the table for me, but that sort of fast-tracked my decision to lead me to getting sterilized.
Thank you, Caroline.
Well, I was tired of hormonal contraception, and I was looking for ways to have longer things that made it possible to be sure that I no longer could get pregnant. So, and I did the YUD and all the other things, and eventually my doctor agreed that maybe it was better to just go for the sterilization and be safe. And he respected my question, and it was the best thing ever. So I'm still happy I did it.
Shout out to respectful doctors.
Yeah.
Susan, go ahead.
I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder back in 2018, and hormonal birth control just does not play well with it. So that kind of forced me to really do the internal work and therapy of I had a feeling that kids were not in my future, but really planning out what does that look like and what are my options now. And the clear choice there was sterilization. So that I went for it.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Well, when I was 20 years old, I got pregnant and had an abortion. And that's when I knew for sure, I never wanted kids, never wanted to risk getting pregnant again. And it took me 11 years to fight for the right to have my salpingectomy. And yeah, so I'm really glad I did it. It was a long, hard process, but 11 years, but I finally got it.
Wow. Persistence, people. Yeah. Persistence. Jamie, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I've always had painful periods ever since I was little and in middle school. And, it's just debilitating. I just found them annoying. But for the most part, I just accepted them as part of life. Okay, I'm going to be in pain for a few days. I'm going to have to prepare who knows what I'm going to be doing. So I just thought it's going to be part of life, but I also never wanted to have kids. Even when I was now that I carbon dated, I think I was in middle school, that I was like, ew, having kids, I don't want to be a parent. And then in late 2018, I got a new job. I moved into my own apartment, moved out of my parents' place. I started getting more plants, my passions with plants and animals. And that's also when I discovered about being child-free, the child-free community. There was people like me who didn't want to have kids, and that's fine. I was like, yes. So with the newfound freedom and living the child-free life, I was at a point in my life where I wanted to do whatever I wanted. And the first thing I wanted to do was stop having these painful periods that would literally derail me. So that's where everything started. You got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
right.
Lauren, go ahead.
Wow, my story, Jamie, is so similar to yours. I knew forever I was child free, but really what fast tracked it was my reproductive health as well. I had really horrible periods. And as you probably know, no doctors give a care about heavy periods. Whatever, that's normal. I had a horrible experience with IUD insertion. It was like the worst pain of my life. And then right around the same time, I thought I had undiagnosed endometriosis. I had ongoing pelvic pain. And I had decided I was going to wait till I was 30. I just gave up trying to talk to doctors. And as soon as I hit 30, I was really lucky. I had a doctor that understood everything, saw my pain, agreed to it. I mostly wanted the ablation because I really just wanted to get rid of the bleeding. But my doctor was like, okay, if you're going to do the ablation, you have to do the tube. So that's kind of how I ended up with both. I did have endometriosis, still battling it. But really glad I ended up going through what I went through, especially for my mental health, my physical health.
IUD insertion pain is no joke. I have one. I love it. I will cop. I'm not. I have an IUD. It's done the job it's needed to do. Because heavy bleeding as well, and it's taken that all away. But the pain, oh goodness.
IUD insertion and removal, it can go die in a fire. It is the worst.
Sorry, Graham, but just for a second, it's like.
I'm glad I'm not alone.
No.
Yeah, been there.
Crazy 6 months. Gretchen, go ahead.
Oh, well, you know, I was immaculate in my use of birth control. I never once had unprotected sex. And I got pregnant twice and I had 2 abortions. And my doctor, my gynecologist, was resistant to ordering a sterilization for me. I was 35 years old, I guess, more or less. And I had to persuade him. And the way I did it was I raised my hand to the gods in front of him and I said, I will never carry a pregnancy to term. How many of my abortions do you want to perform? And he was like, oh, well, and I said, no. The answer I'm looking for is a number. Do you want to do 2? Do you want to do 7? Because if the future resembles the past, I will continue getting pregnant and I will continue getting abortions, even though I'm really careful. And that was what persuaded him because, you know, and I did have to be very firm with him about it. But gosh, it's been the smartest thing that I've ever done. I was traveling in Asia and Southeast Asia. People have a lot of children there. They practice a form of ancestor worship. And a lot of people know a lot more about this than I do. Maybe some people here, but they believe that in the afterlife, if you don't have offspring who are taking care of your spirit, then you will wander around hungry and alone for eternity. So being childless is a great, it's not just a shame and a disgrace, it's also a fear. And I learned that I could not tell people that I did not intend to have children and that I had no children and that I was, you know, that was just so shocking and rude almost, really, to say that in front of people. So I learned how to say, not yet, not yet. No, I don't have children yet. And I got so tired of my own insincerity. I got so tired of just lying about that and covering it up that I just went, I'm getting my tubes tied. That was my answer to that form of pressure.
And you're here inspiring all of us. I can tell you that is incredible. Thank you. Abby, go ahead.
For me, I actually grew up wanting to have kids. I grew up knowing that as a woman, and especially as an African woman, you must, it's your duty, but you must have a child. But then come 2017, after about almost 2 years of constantly thinking about, do I really want to have a child or not? I decided I did not want to have kids. So the plan was, when I told my parents about it, my dad was like, well, you might change your mind, blah, blah. Why don't you then harvest your eggs so that maybe when you get to your 40s or something and you might change your mind, you will still have a biological child. So I had thought about sterilization, but then I just decided to just shelve it a bit and to pursue this other option that my dad had suggested. But then come the pandemic in 2020, I slipped and fell and I was pregnant. And I already knew for sure that there was no way I was going to keep a child. In fact, when people say that they really love the feeling of being pregnant and all, to me, it was quite the opposite. I hated it. And I keep saying I was pregnant for 3 days because by the time I was finding out, I was already 5 weeks. And like literally when I found out about it, the first person that I called was my doctor. And I said, hey, this is the situation and we need to terminate. And I was lucky that I was in a position where I could actually pick up a phone and call a doctor and get it done. We have so many people in Kenya that cannot afford to do that. So anyways, I went through it. I went through the abortion, and then after that, my doctor was like, so do we put in an IUD or what other contraceptive method do you want? And I was like, yeah, we're not doing any contraceptives. Like, just tie it down. Just literally just take these tubes and tie them. So after 3 months of like healing, post-abortion care and all of that, after 3 months, exactly to the day, I went through the procedure, which is actually also on YouTube if you want to see it, because I recorded it. Because I was like, this is the day. I'm never going back.
Yeah. Oh, wow. We have a lot of celebrations here today. Thank you all for sharing your stories. So this panel really needs to be an hour, but it can't be. So I'm going to skip to the barrier question because this is something that, some of you've already alluded to, trying to get sterilized. So let's talk about that. I'm going to start with Graham because this might be quick. I don't know. So Graham, did you have any barriers getting sterilized?
I think that the main barrier I faced was because I wanted to get done at a very young age. I think I was about 28, 29. And the biggest barrier I faced was from, the urologist that I initially met with. He kind of came in with a bit of a sort of a cocky attitude of that he knew better, that he knew what was best for me. And he was sort of like, it's a very selfish decision that you're making here. But I was like, you know what, I'm not prepared to have a lecture, and I want to get this done. I've known since the age of 8, 9. I don't want kids. I have a debilitating genetic condition that is painful that I don't want to pass on to anyone else. So I kind of had to shut him down quite quickly. But I think I'm very fortunate in being a man that the procedure for me was really straightforward. And the barriers I got were, my family knew that I was child-free. I didn't want kids. My older brother was a little bit taken aback, oh, you'll change your mind, and why get it done now? Why don't you wait? So those were the biggest barriers I faced. But thankfully for me, it wasn't that bad compared to what women have to go through. And yeah, so I'm very, very fortunate.
Thank you for sharing. Caroline, go ahead.
Well, the first doctor I talked about it was the basic barriers. You're too young. When I was 30 maybe, I was like, I really want to get it done. You're too young, let's try another thing. That's when I got the painful YUD experience. And then because of the child-free groups I discovered, I was like, it's my right to get it done, to ask for it. So I just changed to a male doctor, a male gynecologist. And he's the one that was, you said, praise the understanding doctors. He was the first one who really took me serious. And so there were not many barriers, maybe my own of after the first rejectment, I was like, okay, I'll wait. I'll figure it out. So no, I think it went pretty easy here in Belgium for me. to get it done.
Thank you. Susan, go ahead.
When I brought it up to my doctor, she was like ready to do it right then and there. So shout out to Catherine Gregory in San Francisco. I was the one who's like, I need a little more time to think about it. My family has been amazing. My boyfriend has been amazing. My friends are amazing. My fight was with insurance. So if you are thinking about getting sterilized, especially if it is something other than a tubal ligation, know your rights and be prepared to fight for yourself.
Great insight. Thank you for sharing that. Jennifer, go ahead.
So for me, it's a very long, difficult process. It took me 11 years. I started the process when I had my abortion at 20 years old. I had my abortion at a pro-choice, very feminist clinic, and I was still refused. I was told I was too young, that I could change my mind, that it wasn't even worth fighting for because no one would want to do it. So I was offered IUD. So, you know, I went through all that pain as well. And I went through so many doctors, phone calls, Google researches. I even looked at doing it abroad. I was desperate to get it done. And with my last IUD, I had a lot of complications, ended up having it removed for an emergency. And that's the first time that I was actually taken seriously. And, you know, I was like, okay, whatever. I'm just going to say, you know, when they asked me what kind of contraceptive I wanted, I wasn't expecting anything, but I was like, I want to get my tubes tight. And they're like, yeah, sure. And I was like, oh my God, seriously? Like, I cried. I literally cried. I was so happy. And it took less than a year until I got done. But so the waiting list was about a year. It took me about 7-8 months, and it's the best decision. I'm so glad that I kept fighting for it, but it was very discouraging. And luckily here in Canada, in Quebec, it was free. So yeah.
Again, shout out to Canada. But you make a good point about fighting for something. You know, I think, you know, whether it's sterilization or other aspects of living child-free, we do have to stand up for ourselves. And it's not always easy, and we don't always have the ability to do so for different reasons. But, you know, persistence and good for you for sticking with it, because, you know, you're here inspiring people as well. And I mean, it's unfortunate we have to fight as hard as we have to for certain things. It seems that's a personal choice. So thank you for that. Jamie, go ahead.
So I guess the biggest barrier was my first doctor, because, you know, I went to her for the first time. I got an IUD, went head first into there. You had painful insertion, worst thing I ever experienced. Periods didn't get better, and then I developed an ovarian cyst, and that's also when I discovered I had endo and uterine fibroids. And, you know, I had the cyst removed. IUD wasn't working. I did the Depo-Provera shot, the 3-month shot. That didn't help. It actually made things worse. And then I had the IUD removed, and removal hurt too, because my dang fibroids, it latched on. And by that time, I was telling my doctor, hey, I've tried all these methods. They're not working. I don't want to take birth control, but I did. And, you know, she did suggest birth control. I was like, fine. I don't want to do that because I don't like the full body effect. But she always talked to me as if I was going to have kids. She never took me seriously. I think at one point I wanted to get I believe it's a myomectomy, where they remove the fibroids, because I'm figuring these fibroids aren't helping the IUD. Can I get them removed? But she said, I don't want to do that surgery, because if you're going to have kids, you'll need a C-section. I don't want to have kids. I've said that many times. I don't care to preserve my uterus. So that, like, she was very hesitant. And then when I got the IUD removed, I found out that she was pregnant, several months pregnant. And I'm like, I cannot work with you anymore now that, you know, I just couldn't think of a pregnant gynecologist taking somebody who does not want to have kids seriously. So I'm like, fine. So I did the birth control, and let's just say I haven't seen her since. It's been over a year, So I, jumped ship and switched doctors. But yeah, she never explicitly bingoed me saying, oh, you'll regret it, or you'll change your mind. But she treated as if I was going to have, she talked to me as if I was going to have kids. And I will say that was the biggest barrier. And that's the biggest barrier I can think of, other than just a few hiccups with insurance. But yeah, just not being taken seriously, and suggesting. She also suggested that I take pills that would make me go into menopause. I'm 29 years old. I'm not doing that. So she wasn't the best doctor. So I'm glad I found somebody better.
I'm glad you did too. Insurance sounds like an interesting panel for next year. Sterilization insurance. Let's talk about that then. All right, Lauren, go ahead.
I've had all the issues you guys have as well, finding the right doctor. I just want to shout out finding the male doctor helped me as well. I had always been to females, and finally I switched to a male, and like that, he was fine with it. Insurance was easy for me. I think my doctor really got in, and because of all the issues I have. So nothing new here. Same issues. People thinking you're going to have kids. People thinking you haven't found the right guy. But, my only thing is fight for the doctor, fight for your rights, switch doctors, call around, just do your work.
Thank you. Gretchen?
Oh, yeah. I think I kind of talked about this already. So since it's such a, we're a little short of time, I'll go on to the next person.
Okay, thank you. Abby, go ahead.
Thank you, Gretchen. Thank you. So kind. So for me, the only barrier that I got was when I decided to tie my tubes, I went to the gynecologist that I would normally go to, that I used to go to. She was a very highly religious Muslim woman who, unfortunately or unfortunately, depending on which side is standing at, she had just given birth. So she was very in love with her baby and in love with her life, which I was very happy for, but then she was slightly older than me and just thought that she knew better. So when I went to her and told her that, hey, I want to tie my tube, she was like, oh no, but maybe you'll change your mind. Look, I have my own baby and look at how cute my baby is, and religion, and this is what God says, and this is what blah, blah, blah. So after that, I just decided I will have to look for another doctor. And I decided to get a doctor that is not religious, someone that will just give me the professional advice and not their religious or personal preferences on my body. So that is how I ended up getting the doctor that I got. And then fortunately, getting people that want to get sterilized, and I was one of them. And then I got my take is just do not try to enforce their religious beliefs on you. So rather than giving you professional advice, they're giving you their own religious or personal advice.
All right, thank you for sharing. So the next panel is still trying to get set up, so I have time to ask one more. I'm not going to go through individually because, but I'm just going to throw this out there. What resources were helpful? And if you just want to, if you have an answer specifically.
Reddit, absolutely.
Okay. Reddit, that Childfree Reddit list, because I looked at that list, found my city, my state. I searched for doctors that were within my insurance, so I went to my insurance and in network. Then I searched by location. I want to make sure I'm not going across town. And then I checked the reviews of the doctors, saw how receptive they were. And then I also verified if the doctor was accepting new patients, because that's also what you need to consider too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I will say the Childfree Reddit list is a great way to start. Yeah, you can just narrow down your list. I think by the end I had maybe 4 doctors. And then I chose one that was in a big network. So, which ended up happening. I did see that doctor, and then she referred me to a chronic pelvic pain specialist. And that doctor is the one that's going to do my hysterectomy. So I will say, definitely go to that Childfree doctor Reddit list.
So, Abby, I'm going to throw it to you for a second because, again, you're in a very different part of the world than, we are all over, but highlighting where you are specifically, what resources, and you already made the point of like it's not accessible for everyone, what you've experienced. So what advice can you, maybe advice is the wrong way to put it. What resources are available that you can share? Let me put it that way.
So it's privileged because then the information is for people that have access to the internet and people that are literate enough to know where to find the information.
Right.
Or social media. Like, for example, on my platform, I give a lot of contacts of where people can get it done. But then the biggest problem is that so many people in Kenya do not have the access. And even if, so things like a simple thing like a phone, to actually log on and to actually know where to get the information. And even if they do, sometimes just access in terms of it's so far from where they are. And most of them are very young. So just how are you explaining to your parents that you're going to like get an abortion or you're going to you want to get sterilized? So there's a lot of barriers in terms of not just physical accessibility, but also culturally it's not acceptable, religiously it's not acceptable. So it's something that very few people can even think about doing to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, so many excellent points. All right, we are going to wrap. So if you want to share your contact information, how can people reach out to you? If you want, it's not mandatory, but I'll call each of you and let us know how we can follow you, get in touch with you. Well, I know how to contact you, but how can everybody else do that? Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I don't really use social media. I'm on Facebook if you want to try to find me. My email is reveal2002@hotmail.com. I'm an aspiring screenwriter, so I want to write a story for the child-free community that really stresses characters and things we go through. So if you have any ideas, please reach out to me. I'd be happy to chat.
That'd be amazing. By the way, yes, you guys can plug whatever you want to plug when it comes to your turn. Caroline, go ahead.
Well, I'm on social media under my name, as you see it, Caroline de Vust. But on Instagram, I'm also starting a child-free travel blog, road trip thing. And you can find me under the name of Caro Trips, so K-A Road Trips. And you can just contact me through there.
Excellent. Thank you. Susan, go ahead.
Sure. My website is awkwardagile.com. My day job is as an agile coach, but feel free to reach out to me there. I'm happy to share my experience.
Thank you. Jenny, go ahead. Jennifer, sorry. I know you as Jenny.
Jenny or Jennifer, it's fine. You can find me on Facebook, Jenny Watson. That's it.
Thank you. Jamie, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, y'all can find me. I have the Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube channel called Shamrock Girl World. And yeah, I post about my exotic fruits, what I'm doing. I'll also have the occasional Irish music and dance on there. Mostly active on Instagram, Facebook. But yeah, if you're interested in seeing what I'm growing each time and seeing me staying up all night with these dragon fruits, yeah, you can find them too. You can find that information there.
Awesome. Lauren, go ahead.
I don't have anything exciting. You can follow me on Instagram at lnicole1319, or if you want to follow me on Twitter at laurenin1319. It's mostly about meteorology and weather because I'm a meteorologist. But other than that, I don't have any other exciting things going on.
Yes, but that's useful information, though. Seriously. Gretchen, I see that you posted it in the chat. I can't show that. It doesn't let me do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a website, Sonoma Tarot, Tarot, Sonoma. And that's what I am on Instagram also. I do tarot readings. So hit me up if you need to know all about yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared, for posting that. All right. And Abby, go ahead.
You can find me on Instagram on my page. It's called the Childfree Kenyan. So it's pretty easy to remember. It's just called the Childfree Kenyan. And I'd also like to plug my business. It's called the Grace Cup. So I train girls and boys on matters menstruation, and I specialize on reusable period products, that is menstrual cups and cloth pads. It's called the Grace Cup. Asante. Oh, that's thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to everyone for sharing your story, your candor. I know, some of the stories are not easy to share. We really, really appreciate you just inspiring everyone and sharing your journey with sterilization. So this has been the sterilization panel, a pretty epic panel, if I do say so myself. Thank you everyone for joining us today.
Thank you.
Celebrations all around. And Jamie, best of luck in your procedure coming up. All right, that's a wrap for this one. Gretchen, hang on because you're in the next one. So we'll keep you backstage. Everyone else, thank you very much for joining us.
All right. Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
I feel like you should do this panel. I should go have a
Let you take a break. Well, welcome to Childfree 60 Plus. I'm Cody. I'll be one of the moderators today.
And I'm Lenora. I'll be the other moderator for today. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and our additional sponsors, Best Childfree Life Possible Facebook group, 365 Diversity, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree Shop, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, The Age of the Child, a novel by Kristen Tetzi, and Wild Egg, a novel by Jennifer Flint.
And we have a little disclaimer. Opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So with that being said, let's bring our speakers up. All right.
We got Laurel. Yay.
We got Laurel. She's here. She's here. All right. It's awesome. So let's just start out with the basics. Tell us about yourself, Gretchen, if you wouldn't mind going first.
Sure. I'm not sure exactly what is relevant here. I'm old.
Wisdom, experience. I mean, we could go on.
Let me turn my volume up a notch. How old is a person usually when they start to tease out the gender binary? Aren't you about like maybe 3 years old?
That's fair.
Yeah. When I was 3 years old, I observed that this was in the early 1950s, that boys grow up to be men and girls grow up to be women. And that's not something you have a choice about. But there remains the question in my mind, if you've grown up to be a woman, do you have to become a mommy? And that was a really pressing question in New Jersey in the 1950s, because everyone had children. It was the baby boom was being produced, and there was one spinster in our town, that's what they were called, and one childless couple. And I was like, how did that happen? And how can I be like them? Because I knew I didn't want to have babies. I was just, I didn't like being a child. The children who were around me were often giving me problems, and I could see that my mother was not happy with a house full of little kids. And I just thought if it's possible for me to choose otherwise, then let me choose that. And my mother was wise, and she said, "No, dear, you do not have to be a mommy when you grow up. You don't have to."
All right.
And I decided then and there, and I really never wavered from that decision. There were times when there was pressure of various forms, and I would kind of go, well, shall I bow to this? There's some big considerations here. And I just decided, no, I need to remain true to what I know of myself.
Yeah.
Did that answer the question? I don't remember the question. So
if you're comfortable giving your age and like your location, not your exact address, but general idea for the audience.
I'll be 73 in a couple months.
All right.
And I live in Northern California.
Okay. Well, thank you, Gretchen. Yeah. Laurel, how about you?
Hi, kia ora. I'm from Rotorua, New Zealand. Calling you. The sun is just coming up on Sunday morning out here. And I'm 63, so I'm just barely over the line into this group, but I am old still. And I am involved in helping people who are going through diversities in their lives get their mojo back. That's basically what I do. And I enjoy the living daylights out of it. And I live in a tiny house in a tiny country with my 2 tiny dogs. And I have a huge, wonderful, terrific life.
Already you two are like the perfect antidote to all of the comments we get about being sad and alone and just sitting around doing nothing over the age of 50. TikTok has this thing like once you turn 50 and you don't have kids, life is over. So, I mean, you two have just already obliterated all of that just by sharing your stories. So let's talk about regret. People like to throw that at us. How do you respond to people? I don't know if you get that, if people ask you or say you're going to regret it now, but in your journey of life, where are you with regret? Gretchen, go ahead.
Once I got to be about, I guess, 50, maybe more or less, people stopped pestering me, and I stopped getting that kind of question. I really have to say, I have no regrets, that's for sure. Getting sterilized was the smartest thing that I've ever done for myself. And, people, I think people need to see that there are alternatives, that you do not have to have children, and that you can have a big, fulfilling life. You can go deep into your education, travel the world, start a business. And I've done all of those things, and I don't feel unfulfilled or regretful in the least.
That's awesome. That's so good to hear. As someone who is 58, kidding. No, but it's seriously though, it's great because we're going to have the next generation panel coming up after this, but it's hard when someone puts you on the spot. You say you don't want to have kids, and then they immediately come back to you with regret, or what are you going to do? And, like you just shared about seeing alternatives. We haven't seen a lot from, those further down the line that have made this choice. And it's so nice to have people vocalizing at different points of, the child-free journey, because, a lot of times you're looking around and going, well, no one else is living this way, so I have no idea what life is going to be like. Not that it guarantees anything, but it's just great to hear these stories. Laurel, go ahead.
Yes, I regrets. No, I have no regrets. I've hit it twice now, that like 2 speed bumps in the road. First, well, you're not having children. You're going to regret it. And now, don't you regret not having grandchildren? So it's kind of a later stage of the same song. No, I have not had any regrets. I concentrated on my education and traveling and moving around the world and doing things. And it's all a matter of pursuing your best, biggest life and doing not what's expected of you. And I remember when it really, really clicked for me. I was a very young person, maybe all of 19, in a job. And the owner of the company came and sat on my desk one day, on my desk, on the edge of my desk, and said, I'm going to tell you something. I have 3 daughters. I love them to death. But if I had it to do over again, I would not have had them.
Wow.
And that it was one of those revealing moments to me. This guy, we had gotten to be sort of friends, as a multi-millionaire can be to a young starting out person who's answering his telephones. But it stayed with me all these years. And it really played into my decision to not pursue childbearing and all of the things that go with it. And it's kept me young.
Well, I want to tap into your sage-like wisdom and see how do you enjoy the present without worrying about the future?
Gretchen, go ahead.
That's a yoga, isn't it? That's a spiritual path. Not worrying about the future. I'll tell you, you can have a house full of kids and worry even more about the future. Because then you're worrying about not just yourself, but also all of these offspring.
That's a great point.
And having children is no guarantee that you're going to be taken care of when you're old. You might, that's such a gamble. Like, I'm going to have children so that I'll have a caretaker when I'm old. That's a terrible reason to have children. God, your child might not be able to take care of you. And you're going to have to take care of yourself, whether you have children or not. So I always say I am taking care of an old lady now, and that old lady is me. I am taking care of an old lady. That's my job. And, having good health and being financially well prepared to take care of yourself, you're going to have to do that anyway, whether you have kids or not.
That's a great point that doesn't get said enough, because we see so much of we hear so much of the opposite, where it's like, oh, I'm surrounded by all these kids to take care of me, but in all honesty, what's the reality of that? I mean, again, this is again pronatalism from earlier of how they don't even teach you how to take care of yourself at a certain point. It's just an automatic default. Oh, you're good until 50 and then someone else has to take care of you, which clearly isn't the case. But it's unfortunate that keeps being perpetuated, that sentiment, right? Laurel, go ahead.
It sends you into old age sooner, I think, because you're expected to do this maid, mother, crone. And we've hit crone and we're doing okay. And I think it is a matter of preparing your mind and preparing and giving time for yourself to develop fully as a human being. And that takes a lifetime. We only have one. So spend it developing your capabilities and your best self. And I think that's really the secret to it.
Good advice.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's my cue. I mean, I'm just enthralled. I'm like, man, this is so great. So how would you encourage the younger generation to respond to the statement, you'll change your mind? And if you don't, you'll regret it. But let's talk about let's focus on the changing of the mind part of it, because that's a fear for so many. And I mean, to be honest, like, I'm 38 years old. No, wait, I'm 39. I'll be 40 this year. Okay. I don't even know what year it is anymore. I am 39. I don't know why I said 38. Wishful thinking. And I haven't worried so much. It's not been a pressing thought that I might change my mind. But for so many people, who are younger, it is. So what do you say to that in your experience? Gretchen, go ahead.
Well, I think that it's really, excuse me, a good idea to surround yourself with people who respect you. And when you make a statement about yourself and the person that you're talking to flat out decides that they don't believe you, what is that? Is that respectful?
Yeah.
I think it's just the other person is pressuring you to mirror them and to think and feel and want the same things that they want. And it's a good idea to find a way to declare that you can want and think and feel different things, and that you still like the person and you still are interested in the person that you're speaking to, and just say, we don't have to be the same. And we're not the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laura?
My turn. Oh, yes. I find that I have so many opportunities to participate in the lives of young people, that starting as a university instructor and ending up now working with people of all different age ranges. You can be enriched by other people's children, and you can enrich their lives. I've never had any feelings that, gee, I wish I had that. And when somebody says to me, oh, you're going to regret it, or you'll have these terrible regrets, well, that ship has kind of sailed. You know what I mean? It's I would have already had that by now. But over the years, as people would say, oh, you're being selfish. That's the one I got the most. You're being selfish. Well, it goes back to what we were saying before about how selfish is it to have children to take care of you. It's kind of a short-sighted selfishness. So I think, yeah.
And with that, how have you planned for your long-term care? And I'll let you just continue, Laurel, and then we'll go to Gretchen.
Okay. Number one, save money.
Good advice.
Yes, save money. And invest in whatever you can that is, going to produce money. I think that it gives us a little more leverage and a little more leeway also to invest in things and maybe fail on a few things, but to take chances when it's strategic to do so. And it's hard to know when that is, and especially in today's world. But we have the time, and it's the gift of time to figure these things out more in depth than if you're trying to make decisions left and right, because you've got mouths to feed and all of the stress of caring for others. And I think that preparing home, having a place. I own my tiny home. I can move it at will if I want to. And that was a large part of my decision to stay in New Zealand. As you can tell, I'm not a New Zealander by trade. Was economics. It's economically more intelligent for me to stay where I am, and where I have what they call here whānau, which is my family, my friends. I have no more real family in the States. So it's my friends and the people that I've collected along the way that are part of my life and part of my retirement and my going into my dotage, which is happening any moment now, as I've been told. But that's I hope that answered the question.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah. So Gretchen, how about
Okay.
you?
Well, I just really have to totally agree with Laurel that providing for yourself financially is very important. I worked, I saved, I invested, and yeah, having a nest egg and taking care of your health, keeping up with that exercise program and all that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a form of self-care, taking care of your money.
Yeah. And
Yes.
so
Yes.
what does
What you said.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
Stepping
Laura.
on you there.
No,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say to Gretchen, what you said about maintaining your health is really important, and being able to focus on yourself to do that is wonderful, because I have a number of health problems, and just the ability to be able to take the time to deal with it and to live with it and to move on and to keep working and doing and being a part of things, it takes a lot of effort. And it's effort that I can spend on myself extravagantly.
Do you think that has helped you, as you've gone through health challenges, knowing that you have that time, that space to take care of yourself?
Yes, absolutely. When I need to shut down for a while, I shut down for a while, and nobody's banging on my door or, yelling mommy at me or grandma at me or anything like that. I'm auntie to quite a few kids, but that's a whole different thing. I can walk into my tiny house and close my tiny door and be left alone. And that's great for me.
And so what does your community look like? Laurel, you touched on this a little bit, if you could, we're getting close to the end, but what does your community immediately around you look like? And the same question for Gretchen.
Well, Gretchen, me first. Okay.
Yes, please.
Like I say, I have my tiny house. I live basically within a compound of sorts with my whānau, my family, her mother. There's a couple generations of family that live here, and they have accepted me into their tribe, so to speak. And that's a beautiful thing. If, things work out differently, like down the line, I have the ability to move.
Yeah.
And move my whole home with me. But it gives me community, it gives me safety, security that way. They have a huge dog that patrols for me. And it's just a nice, comfortable way of living and having my privacy, but having company at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. And Gretchen, how about you?
Well, I'm a pagan witch. I'm a Wiccan witch. So that provides me with a lot of community. There's always something going on. There's a lot of people around me. I'm fortunate in that respect.
Okay. Lenora.
like, I don't know what. I was relying on you. It's been a long day. It's funny because it's 1:30. I'm on the Canadian prairies. It's only 1:30 in the afternoon, but it feels like it's 11. Well, I mean, okay. Where are we in the question? Oh, okay. I guess final question before we wrap up. Again, thank you, both for your candor. Now, I have a technology question. How do you see it evolving, and how do you think technology would answer the question, won't you be lonely? Because I mean, look, we're all here in different parts of the world talking right now. You two are inspiring people who are watching, and people are going to be rewatching this after the live stream is over. So I mean, the message will continue. So what do you both feel about technology and the role in, as you get older, keeping you connected? Gretchen, go ahead.
I love it. I love it.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I love the modern world. It's so much
Mm.
better. It's so much better. And, the news is always terrible about, all these disasters all the time, and that we are receiving disasters from all over the world and have to, it's a good idea to unplug once in a while, take a news break. But yeah, being able to do stuff like this, um, having Facebook and Instagram and a website of your own, it's just, I love it. I love it. It's great. And it's done a lot to um, keep me connected with other people.
Mhm.
And I think it'll continue to be good. It'll continue to be important. And you have to, for yourself, don't you all agree? You have to moderate for yourself how much you're
Yeah.
online. Because
Oh,
I
yeah.
can sit here
Yeah.
I know I can sit here in this chair looking at this screen 24
Mm.
hours a day
Mhm.
and have something interesting going on all the time. I have to be on purpose about taking myself away from it so that I get to see the real
Yeah.
world.
Yeah.
And so
Laurel.
I agree with that.
Perfect.
I love it. COVID changed the whole world for us as far as communication. It did for me. I can jump on a webinar or Zoom or whatever. I'm not all that great at the technology part of it, but it has widened things. But I think it's important to stay grounded also in human contact. And it has changed things, and it will continue to change things, technology, I mean. But I still think there's something in the human touch and in being in company with humans and people that you have commonality with. And I think you can do that with technology, but also it's good to sometimes just reach out and hold somebody's hand.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm a little old fashioned in that, I don't know, but yeah, I like the balance of those things.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, I'm going to host
yeah.
an after party at my house if you guys can find me somehow.
We'll be the life of the party.
I believe it.
You know, I better watch what I say. Next thing I know, my doorbell's ringing.
So we're out of time, but
You're out of time, yes.
In closing, is there anything that you would like to plug or promote or let people know if they want to reach out to you, get in touch with you? How can they do that? Gretchen, please go.
SonomaTarot.com is my website. And I'm Sonoma Tarot on Instagram. And I'm not hard to reach. I'm checking that site all the time for people who filled out who filled out my little contact form. And yeah, I do tarot readings. I'm psychic. Kind of goes along with being a witch.
Are we going to survive the next hour? Meaning me and Cody.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
great.
You won't die in the next hour.
Excellent.
Well, no, I wasn't going that far. I just meant, are we going to be able to continue?
Good to know.
But also good to know.
Laura, how can people get a hold of you?
I am not on any of those things except Facebook, but you can always reach me at Laurel J. Bach. That's LaurelJBach, as in the composer, at gmail.com. And I'm open to, I'm always into reading people's thoughts and ideas on email. I would like, if it's okay, to plug my charity that I volunteer for,
sure, yeah.
which is Dress for Success, which is an international program. You may have heard of it. It started in New York, and that's where I first was in touch with it. And now here I am with them in New Zealand. So it's Dress for Success is a great organization, and they're also on Facebook.
Very good. Well,
awesome.
Ladies, thank you for your time. And with that, we will close this panel and get ready for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to Next Gen Child Free 18 to 25. I'm Cody. I'll be one of your co-moderators.
And I'm Lenora. I am the other co-moderator. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and our additional sponsors, Best Child for Life Possible Facebook group, 365 Diversity, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree Shop, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, The Age of the Child, a novel by Kristen Tetzi, and Wild Egg, a novel by Jennifer Flint.
And a little disclaimer ahead of time here. The opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. All right, now that that's been said, let's have some fun. Let's pull our speakers up here.
We have Laura,
hello.
Juliana, Daphne, Lois.
All right, I think that's all we have. So we'll start out. Just tell us a little bit about yourself, name, age, location if you want to. We'll start with Laura.
Hi, I'm Laura. I am 25. I knew that I was going to laugh at that. Okay, I'm actually 26, but I applied before I turned 26. So
you slid in there.
25. I live in Boston. I am a child-free TikToker. I announced when I was 3 years old to my mom in a supermarket. I said, I'm not having kids. I'm going to be a working girl. And she said, don't say that, but where are you going to work? And I said, at McDonald's. So I've shot a little bit higher. I'm a technical writer in pharmaceuticals, and I'm also an author. And I grew up in a family where my aunt was child-free. So that has really shaped my decision.
Awesome. Lois.
Hi, my name is Lois. I am from England and I work as a barista. And just the more people bring their children into the cafe, it just really assures and affirms my decision that not having kids is a really good thing.
And next up, Daphne.
Hi, so yeah, I'm Daphne, 24, and I'm from the Philippines. So ever since I was 16 or 17 years old, I already decided not to have children because I realized that females have choices. I was in an all-female school way back in college, and I have professors there who were child-free, who didn't have children, who didn't have partners. So I was like, okay, so if they can do it, then I can too. Or I mean, you realize that we have choices. Like everyone has choices. So there.
Yeah, and Juliana.
Hi, I'm 23 years old. I'm from Westchester, Pennsylvania. I'm the co-founder of Trip of Her Own. We host all female trips around the world. We travel and bring women with us. And I've always known that I've wanted to be child-free for as long as I can remember.
Awesome. All right. So we just asked this question to the 60 plus panel. So now we're going to ask it to you. Let's talk about regret. Now you're on the other end of the spectrum with regret. So pardon me here for a second. How do you respond when people say you might regret your choice? We'll start with you, Laura.
So I look at my aunt. I tell people that I'm in the process of trying to get a full hysterectomy. I have always been more open to adopting than having my own children. I have tocophobia, and I look at my aunt and my uncle and how they have such an amazing marriage. They have done what they wanted to do. And I tell people if I haven't changed my mind since I was 3, I'm probably not going to change my mind. I also do bring up that I do have a medical history. I have been pregnant before, and I don't regret how those pregnancies turned out. And I think that if you can go through an experience of a traumatic miscarriage and still not regret that you're child-free, then I'm pretty safe. I do like to throw that in the face of the people who try to bingo me, though.
Nice. Lois, go ahead.
I guess it is an interesting question because it's like, well, what if I regret it? But
Oh, we lost some sound there.
Oh, sorry. What if I did have children and then regret that? And I feel like that is way worse than just not having kids and sort of, oh, well, what could have been? But there's always sort of what could have been. And then I have like 4 wonderful sisters. And I just think like, you know, one of them will have kids and I can be like that cool auntie that I've always wanted to be.
Cool aunthood is the best.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you like your sibling and you like the kids that your sibling has spawned. Aunthood is awesome.
Yeah.
Unclehood too, I imagine. Daphne, go ahead.
I respond by saying that everyone is choiceless. I have a choice of my own, and that we just really have to accept the fact that we are not one and the same. Your lifestyle may be different with mine. So yeah, I think our differences make life worth living. Because imagine if we experience the same thing, what else do we need to talk about when you experience it also, right?
And Juliana, go ahead.
For me, it's definitely like I always kind of phrase the question back to them a little bit. I'm like, well, if somebody was very young and they said that they've always wanted to be a parent, it's never questioned. You know, it's always just accepted. And so when somebody asks me that and they say, you know, what if you regret it? I'm like, well, you know, you never regretted becoming a parent, and in reverse, I'm definitely not going to regret not being a parent. But I also usually tell people that the things that I'm going to regret are, you know, if I wasn't able to travel and see the world. You know, my business revolves around traveling and seeing as much as I possibly can of the world. It's one of my greatest joys. And if I had a child, I wouldn't necessarily be able to do that. And so I have a lot of goals that revolve around my life staying child free, and I would regret not being able to do those things. And so it's just a matter of maybe changing their perspective of somebody that asks you that, and showing them that, you know, having kids is not the only thing that you can regret.
It seems like along a lot of the questions that we get asked, that society always wants you to be very, very worried about the future and very concerned about it. So how do you enjoy the present and not worry about the future?
Laura,
go with that. Yeah, Laura, sorry, go ahead.
So, I used to be somebody who was so worried about the future. I would be planning on my future, like every given moment. I had a whole life plan. And when I was about, I guess, 24-ish, I realized that nothing has gone according to plan. And in fact, it's turned out better. It is part of my kind of spiritual practice to try and be present and try and ground myself in the moment. But this past year, it has really opened my eyes to just living in the moment. And I am absolutely the happiest that I have ever been. It is when I started speaking out on TikTok and other social media about being child free, and just kind of saying to myself, like, I don't know where I'm 15 years in the future. I never say never. I could change my mind and want to be a foster mom or adopt. I say foster mom or adopt because I'm getting a hysterectomy. I don't think that's going to be the case. But I never say never, and I don't worry about tomorrow. And it's made me relax in all of my relationships, partners, family, friendships, you know, everything is in the moment. And if I'm happy in the moment, I like to just sit there and just revel in that feeling. And that helps me.
Awesome. Lois, how about you?
I do try not to worry about the future, because I do think people get very caught up in thinking like, oh, what will be or what could be. And then also I have like ADHD, so trying to even plan for like the week ahead is a big achievement if I manage that much. So I just think like, I think people do spend so much time worrying about the future that they don't actually worry about what is happening now. And there's not a big emphasis on like enjoying yourself now. It's always, oh, what could you have? What could you do better? And it's like, no, just be pleased with yourself now as you are.
Yeah, good point. And Daphne.
just like Laura, I would worry about the future in the past years, but I've come to appreciate what is now, and how I do it is I just look around, I look into myself, what the blessings that I have, more like counting the blessings and being appreciative of what is happening around me, especially the good and the positive ones. And yeah, right now I'm at the point of my life that I don't worry about the future because we're not sure. We might not be. Why worry of the future? Why worry about the future if we're not sure if we're going to be part of the future? You know.
That's a great point.
Yeah, and Juliana.
That's gonna stick in my head now. That's a great point.
Juliana, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that my decision in being child free has actually freed me of a lot of worry about the future. If I had a child, I would be worrying about, whether or not they're going to have access to clean water, whether or not climate change is going to affect them and their kids' kids and their kids' kids, generations coming. And I would worry about a lot more of money for the future. Whereas right now, I can spend my 20s building up things that are going to be the legacy for the rest of my life. I'm able to focus on building up my business. I'm able to start investing my money young so I can, retire and, have money for when I'm retired. And so I think my decision in being child free has given me a lot of weight off of my shoulders when it comes to worrying about the future.
So how do you respond to you'll change your mind? Like a definite, not if, you will change your mind. How do you respond to that?
Keep it PG.
Pardon? Yeah. True. All right. There might be kids watching. We have the buzzer. Go ahead, Laura.
Again, it's kind of one of those things, like I made this decision when I was 3, but I get a little bit petty now when people tell me that I'll change my mind. And to be honest, the question for me is not that I get a lot isn't whether or not I'll change my mind, because I think people know that I'm pretty set now that I'm so public about it. But again, I'll bring up my medical history. I'll bring up the history, and they'll feel terrible when they say that, because I cannot tell you. And they always tell you that miscarriages are this horrendous thing, but the amount of relief that I felt afterwards, I bring that up because that's not a question or a feeling that women are supposed to have after that happens. But when I bring that up, they tend to get it, because I'm presenting a different, like something that maybe they've never thought about before. The amount of relief, the amount of just determination after that I had to get my hysterectomy to live a full child-free life has been the most freeing thing. So I really don't get that question anymore, because too many people made the mistake of asking me that. However, I do get, when you were younger, you express that you might want kids one day. And to those people who bring that up, I say, I had to act like a fence sitter because I wanted to get out of the conversation. And I think that that's something that a lot of people tend to throw in young people's faces when we might not have the strength to stand up to the bingos. Oh, but you said this 2 years ago. Yeah, but that's because you wouldn't let it go.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Lois, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess for people who are very steadfast with like, you will change your mind, I'm just kind of like, okay, fine. Just so they'll stop talking to me, because it's just not worth it. But for some people, when they say it, and I'm like, okay, but you say you really don't like, I don't know, like chocolate, for example, I'm not going to constantly be like, well, try it. You will change your mind. It kind of just works the same. If someone says they don't like something or they don't want something, then I don't get why that isn't applied for when I say, oh, I don't really want children. Or people are like, oh, I don't really like horror films. You'll change your mind. Just what, I just think it should just be treated the same way. Like I should get given like the kind of same respect as it is when someone just says, oh, I don't really like that. I don't like that. I don't want that.
Like people who don't like pineapple on pizza, try it. You'll change your mind. some of those reactions. Okay.
I'm just laughing because you brought it up in Childfree.
Yeah. I am a fan. It's not that bad. Try it. Go ahead, Daphne.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Lois mentioned regarding, you have your own picks and I have mine. And relating to having a child-free lifestyle or not having a child-free lifestyle, it's both has its consequences and problems. And so whether you choose any of these lifestyles, you'll still encounter problems and consequences that uh, I mean there it has its own consequences. And so yeah, I mean, whatever you choose, there are things that people might not understand, but here we are. But yeah. So how do I respond to that statement? I think I find these people curious and they want to know more. So but they're just not sure how to address it to us who want to live a child-free lifestyle. So I think what I do I educate these people like me and my experiences, like the reasons why I tell them, so they will also be enlightened. So meaning when they meet another person who is also having this happy lifestyle, they'll be able to relate and they'll be able to understand more. So right, like we're helping another child-free lifestyle as well. So thanks to child-free convention, because my family knew. Actually I already told my parents or my family that I'm I'm not gonna bear any children. I don't have any I don't have any plans to have kids. So this child-free convention became like a firm like firm. It was like a notice to them that, oh, okay. So thanks.
Yeah, they
That is
they
really
took you a
cool.
little more serious. Yeah.
Yeah. Juliana, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's so important that when people come to us with those questions, I'll go off of what Daphne said, that I think it comes from a place of not understanding, because it's so ingrained into our society that that's just what you do. And so when people often come to me with those questions, I try to get them to, ask me about why I have decided to be child free, and I can ask them about why they have decided to become parents in reverse, because I think it all stems from a place of just misunderstanding, not really understanding that my decision to be child free is not just, oh, I don't feel like it. It is really based in a lot of different things that have been solid to who I am as a person for a really long time. And so I think if those people have a fuller understanding of the reasons why, and that it's not just because I'm young and I don't feel like it right now, then they might be like, okay, well, yeah, she's definitely not going to change her mind. She has, 10 reasons why. And we can all, step away from that conversation with a better understanding of not only just child-free people in general, but also why people would do the opposite, why people would become parents. And I think it's so important that, especially as young people, we start to open up that conversation to people who are asking us those kinds of questions.
So looking ahead, how have each of you started to maybe plan for your long-term care if you've gotten that far into future planning, even though we talked about not worrying about it in the past? Laura, go ahead.
My number one thing right now is to work on my career. Like I said, I'm a writer. I got published for the first time when I was 19, but I'm looking to expand that career. I also work in pharmaceuticals. I am trying my hardest to get financially set. And, if I wasn't child free, I don't think I would be where I am today. As far as how much money I make and how far I've gotten in my career. And so that's one thing that being child free has been really positive about. I'm kind of a workaholic. But I think that, like, for right now, it's like I got student loans, and I want to pay those off before I really start thinking about long-term care, because what's the point of making long-term care plans and putting money away for it if you still have student loan debt? I want to get out of debt. That's my number one thing right now. Shout out to Dr. J. But yeah, my number one plan right now is to just keep working on my career. I would love to get to the point where I could write books and not have to work.
Yeah. Sounds good. So Lois, what about you?
Yeah, just at the minute, I'm just trying to work, just do super crazy hours and stuff, and as many hours, and just try and save up as much money as possible. Because I saw that term, I didn't know like this existed, the one where it's like financially independent, retire early, and I was like, I want to be one of those people when I'm older. So that's kind of the aim.
Yeah, Daphne, how about you?
That actually I've not planned yet, but I think about it as well. But one thing's for sure, I'm gonna work hard to have someone to take care of me. I think I wouldn't rely on my if I will have nephews and nieces or my younger siblings to take care of me because I don't wanna oblige them or to tell them to take care of me. So the solution would be to really work hard to have someone to take care of me in the future.
Yeah. And Juliana?
Yeah, I think that this is such an important question, especially now as younger people, because it's not something that's often thought about when it comes to younger people, unless it is to child-free people. But there's two things that I want to say on this. The first one is that a lot of times when I tell people that I'm child-free, I never plan on being a parent, is, oh my gosh, what are you going to do when you're older? And I just think that it is so unfair to put any kind of burden like that onto a child. I don't think that it should be anybody else's responsibility. Even if I had children, I wouldn't expect them to, spend their life taking care of me. But I think the biggest things that I would do and am currently doing is investing my money. So I have a 401k through my work, and I am also investing monthly into a Roth IRA so that I can build up my wealth and have enough money for when I'm older to be able to pay for my own care.
For sure.
Oh, the screen froze. I'm like, Cody fell asleep.
No, I'm here.
We still have another 30 minutes to go. All right. So last question. What is your support system now? Let's say even within the child-free community. And how do you want to shape it for your future? Laura, go ahead.
Well, number one, shout out to Childfree Club on Clubhouse.
Yay!
Because you guys have been like one of my biggest support systems. I look forward to every single morning. And just getting more involved with the child-free community. I mean, my family, my mother, she's watching right now, is very supportive of me being child-free. She posts my animals like they're her actual grandchildren. And so I do have a very supportive family of my decision. Like I said, my aunt was child-free. So my family was very, very used to, my mom's even adopted by her stepmother. So my grandmother never had biological children. And so we come from a family where it's very supportive of things like adoption or not having your own biological children. And for that, I understand I'm very lucky, because I see so much in child-free groups in the child-free community of people's parents being very unsupportive of them. And that honestly breaks my heart. So between Child-Free Club, my family, I've started to, make friends. I do have some friends who are parents, but they're very supportive of my child-free choice. And if they're not supportive of my child-free choice, then they're not supportive of me. And I let those friendships fall.
Yeah. Lois.
Yeah, I'm quite lucky because, as I said, I have 4 younger sisters and we're all super, super close. And then one of my other sisters, she's also said that she doesn't want children either. So then it makes me think, oh, that's good that she kind of almost looks up to me in that way, that I was able to make that decision in like a big family. So I think that's quite nice. And then also my auntie, she also doesn't have any children. So it's not like a completely new concept in our family for someone to have not had children. Like it's just the norm.
All right, thanks. And Daphne?
Yeah, so my support system is my family. Same with Lois. My one and only sister also plans to have a child-free lifestyle, and I'm very happy about her decision as well. But of course, yeah, I'm happy about her decision as well. So yeah, I'm just really happy that I have a supportive family. They just let me be as long as I do not we do not hurt anyone, right? So as long as we don't hurt anyone, and as long as we live our life um, the way we want to be or it to be, then yeah, we're good. So yeah.
And Juliana?
Yeah, I have two main supporters in my choice of being child free. The first one is my mother. She's always been a huge supporter. She often comes to me and says, that when she tells people and shares with other people that I'm child free, she gets a lot of backlash as well. Like, oh my gosh, aren't you disappointed? You're not going to be a grandmother, kind of thing. And she says that she is always trying to defend me in that decision and let people know that we shouldn't be putting that kind of pressure on the younger generation and sway their decisions in that way. So I'm super proud to be able to have somebody who defends me like that behind my back. And the second support is my partner. He also doesn't want children, and I think that that's so important to be on the same page about that in a relationship. But he's also defended my choice in being child free on multiple occasions, and so I think it's just super important to have the people who are closest to you really believe in you.
Awesome. So with that, we're going to wrap up the panel here. Is there anything you would like to plug or show your support for, or let people know how they can reach out to you after the convention? Laura, let's start with you.
Always my TikTok. It's right here. I put it first this time because I only need like 30 more followers and I can start doing child-free lives.
Hey.
So yeah, always my TikTok. All of my social media is this right here, except for Instagram. Again, it's Bad Bitches Official because somebody took my handle like 5 years ago and doesn't post with it. So you can also find me at the website. Again, I have some child-free crop tops for sale. All proceeds go to abortion funds in the United States in the South. So.
All right. Lois.
Yeah, if anyone wants to follow my Instagram, they're more than welcome. I'm pretty sure it's at Lois Parker 098. I am starting a YouTube channel, which is going to be like a podcast. It's just a kind of Q&A thing. The link is in the bio. It's about films and stuff. But if anyone, or I could just do any kind of topic, I'm down for anything. So if anyone wants to start following that, or if anyone just wants other meetups about being child free, especially in like England, because I don't really meet a lot of people around my age in here about that. So yeah, just if you want.
All right, Daphne.
Hi, so you can subscribe to my blog spot. It's yours truly, daphne.wordpress.com. I also write about, I think I was already able to write about me wanting to be have free lifestyle on that blog. Also, I have vegan recipes over there. And then yeah, you can. I don't have any Instagram or Twitter, so but you can follow or add me on Facebook or message me. It's Daphne Kernel. Thank you.
Okay. And Juliana.
If you'd like to follow me on Instagram, I'm the co-founder of Trip of Her Own, and that's our handle on Instagram. No spaces or anything, just Trip of Her Own. We host all women's trips around the world, group trips, and that has played a huge part in why I'm child-free as well, travel, and I'll be speaking on that tomorrow at the second part of the convention. So, yep, give us a follow, and thank you very much.
All right.
Wait, there's a second part of the convention? What? What? I didn't know this.
We didn't tell you?
No. Seriously. All right, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. This is that's what happens when you get on
Lenora, I
screen.
can tell you're just you're just
You
like
can't-
at your
you
batteries
can't-
out.
You can't tell anything.
So with that, we're gonna wrap up the panel. Thank you everyone for coming, and yeah, we
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
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 Hello, and welcome to the Child-Free and Childless Alliance panel. I'm Cody. I'll be one of your co-moderators today.
And I am Lenora, the other co-moderator for today.
Thank you to our sponsors. We have our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth. 365 Diversity is another sponsor, along with Best Child-Free Life Possible, found on the Facebook groups, Buy Childfree for merchandise, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and 2 novels, The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzy and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates.
All right, now that that's out of the way, let's pull some speakers up here.
Denise.
All right, welcome. All right, so we will just kick it off real easy. Let's tell us about yourself, and we'll start at the top. Denise.
Hello, my name is Denise Tolkien. I'm happily child-free. I'm 54 and I'm an independent photographer from Brighton, UK. I have a history of photographing disenfranchised people. And 7 years ago, I decided to document the childless and child-free movement. I share my work in the photography world, the art world, and newspapers as well. I've exhibited in the UK and Europe, and I'm working towards getting my work over to the USA. I'm the author and photographer of the book Mum's Not the Word, and over a period of 4 years, I've photographed 50 women positioned in the fetal position from my studio where I am now. And I'm currently shooting Dad's Not the Word, but I'm still only at 10 with that. And I'm also working on a new child-free series.
All right. That sounds exciting. Thank you. Sharonda, you're muted at the moment. There you go.
Hello there. I am Sharonda Ford. I am a speaker, author, counselor, and coach. I became a part of the Childless movement, not by choice. Started about 16 years ago. I am also the author of Chasing Rainbows, a book about my personal journey with infertility, and podcast host of That Infertility Chick, which is also a podcast where I invite women to share their voice and talk about their journey. I own a group therapy practice, and I help women to amplify their voice who've suffered in silence through trauma. So I am excited about the journey. I talk about it. I always say I am childless at this time, but I never know what the future holds. And so I'm here to hold space for women who are uncertain of their journey and to support them and advocate them for whatever decision they make.
Awesome. And Christine.
Hi, I'm Christine Erickson, and I'm from the United States. I'm based in Central California, and I identify my journey as childless by circumstance. However, as we'll get into this conversation, I'm at a place of acceptance, and also based on the work that I do, I'm rethinking all these terms, and it's sort of how I self-identify at the same time. I'm a leadership coach, an executive coach, and leadership advisor in my other work. And on the side, I do advocacy, policy advocacy, and DEIB work for the childless, child-free community.
Excellent. Liliana?
Yes, I am Liliana Vercellotti. I'm from Italy, born and raised. I lived in different countries for the past 20 years. I'm an expat. I currently live in Quebec City, Canada. I was working in the nonprofit sector for about 15 years, and then I switched to executive coaching first. And now I coach women that are going through a transition in their life, and especially the ones that are child-free by circumstances. I define myself as child-free by circumstances. It took me about 10 years to get to this point. So I feel very happy to have gotten to the point where I am now. So thank you.
Thank you. And Joby.
Hello, my name is Joby Tyson, and I am the founder of Tudum Global, a wellness platform for involuntarily childless women. I am also the publisher of Tudum Journal, a magazine, a quarterly magazine for childless women, and a podcast host of 2 podcasts, As Told by Childless Women and Tudum Talks. And I am a sociocultural and anthropologist and I do studies on involuntary childlessness, female childlessness, infertility, and hidden links to infertility. And I'm really happy to be here. I'm also a wellness coach that focuses on cognitive behavioral therapy. And I'm happy to be here, and thanks for having me.
Thank you.
So what similarities do you see between the child-free and the childless communities? Denise, we'll start with you.
We share the same stigma and ask the same intrusive questions. For example, why do you not have children? I always open the chat free, but some people it's hidden, and they don't really like revealing that. We do have a connection, and I felt this when I was doing my projects, Mum's Not the Word, which is also a photo book. And I'd kind of get people coming down to Brighton to be photographed that were complete strangers, but we always found, even with the childless, child-free, there was always this instant connection. And I think this is because I was offering a safe space to be represented in a society that ignores and stigmatizes. Several women from both sides of the fence have said afterwards they felt empowered after a photo shoot with me. I know childless women who have kind of come to accept their childless status and now child-free, or I know and I've worked with, and also are infertile, have had abortions. And then they're okay being child-free. But we're on the other end of the spectrum. Child-free, to my participants, said they regret not having grandchildren. So then that puts them back into being childless.
Interesting. I want to revisit the grandchild section. Sharonda, go ahead.
I think along the same line, there's a misunderstanding. I talk a lot about what not to say, what not to ask. That I think there's a misunderstanding of what it means to be child-free and what it means to be childless, and people don't understand even the involuntary circumstances of being childless or child-free. I feel that there's an ignorance of what else can you do, what have you done, what should you do to change the circumstance of being childless or child-free. And so I find that we run those parallels together, and just the pain and that silent suffering that comes along with that stigma, especially when there's an involuntary childlessness.
Christine, go ahead.
Yeah, I would echo what's been said already. And I think the greatest similarity is that, we've kind of gotten into these two camps of child-free and childless, and that both run the gamut of a full spectrum. So I think in that way, there's this collective similarity, if you will. And then I think from my perspective, when I look at policy or other spaces where we're impacted, that impact is the same regardless of how we came to not have children. And so I tend to look at that space a lot. Where are we not only alike, but how are we similarly impacted?
Liliana, go ahead.
Yeah, along with what Christine was saying, when I started my group on Facebook, which is redefining child-free and single, and I was single at that time, I wanted to combine the child-free women with the child-free by circumstances or the childless. And I don't think, to me, it matters necessarily the term. Like, I personally choose to say I'm child-free by circumstances, but I think it's important to acknowledge how we feel. And if you feel that you are childless by circumstances, it's fine to use that term. I think what brings us together is, like Christine was saying, we can be united in teaching people that we're normal human beings. And we talked about this in the convention, in other panels, where we love, we care, we have maybe other type of family ties, we have friends, we take care of parents, or maybe we don't take care of anybody, and that's fine too. But I think it's important to normalize who we are, whether you say you're child-free, childless. I think it's really important to be together. Yeah.
And Joby, go ahead.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
What are the similarities between that you've seen between the child-free and the childless communities?
Okay, well, I guess the obvious is neither have children, but both are often stigmatized in society and undermined by society's inability to separate womanhood and motherhood. And I always say motherhood does not equate womanhood. And so that's a big thing. And a lot of times, even with what I do, I interview women who are also childless or child-free by choice, because it's important for us to bridge the gap. And that's why I was interested in this panel, to bridge the gap between us and create conversations, because both of us are stigmatized in society and religion and family. And this is just something that we really need to normalize and talk about more, so it's not stigmatized as much, because I found that our silence can also perpetuate stigmas.
So just individually, what is your definition of both childless and of child-free? And there's no wrong answer here. So Denise, you go first.
Childless people, men, women, non-binary, can't have children but still want, have experienced infertility by themselves or their partner, gone through IVF unsuccessfully, are grieving the child that they never had or miscarried, or are traumatized by their childless status. That's kind of the experience of all the people that I've met. And then in terms of the child-free, somebody who's made the choice not to have children, no regrets. That's how I see myself. And are creating through photography, art, music, gardening, making, etc. I feel the child-free are more relaxed. Some are so relaxed that I never even thought it was an issue not having children. Some might consciously decide not to have children for environmental reasons or had traumatic childhoods. The child-free have a strong dislike. Well, there is a group of them that have a really strong dislike to babies and people with children, and they're really, really militant about it. And I feel very comfortable around that. I feel that everybody has their choice, and we should, respect other people's choices. And then there's childless have moved over to child-free after them finding acceptance, which I see that some of the panel have said that as well.
Yeah. And Sharonda, what do you think?
I think it really depends on who's saying it. I think childless for me and within the community of women that I speak to are women who have maybe had experience with infertility, but also, or in addition to, have lost children. So infertility or miscarriage or stillbirth, a lot of times people struggle to say whether they should say Happy Mother's Day or whether they should acknowledge you as a mother. And I think for women who have lost children, they consider themselves childless because they no longer have that child that they carried or that they were expecting to bring to full term. And then for child-free, those seem to be more, in my experience, of women who choose that by choice, again, either environmentally or just have made decisions based on life circumstances or what they believe is best for them and their future, not to have children. And in addition to that, I hear people whose children are grown up and they're all out of the house who consider themselves, well, I'm child-free now, or they're sometimes people who have had children, but their children are no longer in the home. So I think that there is some gray area there with childless and child-free, but within the scope of the women that I'm speaking to more regularly, childless is people who've experienced loss or with that great desire to have children or to be a mother biologically, and that hasn't happened for them.
Okay. And Christine.
Yeah, so as we've created this sort of binary, I guess I have very short definition because and I love what Denise and Sharonda have said because of that spectrum. And I think because these terms, in my perspective, came about because there was invisibility and there were assumptions, right? And even among ourselves. And so then the question was not, do you have children, but why don't you? So then we simplified it with these terms of, I would say somebody who identifies as childless is somebody who wanted to have a child and wasn't able to or lost a child. And somebody who is child-free, I would define as somebody who is making a clear choice not to have children, or who is in a different space of acceptance around not having children. I think sometimes your circumstances change. As much as I grieved not having a child, there are many days that I'm like, thank God I'm not dealing with that. Or, whoa, what would that have been like? So I'm in some middle ground here. And I do think it's important to acknowledge all of those I think there are circumstances on both sides. So I think, again, back to the similarity, there's a full spectrum in both terms.
Yeah. And Liliana.
Well, what can I say? I think a lot of you already said a lot. When I think of childless, I remember making a video for my group, and I said, I associate that term with less. But that's, again, it depends on the feeling. If I feel like I never been married and I never been through IVF, so I think everybody's journey is different, and we have to respect that journey, and we have to be with, when I coach women, I'm with them at their level, at their journey. So for me to say I'm child-free by circumstances is okay now. If you ask me when I was 35, 36, 2 years after I was diagnosed with endometriosis, and I probably wouldn't even know what term to use, but I was grieving. So I think it's important that whoever we are with, whether it's a friend or a client, we respect where they are. And hopefully my goal is to, because I had health problem and I still have health problem, and I find life to be so precious, after 10 years of grieving and several ways to heal, I got to the point where I realized I know who I am. I know my self-worth, which, like Jody was saying, womanhood is not attached to motherhood necessarily. And yes, we see it in society, but we can change it. Just like, 100 years ago, as women, we couldn't vote. We didn't have the same platform that we have now. And we are still working on rights of women. But I hope that in 100 years, we as women, whether we are child-free by circumstances, childless by circumstances, whatever term you want to use, that we are accepted in society, that we are not pity, whether it's in a religion organization or whether it's like you go to, we're not pity, we're not judge. We are just like, okay, she doesn't have children for whatever reason. And there's a respect attached to that.
I think that's a good point. And Joby, how about you?
Well, okay, so just for context, childless would be a woman who cannot conceive or sustain a pregnancy, or circumstantial reasons for not having a child but wanted a child or children. And child-free would be someone who made the decision to not have a child. But because my platform is community-driven, I've seen that term change throughout the years. When I first started, it was childless or child-free. You didn't cross that. And now I did a survey before my first issue of Tudum Journal, and so I could call my readers what they wanted to be called, and 55%, even though my platform is involuntary childless women, 55% wanted to be called child-free. And 45% wanted to be called childless. So now I make a decision to just do childless / child-free, although all my social media handles is at childless women. So it's really objective now, and some reasons it made them feel more liberated to be called child-free. But at the end of the day, I really do feel that both are the same, one and the same,
That's an interesting statistic there. I never would have thought that.
And it's interesting to segue into this next question, because we've seen an energy around both terms. So there's an energy around childless and an energy around child-free. So I'm going to bring it to the context of this convention, for example. We're coming from it as from a child free by choice perspective. There's a celebration. There's a sense of happiness, joyfulness about not having kids, coming from a child free by choice perspective. How is that seen in the child free community, or sorry, in the childless community? Is that something that is resented? Is that a projection that maybe we have, that it might be resented because we are celebrating not having kids? What are your thoughts? I don't. Who wants to answer? Because I don't. I guess those who are childless identifying. I guess if we can get those answers first, and then everyone else can fill in. So
can I answer?
Go ahead, Liliana.
So the first time I met, most of my friends have kids, and I'm very lucky they don't judge me, or maybe they don't judge me in front of me. The first time I met a friend that was child-free by choice, I was jumping for joy. Like, I literally draw my jaw. I was like, what? It gave me strength. Now, having said that, when I started my group and I started to learn, I started to learn about, okay, I don't have kids. I want to talk to people that don't have kids on social media. This was happening during the pandemic. I want to relate to people like me. And so I joined all sorts of groups, and then I created my own. It did hurt a little bit when I would hear a woman celebrating completely the fact that she didn't have kids. But then I started to understand that there needs to be a conversation, because we, like we said many times, we all confront society in similar way. And as far as the mindset, what I want to accomplish is that we feel good about whether it's our choice or whether, yes, we did not have kids. Like in my case, I wanted to have kids. I didn't go through, like, I don't consider myself like somebody that went through IVF many times and tried to conceive or had miscarriages. I have a lot of respect for them. I don't work with them because I'm not a therapist. And even as a coach, I don't feel I can support that. But I grieved too, as a single childless woman at that time, that kind of like missed the train type of thing. So I think it's important for me to say, okay, we unite as much as we can. We respect our diversity. And I feel comfortable now. And it's not easy, because some women, I only have 285 women, 84. To be honest, the conversation is not as alive as I want to, but both of them, both the one that are child-free and the one that are childless or child-free by some of them, they do come into the platform and they respond. So not all of them, but some of them. And yeah, and for me, it's important that the one that feel bad about themselves, they get to the point where they accept their journey, because it's a life journey, and continue to develop themselves. Like, I don't feel any less. I used to, but not now.
Real quick, Liliana, congratulations on the membership number, because some people can't find one other person to talk to. So to have over 200,
it's hard.
It's commendable. It's hard. So I think it's great.
And that's why I created the platform online, because it's like, we don't live in the 1900s. Sorry, I'll stop talking. I'm Italian. But, I mean, we are all together, and we can talk to people in Australia. I had wonderful conversation with Australian child-free circumstances women. We are united as a world. So we have that advantage.
Sharonda, did you want to?
Yeah.
I'm just based on movement. I'm picking people based on movement.
So unlike Liliana, I actually do work with women in that population, and so I think it was mentioned before that this suffering in silence. And so for me, I think what I learned is that there are seasons that there's this stigma going on for different women, especially childless. When you define childless by someone who has tried to have a child and then cannot. And as someone who is in that category, and also as a Christian, so faith-based, there's that stigma like that there's some defect, that there's something wrong with you. And so once I decided, it took me 13 years on this journey to amplify my voice and to give voice to the silence. And so, you know, you just mentioned you can't find one. When I mentioned it, people began to send me private messages about their story. And I realized that we had all been suffering in silence for over a decade. But I think it's meeting people where they are. I did used to have that judgment about like, man, you don't want any children. Like, you can have children, you don't want any, and I, you know, would want some. And then I learned about my ignorance through the judgment and ignorance that I saw in others, because I could be at a fertility clinic and there could be a woman sitting there waiting to for a treatment, and she would have a child with me. And I'd be like, look, like, what you doing here? Like, hold up, save this for someone else who really needs it. But it taught me to adjust my lens and the judgment that I was having for other women. Like, we all have a desire to want what we want, and we shouldn't judge others for the place that they stand in. So if you're celebrating being child-free, it's because you have peace in that. Once I was able to have peace in the place that I was in, I was able to celebrate that. But that peace for me is transient. Sometimes I don't have it. And what I learned as a therapist and as someone who's been on this journey and who has done therapy on this is that there will be days when you're good and there'll be days when you want. And so it's important to continue the conversation, to hold the space for the people that need it, but also to be able to step back from that and say, hey, be confident and feel good about where you are, because your decision is just as important and valuable as mine. So that's where I've learned that from my initial lens of judgment of others. Celebrate with them because they have the right to choose what they want as well.
Thanks for sharing that.
Definitely.
Okay, I'm just gonna randomly pick people. Christine?
Okay. So I'm going to go directly to the question about the energies. Because it does exist. I mean, we all see it, and it's on social media, and there's this division that exists. And I think a lot to what Sharonda said that I love so much is meeting people where they are and where we are on our journeys. And I think some of that comes from, you know, a very invisible community coming out to, you know, speaking our truths or sharing our stories, and then the fear of being invisible again, like being erased, you know. And I think that's where the child-free and childless terms, why we hold them so dear, is because they tell our stories and they don't erase us at an individual level, let alone the collective level. And so I think some of that feeling and fear it's not about someone else's choice not to have children. Like my envy is like, wow, I wish I could have been that clear. You know, like I love seeing that. And so I celebrate people that are childless by choice just as much as I do people that I relate directly to in my own experience. And I'm grateful to be at that point in my life and to have that. But I do think there are underlying things that speak to that energy. And I don't see it so much as a resentment as I do, you know, a sensitivity to where people are in their journeys and just it being so different. It's like just completely different ends of the spectrum. If you put a pin in child-free by choice and that clarity, and just not being able to understand why you couldn't have a child when you wanted one, right? So we're speaking to those pins sort of, and yet we've all mentioned this spectrum. And so I think even within this collective community, understanding the spectrum as well. And I think when there's more visibility and more acceptance societally, that those different stories will also shine as bright, and some things will dissipate because of that or become stronger because of that.
Thank you. Joby, go ahead.
Well, a lot of the ladies have pretty much said what I was what I was thinking about, but just to piggyback on that, many women are going through different journeys, different stages of grief, of some are just finding out that they cannot have children. Some have can't afford IVF, literally can't afford to be infertile, you know, or some just found out, you know. So it's just pretty much like she said, meeting them where they are. And but then there's another all the way at the end where there's women who have thrived beyond childlessness. So let's not forget them, and they're in the same boat as what you're talking about now. So it's not monolithic as far as childless women, because there are different journeys and stages that they're in as far as dealing with it. So like me, it's over 20 years, so it's not as raw to me as it would be to someone that just found out that they can't have children. So I don't know. It's just the different triggers. Probably it's pretty much social media, because it's, a lot of times people are around like-minded people. So a lot of times I don't know anyone personally, or I know one person that is childless by choice, who I'm a personal friend with, but she doesn't boast about it and talk about it much. So it's never been a conversation piece for me to be triggered by that. So I haven't had that experience. But talking to women around the world, it's just different stages they're in, because there's a lot of women that I talk to who have thrived and are at that place that you speak of.
Thank you. And Denise, go ahead.
I found through, because I was supposed to go from Childless and Childfree, and I've kind of got a lot of feedback from everybody in terms of this. So there actually is a Childless and Childfree culture clash, where these two groups of people don't always integrate. And it's because, like, on the inside, the childless agree with the child they never had, whilst the childfree are a combination of relaxed, empowered, or politicised. For example, the young 30-something climate strikers out there who declare they're not giving birth until something about the environment. But at the other end of the emotion scale, people are heartbroken about not having children. And then amongst all this, you've got the procreators, and they just don't get it. They're congratulating the childless for their light global footprint and calling the child-free selfish and baby haters.
That's very interesting. And so, do you ladies think that the terms child-free and childless will age well? Meaning, do you think that there'll be a necessary descriptor in the future? So we'll just start with Denise, if you want to start this one off.
Sorry, I haven't thought about this question yet. Bear with me. Yes, in the childless childfree communities, they kind of get it. 7 years on, in my project, I still have to explain it. I think slowly people are starting to understand the vocabulary. And that's probably because I start conversations like, you're talking what you're working on, and I tell them. So I kind of raise these conversations through my images. Regarding the rest of them, it's just a slow journey, but we're on the way, I think.
Yeah, Sharonda, how about you?
I think with the changing in the generations, I think that there are going to be more people that want to be child free, and it will become like anything else that just takes root and grows. I think we're seeing a level of independence in younger people that I've never seen in my lifetime. So I don't know that there'll be so much ambiguity to it. I think that there's going to be this level of absolute certainty about what they want and definition, and they're going to run with it.
Okay, yeah. Christine, how about you?
Yeah, so you're speaking about both terms, right?
Yeah, both of them, yeah.
Yeah, I think I love what you just said, Sharonda, and adding to that, I think that as we develop not only social, beyond social assumptions and our visibility as a collective community, I think that when we're recognized in places, where we're not now, like the workplace and in family policy, when those things start to be inclusive as well, I think there'll be maybe less need for those. And it's okay if we still need them, for our personal narratives or of a way of distinguishing that. But I would love to see, and I know it's slow, as we've all said, but where it's just, people don't have children and they don't have to explain that. And if they want to, or they're in a place to share that story, they can identify it with what that journey was, rather than so much the label leading it with all these assumptions, or even why we're having this conversation today.
Good points. Liliana.
Yeah, like Christine was saying, I'm not worried about the terms. I have to be honest, at the beginning, I said, oh, the childless term bothers me. It doesn't really matter. I think, like Christine was saying, once we unite and we continue, 10, 20, 50 years from now, I think as we continue the effort to be present and change policy and be normalized, everybody can keep their own term. They want to use whatever term they want to use, but it's important how we are portrayed, how we portray ourselves in society, and also the internal feeling that we have about ourselves. Like, I want my women to go from feeling depressed or that life is not good to them because they cannot have children, to the point where they accept to redefine themselves, because life continues in stages. And not just because, okay, now personally I'm 50, so I'm over. No. Even if I was 35, I want to be able to inspire women to say, okay, we grieve, we continue to grieve, but in the meantime, we also use that muscle of mindset to know that we are worthy of love, we are worthy of a wonderful life, even if we didn't have the opportunity, and I'm talking about the childless or the child-free by circumstances, to have children. You can still have a wonderful life. It took me a long time to get to this point. And maybe it's because I'm aging. So I think like, oh, I don't have a lot of time left. I don't know how much time I have, and I have health problems. I don't want a person to come to that realization like me. I hope that we can come to that realization through therapy, through some other means. You don't have to be I'm not saying I'm dying, but you don't have to be dealing with health problems in order to realize that life is precious, and really take the time that you have to live, to be alive.
Yeah, thank you. Joby, how about you?
Well, the fact that you said age well, and although it's not about this, when I heard age well, I was also thinking about how both are interchanged, and both of us think about being elder orphans or childless elders, and what's going to happen to me when I get older, and that is a concern that comes in our minds. And with it being a patriarchal society, we're always going to be asked, do you have kids? Just recently, someone walking when I was on the porch the other morning, she came and talked to me at the fence and asked me, did I have children? And when I said no, her whole demeanor just changed into like pity. And the only thing I could think of was, girl, if you knew why, you really feel sorry for me. But I didn't even go into it. But that's just how society deems someone that says they don't have children, as if that means we don't have purpose. And that is very far from the truth. We have purpose. We can leave a legacy. There are so many things that we can leave a mark in life, regardless of having children or not. So hopefully that in the future it won't start with that, but we would have to be that change if it was to change.
Yeah, and thank you for your thoughts. Thank you, everyone, for your thoughts on this topic. If there is anything that you would like to plug or promote, things that you're working on, this is a great time to do it. We'll start with Denise and let us find out more about how people might be able to get in touch with you.
I'm the only Denise Falcon in this world, the Muslim Falcon. So Denise Falcon on Instagram, on Denise Falcon photographer. So I'm quite easy to find online. I've got my book online. I've got prints online. I've got my new news online. So
Denise is online. We got it. Sharonda, how about you?
I am also at S4 on all social media platforms. I also have the podcast, That Infertility Chick. My book, Chasing Rainbows, is on Amazon, other places, and where books are sold. And you can also text HOPE, HOPE, to 833-766-0818. Again, that is text HOPE, HOPE, to 833-766-0818 to connect with me and to learn how to amplify your voice after suffering in silence.
Thank you, Sharonda. And Christine.
Beautiful. Yeah. We've more recently launched the New Legacy Institute, where we are taking on policy in the workplace, public policy, and looking at elements of shifting social equity, including DEIB initiatives, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. You can find us at newlegacyinstitute.com, and all of our handles are on there. Also on every Tuesday at 10 a.m. Pacific, we do a live radio broadcast on voiceamerica.com.
Wonderful, wonderful. Everybody tune in. Liliana.
I am on lilivglobal.com. That's my website. And the Facebook group that I have for child-free women and also childless women, or child-free by circumstances, is called Redefining Child-Free and Single. We celebrate this. And everything is on my website.
Excellent. And Joby.
Well, my website is Tutum, TUTUM, global.com. And it's starting to revamp and even more so into wellness with, and coming soon in a few months, we'll have a directory of therapists and life coaches and counselors for childless and child-free women who needs counseling. There will be childless and child-free therapists available as well as those who aren't childless, but they'll have a training from us. And also, Tutum Journal is the magazine and open to all childless and child-free writers. Fall issue is the belonging issue, our theme, and the winter is the joy issue. So I welcome you to submit articles and poems to the magazine. And you can follow me at on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube at Childless Women. So you can just put in the website and /Childless Women, and you can find me. So I look forward to hearing from you all.
All right. Well, thank you, ladies, so much for being here, for being candid with your thoughts. This has been the Child Free and Childless Alliance panel. This conversation is far from over, but we will let you go for now. So again, thank you so much. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Ah! Why are you
We can-
okay,
that
good.
fan.
You didn't hear me scream.
That fan is doing it.
So
Good job, everybody. Oh
Day
my
one.
gosh.
Yeah, under wraps. Great job.
Great job. High
Great job,
five,
speakers,
Jared, behind
everybody.
the scenes.
That's
Speakers.
freaking amazing.
Rebecca, Troll Patroller, thank you so much. I don't even know half of what's going on. I saw your guys' chat popping up. Marie K, our speaker green room, our lovely audience. I'm not wearing the shoes. Are you kidding me? My feet aren't touching the ground because, you know, I'm propped up on my chair here. Thank you. I want to see all the audience comments, but I don't think I'm going to get to that. But this great day one, everyone.
Yeah. So quick thank you to all of our sponsors. We have the presenting sponsor, Child Free Media, our champion level sponsor, Child Free Wealth. Also, we have 365 Diversity, best child-free life possible, found on Facebook in the groups. Buy Child Free, buy Child Free if you want some cool merchandise. Child Free Family, Child Free Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and 2 books, The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint. And just a further plug, since we're talking about books, is to go to childfreewealth.com/book. Is it book? I think it's book. Go there. Just go to Child Free Wealth. There's a place for books. Dr. J is giving away a digital copy of the book that he's put out, and I highly recommend everyone get it. it's a great resource to have, especially if you're interested in learning more about child-free finances and maybe finding out what other people are doing. Kind of get a little bit of a benchmark or a test of see who out there is kind of like me. What are they doing? What have they done? So it's a great resource. Go get it. It's free. He's giving it away for the Child-Free Convention. Thank you, Dr. J, for doing that. And so, yeah, with that, whew.
That was a doozy.
It was fun.
Sorry, I've completely zoned out. I'm going to the comments. I don't know what was just
I've had a few chicken nuggets and one bathroom break. So
I was way too nervous to eat. I haven't been able to eat for like 3 days. So I've had water, I've had magnesium powder and juice and iced tea and 2 bathroom breaks and a wig change. And yeah, so why am I? Hey, you do that again, I'm kicking you off stage. Jared, we can't hear you.
that fan is doing it.
The fan's doing nothing.
Oh, the mic, we're hearing it on the mic.
Okay. So did you go through the schedule for tomorrow? Because we're back at it tomorrow.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet. So tomorrow's schedule, we're starting off with us chatting at 9, welcoming everybody. At 9:30, we'll dive into defining child-free, which if there's any reason to wake up, is for that panel. So after that, we have 10 a.m. fence sitters. At 10:30, we have child-free LGBTQ+. At 11 a.m. And these are all U.S. Eastern time. So just look up New York and you'll get the time and that'll help you out. At 11 a.m. we've got child-free in Africa. At 11:30 a.m. we've got child-free on a budget. 12 noon is halftime. Lenore, you want to plug the halftime show?
Yes. So I'm getting texts about my fan. You know, I need air conditioning, but I got this. Halftime show. So tomorrow we have my mind is completely gone. We have the child-free, single, and happy segment. We have boobies, not babies. Yeah, I just imagine people think, yeah, stay tuned for that one. And we debuted child-free media. So you guys will have been seeing child-free media around on marketing. Sorry, I'm distracted. Did we go offline in several places? I'm seeing all these like
we're good on YouTube, so we're fine.
Do we get flagged on Facebook?
No, it was we are having trouble streaming supposedly.
It's okay.
Streaming to
Okay.
Facebook.
All right. Sorry. So yeah, so we'll be you guys will finally learn what child-free media is all about, and that's all I can tell you for now.
Yeah. And so then once we come back at 1 p.m. for Child-Free Fire, and that is an acronym for Financial Independence, Retire Early. So that'll be a fun panel to listen to. 1:30 p.m. we've got Child-Free Off the Grid. At 2 p.m. we've got Child-Free Abroad, Travel or Transplant. 2:30 we've got Child-Free in Central and South America. At 3 p.m. we've got Child-Free Guys. At 3:30 p.m. we've got Child-Free Social Media. And 4 p.m. is child-free with pets. And we put that at the end because I swear it can go on for 4 hours by itself. So
and who's moderating tomorrow, Cody?
You and I.
All right. Well, this has been great. Thank you again to our audience. Please join us tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna go collapse. Is there any comments we need to address? Like, is there anything we want to? Because I wanted to interact with the audience more, but we've it's 3:00 here. It's been up for 12 hours, which is fine. But I am almost done. Yeah, no, it's you know what? It's just so cool to see this all together. Like I said, we've been working on this for 11 months, and just to hear the conversation, to hear, see, be in it, like we're in it behind the scenes is been just. It's been busy. We have had a very busy behind the scenes today, and good job to, again, I'm knocking stuff over now. Marike and Rebecca and Jared, you guys have been keeping it consistent so Cody and I can be on stage.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Even though behind the scenes, like when I'm not on screen, I'm like frantically texting to make sure everything's okay. But yeah.
Yeah, if there's a question here, are you wearing the shoes?
No, I am in bare feet. That's not a good idea when we've been on screen for 8 hours. I mean, there's half an hour
give or take. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, No shoes
We'll do
today. Maybe
we'll do it
tomorrow.
again tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back at it tomorrow. So so if anyone I put this offer out before, if you want to get the information from a speaker, because it's going to be a minute before I'm able to get all the panels chopped up and all that information if you missed it with the graphics. If there's somebody that you want to get their social media and you've missed it, you can't find it in the replay, email me at childfreeconvention@gmail.com. Tell me which speaker you're looking for, or at least, well, you have to be specific because I can't guess for you. Let me know, and then I'll make sure that I can get you the contact information they are willing to share. So we'll put that out there too. I need to go eat. My stomach's been like rumbling, like ferociously growling into my mic for hours.
That being said, I think that's a wrap for today, guys.
I think that is a wrap.
Thank you. Great job, everybody. Thank you, audience. Again,
Thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Day 2.
Starting
Bye.
9 a.m. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.